In the dim light of the forest, the giant beast in the brilliant armor threw out a loud roar, the echo of which made the earth shudder. Pale and in despair, the man blocked his way, waving his sword with his eyes wide open, trying to retreat in the face of this monster. Further, a little apart, the young man watched the events with horror. In his gaze, plominal distrust and surprise, and his hand tightened the knife. The eyes are extended, filled with the original fear, which was hovering in the air. From afar, he uncertainly watched the chaos, which was sowing an armored bear, still not dare to intervene. Until this moment, life was thrown only by everyday trials, nor a trace of knowledge of duels or enmity. The desire to intervene rushed inside, but doubts were shaking, leaving a stationary observer. Noticing that the monster is completely passionate about the merchant and did not pay attention to him at all, the hero realized the way to escape was open. But while the opportunity to escape was obvious, a fierce struggle was in the soul. He wanted to escape, but something was restrained inside. Feeling a cowardly, selfish adult, it was covered by a wave of shame and annoyance. A fierce struggle broke out between a passionate thirst and full helplessness. From childhood, he has been fascinated by firefighters, true embodiment of courage and self-sacrifice. He watched the rescue videos and shows, with hope in the dream of dreaming one day to become like brave people who are tirelessly risking for others. The admiration of these real heroes became his guide in his childhood. However, over the years, this dream gradually darkened, lost among adults. A barely palpable breath of nostalgia enveloped him when the imagination broke up about a child's desire for ideals, a hot dream that invisibly dissolved somewhere on a long way of adulthood. After a grueling night at work, when he managed to have time to the last train home, he was suddenly wrapped up in a solid darkness. Not immediately realizing what happened, he noticed with surprise. There is no wagon nor rails, only an infinite void, where he is spreading in a lonely darkness. The confused began to study the unknown environment and curious, trying to understand where his mystery brought this night. Suddenly, a strange message emerges before his eyes. He was summoned to another world. A number of exciting options appear in a moment, to choose a role in unfamiliar reality. 3 paths shine in front of him: a fearless hero, a warrior who predicts glorious exploits, a sage that possesses witchcraft outside of human understanding, or the owner of the demons is a gloomy tyranny, the embodiment of hidden desires. Thinking about the proposed options, he carefully weighed all the possible consequences of each decision. The idea of taking a huge fate of the brave on his shoulders did not rest. He felt internally worthy of such large-scale achievements. Weisman's role did not attract him. The bitter irony was that if he really had a brilliant mind, he would not be delayed every night at work where he was simply used. It seemed even more absurd to become the owner of the demons. It was reminiscent of a sentence of imminent death. He is exhausted and depressed, he wondered. Is there a way to simply give up any role and not choose any path that seemed to have failed? Having doubted the need to make a choice, he suddenly discovered a hidden version. Without his intention, at that moment he showed true courage. In the end, the temptation to take the secret version won. He pressed, "Don't choose anything." A message immediately came on the screen. For looking for this hidden path, his abilities will be worse than the average level. While he tried to grasp the meaning of what he saw, a new message suddenly emerged. It greeted him and promised the blessing of spirits and gods before transferring to the unknown world. And even before he had time to at least deny or ask a question, the bright glow enveloped him, notifying the inevitable beginning of the transfer. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the woods, where the rays of light penetrated through the thick lace of the crowns. The confusion wrapped him when he tried to get used to unfamiliar outlines of nature around. The light breeze moved the crown of trees, somewhere the birds were heard. All this was strikingly different from the city Gemor to which he was used to. The feeling of unknown was not released. The hand involuntarily touched her head, as if the unraveling was hiding somewhere there. A brief transmission message broke out in memory. Lonely and puzzled, he cast his gaze around, trying to solve what was happening and where it had thrown. Exploring every detail around, he increasingly felt the depressing power of a new reality. She thought, did he get to another world? But everything seemed too palpable. Not sleep. Searching your pockets, only came across a smartphone, wallet, and nasal handkerchief. There are only minor things that are unlikely to be useful in an unfamiliar forest. Inside the despair, it seems that the road is lost. But at the same time, a spark of determination broke out in his eyes. Relying only on his own strength and not having advice or special means, the guy considered further actions. It became clear, if he wanted to survive and explore this unfamiliar world, a clear plan should be made immediately. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Kukusak, which was hanging in the air and resembled the status of a video game character. His name was Kukusaka, and nearby, age, gender, race, and starting level, the first. Under them, strips of HP and MP, and the level of magical energy was extremely impressed, promising a considerable stock of sorcery forces. Looking at the list of skills, he came across an unusual set of talents: transcendence, full support, creation, agility, the eye of the divine master, a chest for things, disassembly, and evaluation. Such a mischina of abilities was impressed with multifunctionality and unique originality. The intrigued Kukusaka felt more and more acute that his stay in this world was really reminiscent of a fascinating game. Enchanted by events, the guy felt more and more admiration. The imagination drew a variety of scenarios that these new abilities could open up to him on the way to new adventures. Diving into the secret corners of his own skills, he noticed that the ability to support opens many auxiliary paths, significantly accelerating the development and implementation of other skills. An unexpectedly populated new message with a proposal to activate this feature to get even more freedom in using your own. Without hesitation, he agreed. Immediately, the body and consciousness filled the powerful flow of energy and the process of establishing the ability to start at incredible speed. A few minutes after the process, a successful installation was reported. Gratitude for patience was shown on the screen. Fascinated by an unexpected ending, he turned his gaze on the result. Now everything was ready for a real trip to an unknown world, where new abilities and boundless opportunities were waiting for him. He was covered by a wave of energy from recently acquired abilities. He decided to test them in action. He began with the skill of Box of Objects. Focusing and putting his palm on the tree trunk, he tried to activate this power. Suddenly, a powerful energy jet rushed to the nape of the neck, as if inside something turned on and connected. It was only worth commanding mentally, and the word shop flashed in his head, as suddenly a magical seal shook around the tree. To a great surprise, the tree seemed to dissolve in the air, disappearing without a trace in his eyes. This undoubtedly confirmed the strength of the skills gained. The feeling of delight from the newly acquired power overwhelmed him. Finally, the gaze stopped in an empty place where the same pine tree stood. The amazing capabilities of the boxes for items have opened new horizons in the journey. He appreciated all the practicality of the skills, especially now that information about the stored object, a cypress tree, has appeared on the screen. Wanting to know more, the protagonist decided to test the dismantling skill, whether he will be able to turn the tree into useful resources. It was only necessary to activate the team, as the interface confirmed the effect of a characteristic sound, and the trunk immediately changed to 5 units of cypress wood, which immediately appeared in inventory. Such practicality has striking it. Now the collection and processing of materials have become much simpler, which would clearly facilitate the survival and research in an unknown world. The wave of admiration for new skills covered with a wave of admiration for new skills, creating the following skill. From freshly digested cypress wood, he decided to make something really useful. The view of the interface immediately made it clear that the use of the skill will be only a cypress wand, not something grand or complex. Without thinking of a second, the hero activated the skill. In response, a recognizable click, which confirmed the successful creation. In an instant, in the eyes of Kaparis, the object in his inventory changed, and now there was a stick. Without hiding, he pulled it out of the magic box, passionately fascinated by the very fact that the tree can be turned into a ready-made thing. The ability to create tools or even simple weapons in the middle of the forest opened many prospects, adding confidence in his own survival and research in the mysterious world. The new trophy surprised. It would seem a regular stick, but it had a special weight and feeling in her hands. The description was also surprised. It was surprisingly a strong thing with fire-resistant properties, just what is needed to combat all kinds of wildlife. The notification soon appeared. The skill of creating rose to the second rank, opening access to new recipes. With every use of the ability to understand it, the more often he uses this skill, the more experience is gaining experience. His rank is growing, and at the same time, new opportunities are opened. Satisfied with the achieved, he felt confidence. The opportunity to strengthen their skills, to acquire unique materials and tools seemed a real treasure. Just that will significantly simplify adaptation and help to survive in this unknown world. He was athirst for new knowledge. Will it be possible to take control of the status windows that were spreading around? Focusing for a moment, he cleverly switched the viewing mode from the window to the image. The interface responded instantly, flexibly adjusting to his ideas. Having realized the changes, he gladly noticed that he could intuitively manage the interface. The system has become more flexible and more convenient. This discovery has strengthened the belief in the practicality of mechanics and has given confidence. Now you can boldly explore your own skills and tools, arranging everything at will. Overcoming the barrier of thoughts and actions, he only had to imagine the right function, and she came to life on screen. He decided to test his skills again. Choosing from the recently opened recipes, he stopped on an axe of cypress tree. Hardly focusing, the hero launches the skill of creation, and the process starts. The result is impressive. A wooden axe with a sharp blade appears, almost worse than a metal. In addition, the tool receives additional properties: the correction of the impact and the critical throw, which significantly increases the accuracy and efficiency in combat. Squeezing the axe in his hands, the guy felt a new confidence and willingness to act. The ability to create useful things from improvised materials itself was immediately an invaluable advantage, so it has always been alert before any surprises of this mysterious world. Although he had no experience in handling such weapons, he decided to immediately try his own axe. Squeezing the hands stronger, the hero felt the skill of dexterity as if every movement was prompting. Reliable control and accuracy of movements were confident. Despite the lack of experience, the hands themselves felt the equipment, and there was no doubt about skill. A decisive swing, and the axe crashes into the nearest tree. The blow was surprisingly strong and accurate. The blade easily cut the wood, without any effort. Watching the consequences, the hero noticed that his skill not only improved the ability to manage the situation, but also successfully compensated for his own shortcomings. Despite the lack of experience, the guy already felt that he was ready to take on more serious trials in this foreign world. Wanted to see the strength of the cypress axe, he chose a huge boulder nearby and struck it with all his power. To the surprise of the young man, the wooden blade simply spread the stone to the debris. Amazed at such a powerful result, he only thoughtfully thought, "Is it normal that the wooden axe can split the stone?" The unexpected manifestation of strength stunned him. It turned out that the abilities and improvements he possessed, far exceeding all his ideas, opening new horizons and strengthening the belief in his own strength before unknown trials. Thinking into the acquired skills, he acknowledged there was a lot of mystery. For example, the transmission, the eye of the Divine Master, and the evaluation. From all that managed to find out, confidence in her own forces has only grown. Now it seemed that to cope with this unknown world is quite under power. Full of determination to improve his creator's skills, the hero has set himself the goal of increasing his skills and creating some useful items for future travel. Recognizing that the development of creative skills and the expansion of the arsenal of things is an extremely important step for survival and discoveries, he finally convinced himself of the correctness of this plan. So he was set to work on himself. He undertook to prepare the equipment for all possible trials awaited ahead. Having spent some time improving his skills, the hero has grown markedly in power. He finally managed to raise the 5th rank. It was satisfied with his own growth. He felt there are many new opportunities ahead and even more complex inventions. Overcoming the endless expanses around, he sighed deeply. In this exhalation weaved the relief and anticipation of exciting accomplishments that would bring a new level of abilities in his path. Armed with new knowledge and strengthening skills, he was finally ready to accept the challenge of the unknown world. When improving his skills, the young man discovered three important aspects of creating skills. First, the experience is gained only for the invention of new objects. The reproduction of already familiar things does not bring points. Secondly, rank increases when the accumulated amount of experience reaches a certain boundary. Third, each artifact created has its own unique properties. In the process of exploring the capabilities, together with Cypress, he made 8 unique things, from furniture to various tools. Even the usual Cypress chair has a special property, a slight dining effect. This discovery caused him a real surprise. What danger can a similar feature in such a banal object can hide, and why in general the chair unusual abilities? Stripping the forest, he was increasingly worried about the rapid approach of twilight. He dreamed of crashing at the village before the night, so that he did not have to spend the night in the open. Although the distance was already considerable, suddenly he realized that he did not feel fatigue. Is this endurance related to the ability to transfer that recently revealed its incredible 99th rank? This skill not only intensified physical and mental opportunities, but also gave perfect proficiency in the local language, facilitating the development in the new world. Stunned by the scale of opportunities, the young man was full of confidence in his own abilities and boldly moved to seek asylum. Well understanding, now he has the advantage that helps to go forward with energy and determination. While walking, something unusual around suddenly rushed. The transfer of abilities has exacerbated all 5 senses, so every sound and every detail of the outside world was perceived with extreme clarity. And at that moment, in the distance, a scream came. A defenseless man called for help. Without thinking about a minute, the hero rushed to the sound, decisively heading. The severity of the sensations prompted the right direction, allowing you to get closer to the source of cry. A mixed sense of curiosity and duty pushed him to find out what happened. Finally, having reached the scene, he witnessed a spooky picture. A giant demonic bear, covered in steel armor, hanging a threat over a carriage and its passengers. The terrifying beast, known as an armored bear, took a fighting position, clearly striving for clashes. His body, similar to metal, and the muscles that are laid before the battle, were not doubted. The opponent got extremely dangerous. The moment of the eye, and it became clear, it will be necessary to act carefully and thoughtfully, because it was not a regular beast before him. Armed only with care, he quickly appreciated the situation. The unbreakable bear in the armor did not look from a man near a carriage, who, in vain waving a knife, tried to scare a formidable opponent. The beast emitted a thirst for battle, posed a tangible danger to everyone around. Until the bear noticed his presence, the guy considered further actions. Right now, until the animal is alarmed, the perfect moment for escape without a fight has seemed. But the sudden indecision of his steps, inadvertently thought, is there anything more for him than he had already done? He may now have the opportunity to support others. It is covered by anxiety and determination at the same time. He pretended to be the next step, knowing that this choice can turn the course of his entire path. In memory, a long-standing dream has fallen from the time when the young man dreamed of becoming a firefighter. Once upon a time, the courage and self-sacrifice of the real heroes fascinated his imagination. These people, without fear and hesitation, rushed to the rescue, risking their own lives. Firefighters seemed to be a model of courage, the ideal for imitation, and the guy dreamed of becoming one of them to defend others, despite all the dangers. Watching how the bear is rolled up in the armor, he wondered, he really has the right to simply escape, leaving others in trouble? At the heart, the hope of becoming one who is able to look at the danger in the sake of saving others. He had to think about his own behavior, what he was going to do, completely contrary to the ideal he once admired. Escaping would now mean that man to the right death from the paws of an armored bear. The new abilities that appeared with him gave a chance to change the course of events, the skill that did not exist yesterday. Once upon a time he had said goodbye to the dream of becoming a hero, but somewhere inside the fire of hope never faded. Doubts and anxiety covered the mind, but the determination to act proved to be stronger, displacing fear. It was this moment that she asked for actions. It is time to apply the skills acquired during the years of perseverance and finally protect those who need help, as he dreamed as a child. The determination filled his chest, and without hesitation he rushed simply on the armored bear, full of desire to stop the danger. After focusing all the skills, and especially agility, it rushed forward with lightning speed and accuracy. Instant jerk, and before the monster, waving a powerful blow. His attack impressed the bear with such a power that even the man he was attacked was stunned. Without a second, he continued to attack persistently, using every smallest gap in protecting the beast to cause maximum damage. Adrenaline lava buried in the veins, but the courage took the mountain. He finally fulfilled his long-standing dream to protect those who need help, despite the danger. Winning the armored bear, he confidently approached the rescued man and reached out his hand, full of care and kindness. A sincere smile had a sincere smile on her mouth. That's what a real desire to help. He did not need to become a great hero. It is enough to be the one who extends a hand to those who need it. The look is full of relief and gratitude more than words. It was at this moment that he realized, for someone he already became an important person, capable of changing someone's life for the better. Sijin a sigh and gratefully grateful for the rescue, the man introduced himself to a cut, a merchant by profession. He expressed his deep gratitude for timely help. Smiling, Kuo confidently held the head of the armored bear and just introduced himself. I am Cuo. Hiding the true possibilities behind the modest carpenter mask, despite the fact that his appearance with the prey in his hands did not coincide with the image of the ordinary master, he decided not to open completely. While in the thought of Cuo he weighing how much truth was to open, he sought and not scare a new acquaintance with his strangeness. It would be best if Chroam helped him to get acquainted with others. Chromium was delighted with a wooden axe, which he had just overthrown the armored bear, and wondered if he really kicked his weapon. Ku did not hide pride and confirmed the words that the Chromium was even more impressed, because it is uncommon to see such a powerful wooden tool that he was able to throw such a terrible beast with one blow. Interested, Ku did not resist and wondered if the bear really had such a powerful power in the armor. Chromi said that it was a creature of rank A monster, who in rage was able to destroy whole villages. This confession was caught by the Kook by surprise. He realized how serious the enemy was, overcome by the beast. The impression of this victory has further strengthened the respect of the Kook's strength and skill. Chrome explained that the body of an armored bear is so strong as if wrapped in a real armor, so ordinary blows almost did not harm him. Awareness of the scale of his victory was an additional confirmation of his own power, because he overcame the enemy, armed with only a wooden axe. Looking around his success, the hero amazed. He managed to perform a real feat. Even his own skills and capabilities of this axe have exceeded all expectations. When the sun wandered to the horizon, the Chromium invited Ku to visit his estate in the neighboring city, offering to rest there. I am grateful for the hospitality and the opportunity to find shelter. Ku without hesitation agreed. He was stepping after Chromium, filled with a sense of pleasure and full of impatience to find out what kind of wonder this new world hides for him. Kou immediately noticed the alarm on the face of Chromium. He could not put up with the thought of leaving the product for the way, because both the cucker and the horse in the panic fled during the attack. Deprived of transport, Chromium with sadness looked at the luggage that had to be left. Seeing the situation, Ku offered a simple and convenient solution, to hide everything in his box. Surprised by raising his eyebrows, he was interested in whether he was realized at all, given the mountains of the product around. In response, he just smiled mysteriously and assured that his box for objects had no restrictions on volume, then he even more impressed. He impatiently expressed his desire to see this comfortable ability with his own eyes. Without spending time, he took help to show his skills and once again proved that he can be trusted in this unknown world. Ku put his palm on a cart with goods and awakened the ability of his subject chest. A moment, and all the cart, along with the filled baskets, dissolved in the air, as if they were not, under the surprised look of Crotom. The maneuver took place rapidly and flawlessly, leaving only the empty land where the map just lay. Stunned Chromium watched the movements with enthusiasm, clearly recognizing his skill incredibly effective and powerful. The coup kept inviolability, pleased with the fact that he was able to help and at the same time prove the real value of his skills. In the eyes of Chromium afterwards, Ku became an even more valuable ally, worthy of complete trust. Stroke, Chrome dared to ask the real name of Cop. He smiled modestly and confessed he was only an ordinary joiner. The cuz said that he had been training in the mountains for a long time, so he was distant from the usual logic of human life. Although Chromium treated this story with skepticism, she was still interested in the mysterious strength and unusual skills of the boy. Ku Lively took advantage of this story as a convenient opportunity to explore local customs and to know the new. Stripping in the direction of Annan, he carefully absorbed every little thing, realizing that it was the curiosity and modesty that would be the best assistance in an unfamiliar world. In a casual conversation with Chromium Ku, he learned two key things about the system of skills in this world. First, there are two types of skills: innate talents, such as sword possessions or beliefs that are laid from birth and are limited to 3 for each person. Secondly, there are skills based on the experience gained, for example, his own box of objects. They are obtained through study and improved over time. In addition, he was surprised that the local residents did not perceive the world through the concept of levels, as it happened. Even if someone really destroyed several monsters, it did not bring them a sudden jump in force, which was only honored by himself. Having realized the exclusiveness of his own abilities, he thought, perhaps he can once become one of the most powerful in this world, because his strength was unique and enormous potential for growth. The interested Kook asked about why he was traveling alone, given that dangerous creatures such as an armored bear are found on the roads. In response, he said that he actually hired accompanied by the Guild of Mercenaries, but seeing the terrifying bear, they immediately fled, leaving him to his own way. Usually, the Chromium hired experienced adventurers from the Adventurers Guild, but this time, they were not available. The circumstances forced him to seek protection to the Guild of Mercenaries, and this rate was hopeless in the face of such a terrible threat. Kum bitterly noted how sorry that mercenaries left the client in danger. This case has discovered the true value of the unexpected allies that happen in the way, those who have the power and courage to look at the monster in the eyes. On the way to the city of Ku, he thought deeply about the reliability of the Guard of Mercenaries. He was Kretu to find out if they were indeed taking such irresponsible people if Kroom left them during the attack of an armored bear. These doubts tapped and disturbed him, but the reflections were cut off when Kroom suddenly stated that they were already on the spot. In front of the night sky, the majestic city of He was lifted, illuminated by many lights, an incredible sight from which the breath was fascinated. With delight considering the city, Cuo was curious about what he would surprise him with a new stage of journey. It was the thought of being in a metropolis from another world that has caused him a real exaltation. The young man had already dreamed that he may have met the elves or animals here, and his heart pounded from the anticipation of unknown adventures. Approaching the city gate together with Chromium, he noticed a group of guards who were captured by a lively conversation. The guard was noticeably nervous, reporting about the appearance of an armored bear during patrol. The Chromium, still recovering from the experience, confirmed it, drawing in detail the desperate clash with the monster. The news of the meeting with the monster instantly raised a stir. Many of the guards reacted with surprise and even distrust of the words of Chromium. With interest in watching the reaction of others, Ku realized how important his help was in such an unusual and dangerous situation. Next to Chrome, he approached the group when the voice of the mercenary came, who, desperately inventing the story, tried to justify their escape. According to the mercenaries, the Chromium suddenly lost his self-control and rushed himself into an armed bear, which led to his death. The Merzen people tried stubbornly to save their reputation, claiming that the Chromium could not be preserved, and he became the last victim of the attack. Chromium, stunned by such words, instantly recognized lies and rolled them for dishonesty. Ku immediately realized that it was only an attempt to hide his own betrayal, a fiction designed to justify the failure of the mission. Seeing the chromium of the whole and the unharmed, the guards and all those present were surprised. The truth came out, and the mercenaries were no longer able to hide their meanness and cowardice. An outraged Chrome boldly opposed guards and mercenaries, resolutely refuting the rumors of his own death from the paws of an armored bear. He stated that he had saved his life. Shock on the face of the guard and noticeable concern among mercenaries only emphasized the weight of his words. The sophisticated movement and gentle smile of Ku confirmed his words. Calmly holding the head of a fallen armored bear in his hands, he demonstrated the unconditional proof of his victory. Modestly introducing a carpenter, Ku could not hide true power, because this scene herself was eloquently indicated that he was far from a simple master of a tree. The spectacle struck the guards to the depths of the soul, instantly dispelling all the doubts about the words of Chromium. Seeing him alive and unharmed next to Ku, the guards lost each other. The story of the mercenaries was clearly not true. The situation was finally cleared. The voltage in the air increased when one of the guards sharply turned to the mercenaries and demanded explanations for their lie about the death of Chromium. Suddenly jumped and noticeably puzzled, the mercenaries were confused and began to be confused, looking for at least some reason for their actions. However, having met with undoubted evidence and a wave of distrust that have grown around, they never managed to find convincing words, emphasizing their own cowardice and falsehood. The witnesses of the scene, including the guards, have increasingly seen the true courage of the Ku and understood how much the mercenaries were lacking in honor, which only strengthened the authority of Ku as a person of worthy trust and respect. Chrome told the guard how the mercenaries left him for the panic, escaping before they decided to try to restrain the armored bear. He stressed that their cowardly escape almost cost him life. The guards, having listened to his story, immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Violation of the law by disrupting the task and causing people at danger was considered a serious crime in this country. Only by looking strictly, one of the guards reported that because of such a violation, he had nothing left but to arrest mercenaries. The mercenaries, who were left without choice and with fear in their views, were shabby and removed from the premises. Everyone exposed their false words and shameless courage. The guards and the locals were increasingly respected by Ku and City, convincing their honesty. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries, brought to despair and loss of self-control, exploded with shouting. He was bitterly scolding himself for his participation in this mission and categorically refused to apologize. His rage and selfishness became obvious when he began to indignate frantically. Observing this, Ku could not help but note the irresponsible and selfish behavior of mercenaries. Full of determination, he applied one of his abilities. A magical circle broke out in the air, from which a powerful, invisible force spilled. Suddenly, a bold attack immediately interrupted the words of the mercenary. Thus, it became clear, there will be no contests for such reckless behavior. At the decisive moment, it was Kook who stopped the mercenary, using a regular chair as a shield, and showed unbreakable determination and peace. When the mercenary tried to push him out of the road, Kook did not step away, meeting the opponent with his eyes full of hardness. His strict and unwavering expression clearly made it clear that he would not allow the mercenary to continue his selfish intentions. Ku, with a swing, pushed on a mercenary chair, skillfully applying his reinforcing skill. The power of the impact was so stunning that the mercenaries lost consciousness just in place. They powerlessly fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The bullet was surprised and unconcealed with a chair for the first time, realizing what incredible opportunities are in combination of abilities, even in such a simple object as this chair. The expanded CUO eyes were surprised. The audience was crazy when he overcame a B-class mercenary with one blow. The attendees could not hide the delight of the skill, because while the silence prevailed, everyone knew well about the formidable glory of the doctor as a perfect fencer. Blossoming with joy, the crowd picked up Ku, threw him high over his heads, so they expressed his admiration for him with unexpected and brilliant success. Going in a carriage, the hero plunged into thinking about everything that happened recently. Cook noted that it was a solid night from the outside, since it was interrogated by guarding a fight near the pledge. Suspications of the honesty of the Guild of Mercenaries did not leave him, especially after the part of the partner about recent problems that have grown in their benches. Unlike others, the adventurers had a reputation for a clearly ordered organization. CUO, remembering all the events, thought, although the path was quite difficult, he still managed to escape. The awareness came suddenly. Thanks to the support of Chromium, he managed to get safe to the city of Onan and no longer have to worry about the night. On the way to the Rim estate, the owner thanked Ku for help and insisted that he rest. Surprised and a little confused, and Ku was thinking about how the circumstances of his life have changed from the moment of arrival in this world. As soon as Ku crossed the threshold of the Roman mansion, it was struck by the magnificent wealth of this place. A huge estate grows before the eyes. A fountain that only emphasizes the luxury of this place is flickered at the entrance and inside. The staff lined up in a row, warmly welcomed with the words, "With return." With a sincere smile on his face, the Chromium was hospitably invited inside, and he, a little awkward, apologized for her unexpected visit. Cook was delighted to inspect the gorgeous rooms in the Lamb. Exquisite dishes, in particular the juicy fried chicken, stunned it with taste, and the hospitable room caused a real admiration. The room was reminiscent of a gorgeous hotel room, a soft bed, an exquisite interior, everything prompted a rest. Setting up with all the amenities, he thought about how much he ate today, and felt such a fullness of happiness that he decided jokingly thought, it is not necessary to return to modern life. Having delved into the memories of the past, Ku realized that neither pity nor attachment to his native world was left. Without a family and loved ones, even the idea of returning to Japan promised only the office routine that was waiting for him. The new world lured its charms. There were endless opportunities here, and real freedom prevailed. His heart was filled with the desire to go on a journey, to open new places, and to enjoy the adventures that the unknown world promises. In response to the words of Ku, he sincerely thanked him. Save his life, the company gives the month of free accommodation in its own hotel, guaranteeing the highest level service. Moved by this act, CFU thought how great it would be to go slowly in the city, relaxing in a cozy hotel, especially after lonely in the middle of mountain silence. Finally, he learned the truth. He was not the usual merchant, but the head of a huge corporation called Scarlet Company. In order to preserve memories of those times, it was transformed into a simple merchant. Meanwhile, Chrome was already thinking of conveying the case to his son. He considered acquaintance with the real gift of heaven to say goodbye to work. And Ku only modestly noted that it was nothing special, just some of his skills were appropriate. Chrome shared wisdom from Ku, noting, in fact, a big difference between getting beautiful cards and in order to be able to play them. He noted that many people are not able to use their own talents for the benefit, and praised CU for being able to reveal their abilities to the full. Especially emphasizing that it was Ku saved his life, Chrome prompted the guy to be proud of this act. Reflecting on heard advice, he dived into his thoughts, and in the meantime, Chromium noted that the path of revolutions was inaccessible to them. To register in the Adventurers Guild, because the guild letter serves as a person's certificate, facilitating travel around the world. He noted that with such skills as in Ku, to gain a high rank in the guild is a matter of time. Ku agreed, adding that he had already heard the same advice from an experienced adventure seeker earlier. Chrome advised to refrain from excessive politeness and wear armor when registering adventurers in the guild, because road clothing would give the impression of weakness. He thought where to get worried about armor, remembering how to wear a business suit. When the look came across a truly interesting opportunity, the guy suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Here it is." Ku, with inspiration, applied his skill, using everything he had at hand to evoke a new armor, and so, full of excitement, completed his work. When asked if he wanted to use it, the guy answered without hesitation. The armor gradually wrapped his body, immersing in a glow, which clearly emphasized the metamorphosis, and the amazing of this process caused him a true admiration. The new armor, created from the materials of the armored bear, was demonstrated with pride. Her strong steel base immediately caught her eyes, promising unsurpassed protection. The equipment not only reinforced physical strength and defense, but also sharpened the owner's hearing. Thanks to these features, the guy felt completely ready to take any calls on the path of a newly made adventure seeker. For the first time, an unknown figure, which immediately attracted the attention of all those present, stood in the guild of adventurers. A moment, silence reigned around, and all the views were invisible to him. The guarantee of adventures paid attention to his unusual, rare bear armor and immediately scraped with each other. The crowd also found those who already recognized the winner of the well-known mercenary at the city gate, and therefore the appearance of the newcomer only added tension and capture among those present. Ku went to the majestic guild with a confident step, and every movement clearly sounded in a spacious hall. The heavy bears of the armor on it immediately attracted the attention of all those present. They were surprised and respected. Somewhere on the side, someone is enthusiastically whispered with a fraction of distrust. The killer was bears. Ku decisively approached the guild rack, radiating calm confidence, and introduced himself to a newcomer in the world of adventure. The whispering instantly increased around. People think what its level and rank can be. Initially, the fear was read in their views, but gradually changed his true interest. Someone already assumed that they had a potential S-class adventure or even someone stronger. The secretary, noticeably native, shuddered when he turned to him. While the registration process lasted, light dizziness swept it, forcing him to quietly mutilate something under his nose. An unexpected wave of nausea swept it. Continuing registration in the guild, he attracted the look of the registrar, who smiled warmly, watching him carefully. In the guild, Ku met the administrator Milia, who shone with a friendly smile and cheerfully winked as a sign of greeting. Pointing to the stable information, she wondered if help needed. The surroundings were stunned by a newcomer, and Milia's energy seemed surprisingly contagious and bright. Remembering the advice of Crom, Ku politely asked about registering as an adventurer and carefully added that he was acting without formalities, as he was instructed. The guy's words immediately emphasized his sincerity and abilities. What Milia remained pleasantly amazed. The surprise engulfed Milia when she learned that she was seeking to become a registered adventurer. Considering his equipment, she decided that an experienced traveler from distant lands was in front of her. Cook immediately dispelled her doubts, sincerely confessing that only a beginner in this case. Her face was a smile. At the same time, her own hurry seemed to be awkward. After that, the woman told in detail about the registration procedure, extended him a form for filling in, and reported that the next step would be to take a practical exam. Without any objections, Ku took the questionnaire and immediately went to registration. Filling in the form, he did not refrain from the idea that bureaucratic frost seems to be the same in all worlds. When Mill watched the filled document, her gaze stopped at the column with the skills. There he wrote there, "I do not friends with complex things." Given his confident appearance and solid equipment, she perceived it as a joke. She wondered whether he wanted to take a practical exam immediately, but CUO replied that she would prefer to avoid fights if possible. It intrigued it. He asked with interest about the details of the practical exam, eagerly wanting to find out what trials were waiting for him. The tactical exam provided a duel with a mentor, a former adventurers of Adventure A, which in itself promised a serious test for the young man. She noted that this instructor is constantly boasting that he was stronger than an armored bear, so the future battle would not be an easy walk. The action is transferred to the underground training hall, where the exam should take place. Milia worked worriedly, asking if he was damaged, because other adventure seekers watched from afar, holding back their breath. Obviously, they were frightened by the clash with the mentor, who confidently stated that he was superior to even an armored bear. The girl hurried to reassure him, assured, "It is not necessary to win the instructor to test." The loss here was considered a common phenomenon. However, a real silence of expectations rose around. Everyone seemed to win Ku, complaining about the bear killer. Milia also did not hide her faith in the boy, claiming that he was in his victory. Having collected all his determination, he decided to fight the last forces, not allowing himself to lose his vigilance. A giant cypress hammer, weighing more than 100 kilograms, was easily rotated in his hands because thanks to the skill of force, any weight was disappeared for him, as if he did not exist. The powerful hammer in the hands of Ku rose up, and with incredible ease of air, impressed the audience. He expressed the opinion that the teacher from this fight is unlikely to be alive, and was sincerely surprised to see how a glorious bear avenger so easily manages with such heavy weapons. The instructor, the embodiment of an experienced veteran, was focused on the battle with Ku, casting a remark. No matter how strong it is, in the world there will always be someone more powerful. The self-confidence shone in his eyes, and the desire to demonstrate power only reinforced the tension. Ku was immediately alert, realizing that he could not afford a moment of relaxation. Both were already ready, determined to join the duel. Ku was confidently preparing for the practical exam, clamping a massive hammer. The excitement examiner gave a signal to the start of the duel. The instructor, with a decisive look, suggested that the attack start the attack first. A smile boldly rushed forward, clenching the hammer in his hand, and strongly attacked the instructor. The first on the offensive went a giant with a heavy hammer. He swung so powerfully that the air broke into a tight, heavy wind. The instructor, armed with a sword, tried to defend himself, but did not expect such a frantic force. This moment was caught by suddenly. As a result of a powerful collision, the fragments flew all the way, and immediately it became obvious how a huge abyss in force is separated by Ku and his opponent. Realizing that wide attacks were too predictable and Kudu would be easily avoided, the instructor decided to change tactics. Thinking about the situation, he decided to try another approach. Note that the blows of the Kuzul leave a lot of vulnerable places. He provoked the opponent to approach, skillfully evading the attacks with barely noticeable movements. Such sophistication is inherent only in the most experienced adventure seekers. Full of determination, stepped forward, despite the weight of the hammer, and stunned the mentor with his incredible speed and accuracy, despite the fact that he held such a heavy weapon in his hands. The teacher realized that he underestimated the ability of Ku. The unexpected maneuver of Ku froze him by suddenly. The player cleverly threw his hammer up, staring the enemy, and in the next moment he jumped to catch the weapon earlier than the instructor, and at the same time left the opponent defenseless. The instructor, noticeably surprised, could not but note the speed and accuracy at which this technique was performed, holding such a heavy weapon. The powerful collision of the Ku and the instructor shook the arena. The tension from their attacks literally hung in the air, forcing the audience to numb from grip. Milia, with friends, monitored with a duel with wide eyes open, struck by the power of Ku. Even the mentor himself realized the true danger of the moment, feeling the unwavering power of the blow. Another moment, and the fight would flash with new force, but suddenly someone intervened, decisively stating that this time it is enough and it was time to stop the fight. The tension subsided, leaving a wave of relief, and unbreakable determination and power became obvious to every witness of this duel. Miller raised his hand, officially announcing the winner. The admiration and surprise engulfed the audience when it became aware of his victory over the instructor. The crowd exploded with applause, recognizing the strength and skill of Ku, and since then he began to call the killer of bears. The recognition of the defeat was made from the instructor with a decent respect for the opponent, and Ku, without losing modesty, thanked him for the valuable experience and wondered if everything was fine. This victory was even more firmly entrenched in the glory of an unbreakable fighter among adventurers and audiences, clearly emphasizing his exceptional strength and unbreakable will. Instructor. The actor sincerely greeted the brilliant passing of the exam, emphasizing that his unusual use of the box of objects was a real surprise and testified to a unique view of his ability. He thanked CU for a new experience, recognizing how wide this world is and how many unknown techniques in it. After these words, the mentor shook his hand. He emphasized that he has high hopes for the future. At this point, applause and sincere greetings from other adventurers and Milia himself were raging. The well-deserved victory and outstanding skills of the CC aroused respect and admiration for all those present, strengthening his authority in this society. After receiving a guild card, CFU finally became a full-fledged adventure. Amazed by the force of Ku, which allowed him to overthrow the instructor with only one blow, Milio did not hide his admiration. She praised him openly, claiming that he was really endowed with great power. In response, Ku tried to remain modest, explained his success solely with skill, and insisted that he did not want to seem self-confident. Milia stretched a brochure with the rules of the guild, and with a fire in her eyes, suggested to explain in detail the most important points. Her passion was so surprised that he was even lost for a moment. Mil told in detail about the system of guild rank, which is divided into 7 levels from the lowest F to the most prestigious S. At this time, the Q has had the status of an F class. To increase the rank, adventurers must perform quests and eventually develop a reputation on the battlefield. Milia has also emphasized the cruel punishment for such actions as fake reports for the guild, betrayal of clients, or falsification of the guild card, and strictly asked Ku never to resort to such. The CMO immediately noticed. All this is reminiscent of a true game in which he greedily absorbed every new rule and restriction. Mill described in detail the benefits of raising B. For example, in the event of a trauma, cash payments are provided, and after the career you can even have to be calculated. She advised to set up to reach this level in the future to have such guarantees. Ku decided that it is best to focus on raising his rank. To begin with, Mahler suggested that he take a simple task, to collect a little grass neos. Milia said that the tasks of collecting neos grass were ordered by pharmacy guilds. This rare plant is used to make medicines and grows exclusively in places filled with monsters. For each found copy, promise a generous reward, 400 comms. It is worth noting that given the high demand for this medicinal raw material, the proceeds could be quite noticeable. In addition, Milia noted, because of the danger of this task, everyone who agrees has promised additional reward. Milia explained, since Ku is only a beginner in the gilding of the adventure, his first mission should be accompanied by a more experienced partner. At the same time, it was a great opportunity for her to get a new partner. Promising to help find free adventures, she confidently stated that her success is as much as 100% if you do not take into account the single failure. Such a determination was a lot of struck, and he did not hesitate to find her a worthy companion. Feeling relief from what managed to become an adventure seeker, he decided to thank the Chrome for his help as soon as such an opportunity. Not only was he led to the guild in his memoirs, but also the moment when the Chromium with confidence in his future prominent adventurer handed him as much as 80,000 comms. While he expected, Miller returned with the news. Supplies will be purchased from Scarlet, which guarantees absolute convenience in all issues. The gaze immediately fell on a figure with fire-brown hair, reminiscent of the flames of sunset, and his eyes sparkled like precious stones. Particularly attracted attention by unusual dragon horns. They added it to its image of true mysticism. With a fire in her eyes, Milia introduced a mysterious guest, Iris Nuta Fafnir, a legendary adventure S-Rang from the dragon tribe. Her admiration and respect for this outstanding figure were obvious. While Ku watched with interest, everything was happening around. A stranger with a burning look and confidence in every movement turned to Ku, calling him a killer of bears. With great interest, she introduced herself, Iris, the thinker of the rank S from the dragon tribe. Having straightened her shoulders and crossed her hands on her chest, she demonstrated a great experience and pride for her title. Kook solemnly introduced Iris, thanking her sincerely for having found time despite a tight schedule, and recognized how valuable it was for her support and advice. The realization that in the conversation involuntarily used a respectful language suddenly caused him a wave of shame. Irisa was surprised at first, but on her mouth a barely noticeable, smart smile appeared. She seemed fun or even sweet as she followed the formalities. She advised him not to be so restrained and to talk easier, because both of them are adventurers, and this circle does not require official ceremonies. The abominable Ku agreed, though in his eyes he was still shaking. Milia, with a smile, noted that he grew up among the mountains and hardly understood the usual social norms for all social norms. Iris thought about these words and realized that she was probably destined to become a leader in the new world. She was constantly thinking about how different her behavior is from human, and whether the reason lies in the fact that it comes from a completely different tribe. Iris, together with the satellite, discussed the next stage of the mission. It's time to move to the collection of intelligence. Frankly confessing to his own ignorance of Neos grass, Ku added that he had no idea where to look for him. Usually relying on the clues and guides during the games, he joked that he would take the same help, and now. Iris, with a supportive smile and a barely noticeable humor, noted that such careful preparation and thirst for new knowledge are quite inherent in a person with his talents, calling him an ascending star. Ku was a little confused under the pressure of the expectations, but Iris immediately encouraged him, advising her to prepare carefully for the sake of brilliant results. Ku studied the booklet carefully, which Milia passed to him before the task. It contained all the key information for the mission. Iris noted that everything necessary for success was recorded in these pages. The CMO quickly guessed that the first part of the brochure contained conditions for joining the guild, and then on the pages there was a valuable strategic information, a detailed description of the placement of resources in the surrounding areas. Stunned by detail, he noted that it is reminiscent of a true strategic guide. Milia proudly explained that she created this brochure on her own. Milia once worked at the guild headquarters in the royal capital, but the current head of the department invited her to help revive the branch in Onan. The unexpected news stunned Ku. It turns out that he was a favorite of Milia. Iris noted that it would be necessary to make friends with Milia, because in the future the girl, most likely, will become a head in the head office of guild. According to her, thanks to the current manager, the atmosphere and the organization in the guild have changed significantly for the better. Assessing how important it is to be alert, CFU noted that he needs to stock up on not only weapons and armor, but also other necessary things. So determined, the characters went outside the adventure to find the things they need. The CFU carefully collected everything you need. The lining was replenished with water bags, a torch, a chair, and a rope. Recalling his intention to put everything in his magical chest, he summoned a great surprise to Iris. She asked if there would be enough space for everything. Then he shared the news. His magic chest has no restrictions on volume. This news stunned Iris and caused even more admiration. During a conversation with Iris CUO, he mentioned that his box for objects has no restrictions in capacity. Such a wonderful phenomenon rarely happens because ordinary storage facilities have a strictly defined volume. Iris did not restrain surprise. Even experienced adventurers use magical artifacts that only slightly expand the capacity slightly, but what the CFU owned was going far beyond the ordinary. As an example, the girl gave a spear that always worn in a small bag. Various showing how magical artifacts are able to facilitate movement, he did not hide. In his stock there are other clean abilities which greatly expand the benefits. He especially emphasized the uniqueness of his set of skills. Ku, along with Iris, got a mysterious forest of cello. This is where their mission for the collection of Imosras starts. Studying local vegetation focused, Ku carefully sought the necessary herbs, checking with Iris whether they can be harvested. Finally, among the lush greenery, his gaze grabbed the same plant. Two heroes delved into the forest pits, where they were waiting for a difficult task. Ku and Iris collected grass neos, working side by side in the middle of the tree and moss. Iris warned that this plant has deep roots, so it is not easy to pull it out. It is only necessary to be banged, as the leaves will remain in the hands, and the root will remain in the ground. To these warnings, Ku answered with a smile, remembering that he took with him a special tool, getting ready for any difficulty. Applying magical ability, the guy skillfully pulled the plant out of the ground, creating a spectacular effect that Iris struck. She watched with curiosity, not hiding the surprise from how easy he wrapped the charm, solving the problem. QO brilliantly showed his skill, cleverly filling the box of objects with gray-green grasses neos. Telling Iris, he explained that he simply moved the plant directly to the magic box, which greatly simplified the harvest, did not have to dig it hand every time. Surprised by such opportunities, Iris immediately wondered how he succeeded. After answering, the hero explained the purpose of his magic repository. At this point, the benefit of his skills was particularly clear, because with their help, movement and work in the forest became much easier. Ku, along with Eris, did not stop exploring the forest in persistent searches. Instead, it was possible to come across a similar plant, a non-al grass. Its leaves were decorated with small red spots, which easily distinguished this herb from non-sheer grass. Ku noticed that these plants were located at a considerable distance from each other, so he had to move a lot, performing the task. Iris thought about his non-standard approach. At first, it seemed to her that he was mistaken with the choice of skills, but she soon recognized sincerely his way of using the ability was truly impressive. Subsequently, it turned out that the task was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. At that moment, CUO decided to apply its unique ability called the Eye of the Artist helps to instantly find the grass nail, greatly simplifying the search. After focusing, he activated the skill, and here in the forest immediately broke out a special radiance of several zones, clearly indicating the places where the necessary plants grow. This gift seemed to open the eyes, highlighting the necessary light and significantly speeding up the search. Thanks to the ability of the master, Ku instantly tracked the first area of grass, which greatly simplified the search for others. In about an hour, it was possible to collect the necessary 50 Neos can and hide them in their box with objects. Iris was fascinated by, even Milia would be stunned by the incredible speed and efficiency with which the events took place. Satisfied with their achievements, they were already going to return to the city, and suddenly they noticed how something had moved nearby. Unexpected sounds were raised in the forest, hinting that this place could already be occupied by someone else. Taking advantage of the short moment of rest after the task, CUO finally decided to ask Iris about the people of dragons. The girl immediately satisfied his curiosity. She said that the representatives of this people, the descendants of once powerful and huge dragons, which since ancient times were considered the owners of the earth. At first, the girl was a little hesitant, admitting that talking of this type was unusual for her, and eventually made it clear that he did not mind answering. Iris explained that the people of dragons are famous for its incredible endurance and incomparably long age compared to ordinary people. She confessed that despite all the benefits, most people avoid them. Fear pushes people to treat them like a stravisk. From this, there is an alienation and bitterness in the soul, because it is painful to constantly be the object of fear. Hearing this, Ku said in surprise that for the first time he hears how someone describes his own experience, and sincerely sympathized with Iris in her feelings. But in response, she just smiled, assured that she had not offended his question, although at first she felt some embarrassment. It gradually comes to him that his words truly touched her soul. The shy apology was sounded, but Iris only calmed him. They went on, and in their thoughts, the girl returned to the confession of a sincere envy to the people of dragons. The silence that enveloped them and the light wind emphasized this instant deep focus and the invisible connection that originated between them. On the face of Iris, a gentle and sincere smile blossomed. At this moment, her joy became truly tangible, and a new, deeper understanding emerged between the interlocutors. Kuk's smile in response became a warm distinction for her words and a common moment. Their exchange of views hinted at a gradual rapprochement, which only strengthened mutual respect and understanding. Milio was surprised to see it. The speed at which she coped with the harvesting of the Amasras was stunned. Wondering and barely believing her eyes, she accepted all 50 stems of this plant from his hands. Everything is fresh and intact, even with roots. She was convinced of the quantity and quality and could not but note his amazing diligence. Mill reported that she was preparing to report to the guild main office about an extremely effective way of collecting. And if his proposal is approved, additional rewards may be expected in the future. For successful completion of the task, she solemnly handed him a reward, 20,000 computers. Kuk Fanketers and Iris noted his skill, calling a new star, although the hero himself wrote down everything on the accident and a happy coincidence. The CFU was in front of a gorgeous hotel with exquisite Bikram furniture and immediately noted that this institution is clearly not for travelers, rather than a four-star hotel than a shelter for adventurers. Considering that a business suit is the best choice, he boldly moved inside in a strict dress. The luxurious room, which was kindly distinguished by his crimson, captured its rich decoration. The spacious luxury room on one of the upper floors of the hotel was even greater than that he had in Japan. I was amazed at what he saw. He thought about dinner, but the prices at the hotel's restaurant were too high. Then the hero decided to look at Guide and Gourmet from his guide, hoping to find a more affordable establishment. On the advice of a culinary guide, he visited the Kinkikumere restaurant, famous for his fried chickens. For dinner, which was perfectly complemented by exquisite wine, he enjoyed the taste of freedom, because recently, working on a dairy company, this could only dream of. Putting 750 koms for dinner, he raised the glass, noting the beginning of a new page of his life. Full of determination, he set up to be full during tomorrow's task. In the mountains of Fato, the hero was preparing for a new mission, full of determination and expectation. The task was to cope with 5 single wolves Erong monsters, which usually go hunting alone. The Adventurers Guild has set a basic reward of 20,000 commission for the task, and for each wolf hide brought an additional 5,000 commissions. Ku decided that this is a wonderful offer, a generous fee for a not-too-difficult test. After an hour of careful searches, the CFU was found to find 3 types of plants: emos grass, lily grass, and wet fungus. All these ingredients were famous for their healing properties. Neos grass combined with some ingredients showed medicinal properties. Lilium, rare foothills, was famous for the ability to neutralize the poisons, and wet mushrooms filled with light magical energy kept a lot of moisture. Thinking for a moment, the hero decided to use these ingredients to immediately prepare healing and cleaning elixirs. During the removal of the potion, they were in special water bags, and he immediately agreed to use the storage function. Ku invented the healing elixir. The drink was distinguished by an exquisite, refreshing taste, and yet gave a feeling of exaltation and accelerated the processes of recovery of the body. The first sip reminded him of the mint. A sharp, slightly cool shade immediately transferred to the memories of work, where colleagues constantly chewed mint pills so as not to fall asleep. Then he took the preparation of potions for detoxification, carefully focusing on the combination of the effects and taste shades of each mixture. Ku tested the created potion for detoxification, a means of instantly neutralized light and medium poisons, pleasing an exquisite aroma, which harmoniously combined acidic, sweetness, and gentle fruit shade. Swallowing the potion, it was pleasantly surprised. The taste resembled elite grape juice. Although the first impression suggested that the usual mouthwash, neither the effect nor the saturated taste bouquet left room for disappointment. Unexpectedly, he met with a lonely wolf that threateningly growing fangs and quenching, adjusting to the attack. The wolf slowly sneaked, straightening his back and taking a threatening position. At the same time, his eyes monitored every movement of the enemy. Watching the development of events, Ku felt dangerous in the air. Kismov in intense silence, squeezing the weapon as if it were his last protection. In response to his determination, the wolf released a deft rings, predatory and showing a ruthless luck. Completely concentrated, kept alert, every moment could be crucial. A serious, concentrated mask was frozen on the face, and the gaze was not distracted by the enemy beast, which was threatening opposite. Having thought about events, the character with a decisive look indicates that once the goal was nearby, he cannot lose such an opportunity. Gathering with his forces, the hero squeezes the sword in his hand, checks the rack. Every muscle is tense. The eyes carefully monitor the enemy's offensive. The formidable exclamation rises in the air when it evokes its skill, and a wolf with a frantic rage rushes forward. The heart beats in anticipation of collisions. The look is carefully catching every rapid movement of the predator. Moments, and the air destroyed the frantic exchange of blows. The wolf rushes forward with a threatening roar, and the hero instantly corresponds to agility and elusiveness. Singly evading and instantly rushing into the counterattack, it accurately causes a deadly stroke. The blade cuts the air and confidently reaches the hole, affecting the wolf with frantic force. A powerful blow throws it into the air, throws it down, and leaves a bloody mark. The warrior is inseparably monitored for the result, standing in place, while the victorious looks at the ground. It is time to collect the remains of a fallen wolf. Not allowing himself to relax even for a moment, the hero is surprised to notice the incredible sharpness of his blade. He thinks that if you can bring the skin, it will certainly bring an additional reward. Having looked at the battlefield, comes to the conclusion the opponents were not so dangerous. It remains to overcome 4 more, and the task will be completed. The alarming noise suddenly sounds, and it rotates rapidly on it. Feeling someone's presence nearby, the hero suddenly realizes that a few wolves will be poured around. It is surprised by such a company, because these predators usually hunt alone. What could make them get together? Suddenly, the wolves rushed forward, giving a fierce growl. The flock attacks at the same time. The hero suddenly reacts, but in a moment he issues a cry. Enemies surround him with a dense ring, arranging a crazy, coordinated attack. The realization that the conditions for activating the skills of automatic collection are fulfilled, the flash is in his mind. At the same time, there is a significant influx of vital forces. Health and magical energy grows. The body is filled with unusual power. And yet he notices the accumulated experience is enough to move to the 9th level. Having caught the situation with a vigilant look, he notices a wolf in front of him. Are you cooking for the next step? He has a deeper understanding of his own new opportunities. Automatic collection skill is activated by itself, depriving the hero of the need to waste time to raise the remains of the monster. Armed with a sword, he cleverly cleanses the path among a flock of wolves, causing accurate blows and watching how the skill carefully picks everything left after the defeated opponents. In his thoughts, she is unnoticed for thanks for such a convenient ability. Awareness of this greatly facilitates his path in battle. Strongly moving forward, he causes a rapid, accurate blow to the sword on the wolves that surrounded him. Focusing all of his energy in every movement, he applies roar strokes, forcing enemies to retreat. Despite a considerable number of wolves, each of them takes turns a warrior with a look full of intense focus, cleverly and accurately cutting through the battlefield. Noting how more wolves join the pack, the hero barely restrains annoyance due to the rapid growth of enemies. Inside, the question is, why so many of them? It is impossible to understand what happens. It seems that in one day the forest was filled with lonely wolves, as if someone had declared an action and gave out wolf fate to everyone. In the swing of the battle, he steadfastly holds on his feet, not stopping how many more enemies can appear. The constant alertness and willingness to meet a new wave of attacks does not leave it even for a moment. One decisive blow cuts the air, and the mighty wolf falls to his feet. With a loud exclamation, the hero declares his unbreakable determination to attach the rest of the strength to put an end to the battle. In this last duel, he has no doubt. The last enemy is in front of him, and the victory is already nearby. Winning the monster, the hero allows himself to exhale relieves. Fatigue is red on the face, and the look slides on the battlefield, which is finally free from danger. Moving away from the intense battle, the hero views his inventory, wondering the impressive number of bodies of lonely wolves that have been harvested. Recalling recent confrontation, he reflects on how horrifying army they appeared, although usually these animals avoid the company. Having realized all the unusual events, the hero firmly decides, as soon as he returns, he will inevitably notify the guild of everything that has happened. Preparing to leave the place of events, he suddenly notices new wolves hiding nearby. This unexpected discovery proves the danger has not yet passed. The vigilant look monitors the single wolf that appeared in front of him. Information that floats in his mind suggests that these predators prefer loneliness. But during the breeding period, pairs form, and then by carrying offspring, females begin to hunt for males. Having realized this, he finds a response to why the males of the wolves were so hurriedly fleeing. The situation is striking and knocking out of the panther, but despite confusion, the hero with relief confesses to himself that he is not guilty of what is happening. However, the appearance of wolf is disturbing and does not rest. Without the shadow of hesitation, he states that he will not be the victim of the insidious wolf, once again affirming his adamant determination. His lightning sword cuts through the air, and the enemy falls from a devastating blow. Having checked his updated characteristics, the hero with enthusiasm notices a significant increase in the level in just one day. Thanks to the accumulated points of experience, it reaches the 16th level, gaining an increase in HP, MP, and strengthening physical abilities. He thinks about his progress, feeling confidence in his own strength and his willingness to accept new challenges. The gaze directed into the sky is enthusiastically wandering down the clouds. Reflections on the further development of their own abilities do not rest. Will they continue to strengthen with each new level? The feeling of premonition covers it, because the thought of future growth fills the heart with inspiration. Choosing a cozy place near the lake, the hero thinks of a small break after dinner, allowing himself to restore the strength after a fierce battle that has just experienced. Approaching, he notices two young people. Notices both breathing hard, tired to the edge. In the alarming expressions of the face, he immediately asks if everything is fine. Young people, still embarrassed and barely translating after the experience, look at him. Perhaps feeling some relief because of the presence of a person capable of helping in a difficult situation, he seems like a cliff, an adventure of E. The man offers young people to turn to him simply, Ku. Surprised, the boys ask if he is the same who became famous for the battle with the bear, recognizing his armor. The CUO wondered if they were the victims of the attacks in the armor, but the young man hesitantly hesitated. Instead of answering, he suggested as soon as possible to descend from the mountain. The girl, full of anxiety, did not stay and asked what was really going on. In response, he stresses that the matter is completely different, leaving an unspeakable tension in the air. The heart is crazy with fear. The young man finally recognizes the creature with whom they faced. In front of him, a black spider, a huge monster who rushes at such an incredible speed that there is almost no time to breathe deeply. He explains that this monster is extremely dangerous and usually lives far from here, deep in the mountains. The girl, thinking about what he saw, notes, "Something strange is that such a creature appeared here." Both are strained, realizing how great the threat was, and the mystery of the unexpected appearance of the monster still does not rest. The vigilant Ku quickly realized these boys recently visited the Fato Mountains, competing for valuable trophies. A case that should seem everyday and unlikely. Even realizing the danger, young adventure seekers have dared to take the risk. But on their way there was a black spider, a creature with which beginners are best not to meet. They will still remember this meeting for a long time, retelling difficult experience. Occasionally, a desperate adventure finder, a lady dragon named Iris, who reached for help. Hearing about the emergence of such a powerful warrior, CFU does not restrain genuine surprise. Everyone is aware of how important it is to save young people. Young men explain that a black spider is a higher-rank monster that gives even more fear than an armored bear. They confess that they remained in the debt to Iris because it was she who saved her life. The girl sincerely thanks for his help and hopes that this time they will finally be able to get out safely. Stunned by the courage of Iris, he thinks whether she is alive after the danger experienced. Despite the glory of the dragons as creatures that prevail people by force, anxiety for the fate of Iris does not give him rest. Ku is looking forward to the youth where they came across a black spider and feverishly insists that they immediately bring him to this place. Confidently declaring his intention to find Iris, he insists that the rest would immediately return back and keep away from this dangerous place. The worried girl pleases to take care of Iris instead, and the young man agrees to seek help from the guild. Despite the warnings of others who try to stop it, warning about the danger, Ku insists. He does not think to compete with the spider on his own. With firm determination, he goes in search of Iris, full of desire to help her. The young man confesses that he is not able to restrain Ku, especially now when he has already decided to help. He only asks not to admire and be careful. In addition, it reminds that the spiritual conductor repeatedly protected them at dangerous moments. The worried girl is genuinely prayed to bless the spirits and gods in his journey. Full of determination, Ku confirms his intentions, persistently asks Iris to wait a little and confidently heads forward, while the boys escorting him with his views full of hope and anxiety. Ku, breathing in the fast running, rushes through the forest without taking his eyes off the goal. In full swing, he activates the hearing enhancement system in his bear armor, exacerbating all the sensations. By giving himself extraordinary sensitivity, Ku tensely captures every rustle, in search of the smallest sound that Iris or Black Spider could be published. Preparing for the inevitable fight, he moved forward, focused on the limit. Ku was rapidly rushing towards the danger, passionately believing that Iris was still alive. Having delved into his own reflections, he suddenly realizes that he always considered himself calm and collected. But now this belief seems false. Strange anxiety squeezes the heart. Maybe he has already met someone who is able to evoke such feelings. The idea that it can arrive late does not rest. However, belief in Iris overcomes doubts. If it is, then everything will be fine. Strengthening in his determination, he even more fiercely seeks to find it unharmed. A barely catchy echo in the distance, and by mine is instantly alert, sensitively catching every nuance of the surrounding sounds. However, suspecting that someone has come from afar, he fades and stifles around, seeking to determine exactly where this sound came from. Silence lasted for a long time. The unknown noise broke peace, and without hesitation, the hero goes to find out where he comes from. Feeling that it could be an important hint to the location of Iris, full of determination, he rapidly moves in the direction from where that strange noise was heard. Without distracting from the search, Ku reaches the destination already at sunset. On the ruins of the devastated place, the hero suddenly stops, fascinated by a horrible picture that unfolds in front of his eyes. The look slides on the wreckage and ruptured ground. There is an impressive picture of destruction before the eyes. He thinks that the spider's blackness could leave such a trace, because it seems that something truly gigantic had passed here. The heart is crazy in the chest. Consciousness is tensely captivated the slightest movement. The danger can be hidden quite nearby. Among the ruins, his gaze grabs a silhouette that lies just in the middle of devastation. The heart was crazy as soon as he recognized Iris, that he was lying on the ground with a powerless shadow, wounded and exhausted. A desperate cry escaped from his mouth. He rushed to her, trying to evaluate how seriously everything is. Iris lies without a sensation. Breathing is barely catching, but she is alive. This news briefly brings relief, but at the same time prompts him to act immediately. For a moment, the relief envelops the heart, but in a second he is disturbed by the thoughts. Where did the black spider go? Sussing a possible trap nearby, it moves cautiously, causing the slightest hints of danger. Suddenly, the land under the feet of Treacherous begins to settle. Cuo only in the last moment realizes that the local soil is dangerous. Thanks to the lightning reaction, it bounces back, almost not falling into the trap, and now stresses a new danger. Finally, a black spider appears before his eyes, and a monster of the highest class, which demonstrates his insidiousness, using Iris as a living bait for new victims. Studying the creature, it notes its agility, magic resistance, and poisonous hemp canines, realizing the danger of such an opponent. The black spider, angry, makes it clear that the next attack will be merciless. Meanwhile, Cool focuses and prepares for a decisive clash with this formidable opponent. The speed of the black spider is striking. He finds himself on the verge, barely staring to react to a rapid throw of the monster. Having prepared for battle, he realizes that this creature is extremely clever and dangerous. A decisive look illuminates his face. He activates the skill of agility, strengthening his stable and achieving incredible accuracy in his own sword. When the spider is increasingly aggressive, Ku concentrates its energy, preparing to strike an accurate and devastating blow. By resorting to full concentration and standing on his feet, he rushes to an attack on a black spider, releasing all power in a decisive fall. Fast, accurate blows sword cut the air. Ku does not look from the monster for a moment. Every movement is full of determination and frenzy. The spider responds, and Ku avoids strokes with impressive skill, without missing any opportunity to answer even more powerful cases. The fierce match continues. Attacks and protections merge into a crazy dance of the struggle of life and death. However, with every moment, he understands more and more. His blows leave on a black spider only scratches, without causing serious harm. The disappointment squeezes the jaw. How difficult it is to break through the defense of this Strauss. Without casting a look from the battle, the edge of the eye is noticed by Iris, which still moves in a distance motionless. Anxiety for her only enhances his determination to end his battle as soon as possible, because there is almost no time for salvation. Having collected all your willpower, Ku is preparing to put a point in this battle and once and for all overcome the monster. He rushes rapidly at the black spider, attacking with determination that overwhelms his entire nature. But a terrible enemy responds instantly to this desperate attack. Relating a wild cry, the spider strikes a powerful stroke. Ku in confusion retreats without expecting such an attack, and acute pain causes him to compress his teeth and strain all strength to resist. He tries to hold on to his feet, desperately, but a fierce pressure on a black spider puts him on the border of defeat. A powerful blow makes him gather all his strength to stay. The CFU finds himself on Earth, but quickly realizes that raising the level and protection of armor rescued him at this decisive moment. The pain penetrates the body, and despite it, it is trying to get up. Notices the maple sword fell out of his hands during a fight. Determination covers him, without delaying herself, because he understands that only armed can resist the black spider and become a shield for himself and Iris. Suddenly, something invisible connects him by shaking every movement. In vain trying to understand what happened, he looks around and notices sticky spider web holds him firmly in captivity. Stunned, the hero thinks for a moment if he has fallen into the web and quickly understands. A black spider uses his abilities to hamper his movements, and the situation is becoming more dangerous. Having collected all his will in his fist, CUO feverishly looks for a way to release before the monster again strikes. The awareness came suddenly. Ku was captured by a black spider, motionless in strong, sticky tenets. All his desperate attempts to break out were broken into the unbreakable power of the web. Every minute, the situation was only complicated. The gloomy spider slowly crawled closer, threateningly humming. The feeling of inevitable danger was squeezed, forcing you to feverishly look at least some way to escape until it was too late. Treaty and desperately, he tries to keep peaceful, focusing on the search for a way out, his life on the final border. Watching the black spider is getting closer, he brightly imagines how deadly his poison can be if he enters the blood. Suddenly a brilliant idea flashes in your head. He was mentioned as he had just arrived. He put a whole cypress tree in his box of things. Caring for the memory of the past, he decides to use the found artifact as a possible key to salvation from a difficult situation. Ku is bold from the idea to action. The dazzling outbreak accompanies the appearance of a cypress tree, which is selectively released from his magic box. Instant transformation, and a formidable bear emerges from the wood. A real confrontation was tied between him and the black spider. An unexpected maneuver finds a monster by surprise. It recedes, giving out a scream of surprise and rage when the tree suddenly stops his offensive. Distraction through a tree gives a chance to escape from the web, and it does not let this opportunity. The intention to continue the battle only strengthens his determination, and Ku strains all strength to be released. When the desire for escape eventually becomes a reality, relief overwhelms it. Managed. The guy thinks of not only hid the tree in the box of objects, but also cleverly assembled the web threads. He lifts his eyes. The unexpected maneuver stuns the black spider, and he fades with surprise when the books with a slight ridicule emphasizes his victory. A little trick allowed him to take the initiative. Ku immediately understands. Any object he touches, without problems, gets into his hiding place. This discovery gives him a decisive advantage right now. Among the wreckage on the floor, he notices a spear of Iris. It is these weapons that can finally change the course of the battle. Gathering all his determination, Ku firmly squeezes the spear, feeling the responsibility and power of Iris. Armed with a weapon and a wooden sword in the other hand, he is preparing for a decisive clash. It is time to put an end to the monster and protect the dear people. Lifting the Iris spear, Ku is full of unwavering courage to look into the eyes of a black spider. A powerful battle cry breaks out of his chest. He calls for the help of the teacher. desires the strength to defeat the creature that appeared before him. Begged in the battle rack and squeezing both weapons, the hero is preparing to stand up in a decisive confrontation, which is determined to protect the most expensive and overcome the formidable monster. Ku is watching. Despite the massiveness of the spear, the black spider manages to dodate well from each attack. Sluned with a new understanding, the warrior is aware that there is not enough sword to win. Having erupted with fresh determination, he emphasizes, the sword is not his only weapon. Gathering all his power, he confidently takes the spear, preparing for a decisive blow that he may be putting an end to this duel, and finally gets the monster. End. With effort, he flies up and drives the spear right into the body of a black spider. From a powerful blow, the monster breaks on to a painful cry, barely holding back the pain. The struggle is coming to an end. Kook remains unwavering without losing control of the situation. Carefully, the spider, distorted by pain, recedes, screaming in despair. Ku shifts the spear so firmly as it is his last chance, and with one decisive disturbance, cuts the black body of the monster, demonstrating unwavering courage. The young man's face reads iron determination and unbreakable willpower to defeat the monster. The spider retreats even more from the impact, but it does not go out of place. It leaves the road to retreat only to the enemy, and he is ready to fight until he protects those who entrust him with his lives. The black spider, the last devastating stroke. The sword with a devastating force cuts the monster in half. The spider is shrilling in pain when the paws are broken under the unrestrained pressure of the attack. The battle is approaching its culmination, and the determination and focus of the CU only grow. Without lowering your hands, Alert carefully monitors every motion of the monster, trying not to miss any details. Carefully monitors, the black spider in vain tries to escape from the trap. However, it will not allow the monster to break free. Looking at his path and remembering the impatience that once held back his strength, the hero realizes that the moment has come to show true power. A decisive look, he challenges. The monster does not escape. At a moment when he is preparing to strike the last decisive blow, he rushes to his victim. Ku causes a devastating blow to a black spider. He shouts in despair, in vain trying to defend himself, but inevitably takes a blow. The last jerk proclaims, the end of the monster has come. Demonstrating the steadfast determination to finish the battle, the final powerful blow to the black spider. A powerful roar breaks silence. From his blow, the object cracks in half. Looking at the battlefield, he carefully evaluates the consequences of the fight. Inhaling deeply with relief, the defeated spider fades still. That's where the fierce confrontation ended. Victory brings not only pleasure, but also a new experience. The level is increasing, physical abilities are significantly improving, and the supply of health and mana is increasing significantly. To all, a new skill is opened in front. The impression is like a map from another world. However, thoughts do not allow you to get hung up on this. Now it is not time to be distracted. All his attention is drawn to Iris, which is seriously injured on the ground. Ku quickly runs to Iris and leaning, convinces. The girl is still alive, but her breathing is difficult and fragrant. Without a second, he undertakes first aid immediately. Powerful healing. Using a highly efficient elixir with reinforced regeneration and lightning speed, it carefully imposes it on the wounds of Iris. Holding his breath, he watches carefully, hoping that it will help and manage to save her life. After the healing potion comes into effect, the light glow envelops the body of Iris. Its wounds gradually tightened and the injuries disappear. Breathing gradually leveled, and finally the eyelids trembly. Signs of consciousness are becoming more clear. Iris's eyes open, and she tries to warn over a black spider. However, he just smiles calmly and assures the monster is no longer a threat. Smiling gently, she wonders if she is still concerned about something in her body, expressing her concern for her condition, even in such a difficult situation. Iris is enthusiastically monitored how he always thinks of others, even in the most critical moments. She confesses that her body still pulsates the poison of a black spider paralysis that hammers her legs and does not allow them to move. Even when she was on the verge, aura of death envelops the space. Carefully stretches the Iris vial with potion against the poison, carefully supporting it as it swallows the healing drink. Watching her with a vigilant look, He asks if she is able to speak now. Iris is surprised to confirm that the poison has really disappeared. The state of health has been amazingly improved, and it considers the action of the potion simply incredible. Appreciation. Iris is warmly confessing that he really saved her. Now she feels deeply obliged to him. The shadow of the abyss flashed on his face. Having lost a little, hints that one day she could invite him for dinner, as a thank you for help. Iris, with a playful smile and a wicked look, is immediately interested in whether it is not an invitation. The unexpected turn of the events knocked him out of the track, leaving stunned and without words. Iris tries to discharge the situation with a joke, although honestly recognizes that such moments are not easy for her. She apologizes, confessing that she feels exhausted and doubts if she can go on. Noticing this, CUOs to support it, and together they prepare to return to the city. By showing care of her condition, Ku carrying his heiress on her arms, she admires enthusiastically that he managed to overcome a black spider on his own, a creature that could soar anyone. However, he confesses that at that moment he only thought about how to protect Iris, putting her safety higher than her own fears. Iris, genuinely surprised, looks at Ku with admiration, moved by his dedication and courage. Ku continues to bear Iris, and she, more and more passionate about his courage, feels awe in her heart. Lowering her head, she hides her face from prying eyes. In a quiet, barely audible voice, she utters a short but sincere, "Thank you." The intrigued CFU is interested in what happened, but Iris is only waving, nothing special. Their path continues in the forest silence, where the air is imbued with an invisible thread of mutual gratitude and silent understanding. After a grueling journey, the Kutch finally gets to the destination, carrying Iris on his back and smiling noticeably. In his gaze there is pleasure. He rushes friends with joyful exclamations, greeting arrival. Friends are rapidly approaching him, pleasing his name, Kusan. The relief and genuine joy are reflected on their faces. They are convinced that Ku and Iris are goals and unharmed, and are preparing to celebrate the return of the team after a tense and dangerous mission. The return of Kook after a dangerous mission is welcomed. Friends surround him, overflowing with relief that he and Iris have remained unharmed. With sincere congratulations, he is thanked for winning a black spider and expressing pride for his courage. One of the companions, smiling, jokes about how well he coped with the task. A barely noticeable smile appears on the face of Ku, and he quietly says, "I came back." When asked about the first step after returning, he hesitated between the report on the task. However, friends jokingly pushed him first to go to the bath and sit for dinner, showing genuine care and warmth after his grueling trip. In the spacious hall of receiving the adventure guilders, a lively atmosphere prevails. Kuo was preparing to present his report while Iris was resting. But suddenly the administrator, holding his gaze on him, suddenly confessed that she wanted to share one of his secrets with him. It struck CFU and his curiosity stirred up. She demonstrates a guild certificate, and his vicious look immediately captures something suspicious. The fingers of the girl, who intentionally conceal her true age, add even more mysteriousness. Now the hero is quite intrigued and begins to suspect that everything is clearly not so easy here. With an unexpected smile, the administrator reveals his true position. It turns out that the hero faces not just an employee, but the deputy head of the Guild of Adventurers. Few people could count on such a rock. She explains that the manager is currently on a business trip, so all the control levers are now in her hands. In addition, her work receptionist is just a cover for outsiders. She confesses that he actually gets pleasure from helping others, and gladly uses the chance to be near the brave adventure seekers. The CUO is surprised to learn about its high status, not even knowing what an important role lies on her shoulders. The assistant of the leader of the guild sincerely thanked Ku for his courage in the battle with the black spider, recognizing that many people would have died without his intervention. She also frankly confessed. She discovered her true person before the pile as proof of sincerity and expressed gratitude on behalf of the Onan brand. Ku modestly points out that he does not consider help and did it with pleasure. Kuo begins his story at the moment as he left the guild. Warning that it will be a long story, it shares the experiences and trials, including a meeting with a flock of lonely wolves. Interested in the strange behavior of the wolves, the helper of the head of the guild thinks aloud about the possible unknown features of these creatures. She decides to immediately inform the guild central office of this alarm. Usually wolves do not behave so. By revising the history of conquest, the surprised assistant learns that he has won 2048 enemies on his own. Surprised, she doubts who really is, hinting that he is much stronger than it seems. However, Ku only calmly replies, which remains itself. Hiding true surprise, she tries to keep calm. In the meantime, CFUs are asked how he managed to overcome the poison of a black spider, because it still does not exist known from it. The magician tells how he prepared the healing potion in advance and gave it to Milia. He left the rest of the elixir glass in the guild so that the alchemists could try to reproduce the antidote from the deadly poison. Mill reports that a meeting will take place in the office of he and Branch tomorrow, and his merits were allowed to get raising in an adventurer rash this night. She adds that about 5 million comms are promised for a black spider, and those who can overcome the monsters of rank A or higher can receive a considerable reward. Ku is in surprise, hearing about such an impressive amount. 5 million! There is doubt whether it is not too much. Milia explains, usually for such a task, collect a team of assaults of rank A, and the award is then divided between all participants. Remembering his arrival at the city gate, Kook remembered how many desperate adventure seekers gathered to save beginners who were in trouble. While thinking, Ain cannot get rid of the idea of how Iris, risking her own life, rushed to them. An unknown wound of a girl also does not give him rest. Milia assured that the Guild of Adventurers always appreciates good deeds and will certainly reward Eris for her courage with a generous distinction. While Mill is focusing on the report, CFU has relieved his breath, mentally rejoicing in the long-awaited rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Jai-sen turned to him. Jay's son is passionate about Ku, noting that to conquer a black spider alone is a real feat that happens only once a century. Such words are introduced into mild embarrassment because it is not used to sincere praise. Jays wondered if he had free time now, and heard that he was about to dine somewhere in the city, and then return to the hotel. Hearing this, Jays came to life significantly, and with a characteristic glitter in his eyes, suggested an idea that immediately intrigued. Meanwhile, a crowd of excited voices announces the arrival of the main character of the day near the Kinovmar restaurant. CUO is met with triumph adventurers, complaining by the killer of the bears and jokingly adding, "Maybe it is worth calling a murderer of spiders?" The atmosphere is filled with admiration, and eagerly, they are waiting for a hero, honoring his feats with honor. Ku, though not too smart in drinks, cannot refrain from overall and joins fun toast. The holiday is raging, laughing everywhere, a friendly brotherhood prevails. By the end of the evening, some of the comrades are already experiencing the influence of drinks. One of them, barely holding on, recognizes his defeat and murmurs that he is no longer able to lift the glass. Sitting at a table with a drink in his hands, he thinks that this city gradually wraps it, as if it is a local one, as if it belongs to the local ones. The clock arrows stubbornly indicate a late hour. The celebration has been delayed for a long time. It is at this moment that Iris enters the room, suddenly notices its appearance. He is welcome, markedly surprised by the fact that she has already risen and cheerfully behaves. With the advent of the virus, all attention is instantly drawn to it. While the adventurers were vividly discussing how people treat dragon making, the girl thought, perhaps there would be a way to change something for her. It is mentioned that it was Iris who saved everyone from a black spider. Meanwhile, one of the comrades is trying to wake up. Adjusting him to wake up, Iris is already approaching. The general surprise reigns around. Iris is sincerely thanked by the adventurers, expressing gratitude for her bold deeds that day. Suddenly, the focus, Iris looks somewhat confused and even embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ku, confidently holding the glass, takes over the initiative. In a loud voice, he turns to the views of all present, thanks Iris for her efforts, and invites him to make his company for the drink. At first, the girl hesitates, but eventually agrees to the offer. Raising a glass, Kook solemnly proclaimed that he was not only a real hero of that day. He told how Iris dared to stand on his way to a black spider to save other adventurers, noting her courage and deserving sincere applause and admiration. Ku lifts a glass in honor of Iris's courage, admiring her courage in the face of danger. The passionate adventurers do not hide their surprise, and Iris, jumping suddenly, looks like an honor from this respect. When the glasses rise up, all present shouts a toast in one voice. Lifting a glass in honor of the courage of Iris, Shire barely restrained emotions. In the soul, joy is raging through the recognition and acceptance given to the girl by his comrades. The hidden hobby ball is watching this, secretly hoping that from now on Iris will be able to truly become part of their community. 10 days have passed since the celebration. Life in Onai has become familiar to the CFU, although it has implemented a few changes at his discretion. One of the first is his position in the Travelers Guild. Milia, with enthusiasm, reports a lightning increase. CFU passed 2 rank at once, with F to D, almost instantly. The girl does not restrain the admiration, considering such a career as a real record. Usually lifting from E to F takes several days, and the road to D is stretched for years. To climb C, it is not enough to simply win monsters of the same class and collect trophies from them. The hero will also have to accomplish special tasks in the city. Such urban missions cover everything except purchases and require ingenuity even during ordinary affairs. In the guild, he is already waiting for a local guy who, when he saw the hero, welcomes him with a loud, "Brother Bear!" At the point of issuance of tasks, he is informed that today's city mission is to help in Kinkimeta. Linder, reflecting the apron, thinks about how he is still accustomed to the manner of communicating adventurers. Because of the rack, the man assures that there is no need to stay officially and calls Linder to take up the preparation. Linder is preparing to go to a culinary battle by wearing an apron from the skins of a lone male wolf, a unique trophy with the properties of the Master Chef V, clean hands and the effect of washing. Despite the fact that in Japan he never stood near the plate, now his determination knows no boundaries. Its appearance instantly attracts attention. A harsh-like grandmother of Okami saint, who is better not to drain. The verse brings his eyebrows, and a lively and cheerful novice bride welcomes Linder with enthusiasm. Linder is amazed at his culinary skills. Thanks to the Master House 5 skill, he lightly and neatly cuts meat and vegetables. A couple of viewers, fascinated by watching his work, does not restrain the enthusiastic applause. After completing the training, he sends all the ingredients to the pan with focus and determination, seeking to create the perfect dish. Meanwhile, Linder ties a new sandwich from the Kinkomer menu, which is being offered today for lunch today. Stunned by Linda's lightning work, the store manager offers her an additional reward for a perfectly completed task. During the meal, Linder shares the desire to share this recipe with the management of his company. The passion manager picks up the idea, emphasizing that hard work deserves a generous reward, once again emphasizing the importance of valuable work. Linders were called to help expand the city walls, as labor was lacking in the locals among the locals. Due to the growth of the population and the neglect of the old walls, the authorities decided to demolish some areas and carry out a large-scale reconstruction. The work management was entrusted with the dwarf supervisor, an energetic craftsman who is known for his skills in craft, in particular in Kowalsk. Hoping for support and hard work, he approaches Linda. Meanwhile, Linda is not hesitant to clear a pile of construction debris. Due to his skill, he instantly places all stones and debris to the magic chest for objects, and the workers around the applause explode. After completing this part of the task, Linder goes to the east side. Linder goes to the city where the dwarf workshops are located, with tireless perseverance to continue their duties. Having taken on the task, he quickly delivers construction bricks to gnome shops. Local masters, noticing its responsibility and speed, enthusiastically invite Linder to raise a glass in honor of the common cause. But, with a smile dismissing the offer, he explains, the mission has not yet been completed, to suspend work early. After that, the hero goes to the guild to report the task. After completing the report, he receives a reward to his account, finally closing the missions of this day. Linder finishes all things when Iris is approached if he has completed his job today. Hearing the confirmation, she at ease proposes to dine together, emphasizing that the decision remains. Linder, stunned by such unexpected simultaneous freedom of both, thinks for a moment, but his reaction testifies he does not mind spending this evening in her company. At dinner, Linda notes that Iris has recently invited him to a common meal. Once upon a time in his youth, he would take such attention. She chooses a cozy restaurant and offers to taste stew from beef. Dinder with a grip tastes the dish, noting its exceptional taste, while Iris is interested in the cause of his visit to the city. All this happens simply for dinner. Linder unobtrusively asked Iris that brought her to this city. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell her mission. Goras shared rumors of a grand underground city, which was allegedly hidden under the Oni, filled with the ruins of a mysterious ancient civilization. Having gone to these ruins, she is determined to solve all the mysteries of this mysterious place. According to legend, in ancient times here, once upon a time, this continent was a focus of extremely developed magical civilization. People of that time lived in abundance and did not know the disaster on the part of demonic animals. Modern researchers put forward theories of the legendary underground city near Onan, the inheritance that remained after that lost era. Although majestic civilization has long disappeared, its traces can still be found throughout the earth. The protagonist learns that Iris is searching for a lost civilization of antiquity. The idea seems to him extremely exciting. He notes that in stories about other worlds, you can often come across the remains of highly developed civilizations and even a powerful weapon hidden in ancient ruins. Although he is unknown to him, there are some tips at his disposal. Among them were poems and ancient documents which mentioned the lost city. Iris is enthusiastically confirmed by its interest. In her look, she reads how important these searches for her. The protagonist demonstrates the cartographic plan of the terrain Iris, pre-noting that the function of automatic compilation of the card is currently off. Interested, Iris asks a strange card. The young man proposes to consider it together, and the girl agrees, trying to find out what secrets she can hide. The CUO is noticeably hesitant, but Iris is immediately interested in what happened. He assures that everything is fine, and together they pay attention to the card again. Hearing Iris's questions about the location of the underground city, Kuo thinks that if this shelter was so easy to detect, everyone would already know about him. But suddenly, their attention is attracted by the mark on the map. A clear marking indicates the entrance to the underground city near Zero, which is lost among the trees of the Forest of Greetings. Concerning the map community, QO is hesitant. Can she trust, because by prompts, the exit leads simply into the very thicket of the Forest of Cello. It seems that the impressions overwhelm it when they are aware. An underground city is found. Iris is interested in the idea, intrigued, and she supports. A place is really worth the study. Suo proposes to investigate the next day, and they decide to explore the surroundings together. Following the map, the Iris with the satellites found themselves in the Forest of the Cello. They are convinced that somewhere there should be hiding the entrance to the underground city. Having looked at the outskirts, Ku does not notice anything suspicious. Both stopped in amazement. Before them, an empty space, no hint at the expected entrance. The CUO looks around, remembering the equipment that is made from the materials of a black spider, including a glove with magical absorption. However, even this wonderful property will not be needed here. The two of Iris, they go in search, reflecting whether a hidden door or a cunning mechanism is hidden in the rock. The vigilant Ku notice something unusual in the wall. Despite the newly purchased force, the stone remains inviolable. Iris suggests trying to use it. Thanks to the repository skill, the hero skillfully hid the stone in his magic box, instantly freeing his way forward. Encouraged by this idea, CUO decides to listen to her advice. CU, with the help of Item Box, skillfully removes the stone. Together with Iris, they come across a mysterious door. Finally, the long-awaited entrance to the underground city opens. Iris notes that from the material of the door flowing pleasant heat, thinking, not made of oracle, a legendary substance known for its unique properties. Ku and Supra listen carefully to her assumptions. Earlier, they have already encountered something similar, so now a familiar anxiety pierces the air. Who would have thought that a little unexpected is hiding behind this door? Their attention is focused on a bizarre door handle that intrigues and lies to try to open the passage. It is at this moment that a mysterious inscription manifests itself on the surface. Ku is concentrated, trying to decipher the message, and thinks, is it a sign of promoting spirits? The mysterious voice announces the completion of the status and welcomes Kukak, calling it a newly arrived in the underground city, number 0. The message then states that in order to evaluate the possibility of granting the rights of the Master Kou, the appropriate application should be submitted. The preliminary trial should begin. Suddenly, Iris notices something behind and exclaims with fright, ordered to look around. The bright glow of the magical circle cuts the darkness, notifying the beginning of the test. Orachachumsky Gol, an ancient huge combat vehicle created by magic, is emerged before Ku and Iris. His body is densely covered with armor with orobacum, which gives it a threatening appearance and incredible strength. In the depths of his eye, a firing laser gun shimmer, an undeniable sign of a terrible enemy. Ku and Iris are preparing to repel Orahulk Galk. Having determined the target, he begins the liquidation procedure. On the side, a noticeable stress observation is obviously not easy to cope with the creature created from the Orchark. The voltage in the air increases when the goal comes closer, getting ready to strike. Iris is confidently lifting the spear, deciding to become a bait in a moment. She orders to flee, taking on all the danger. Recalling a meeting with Orahulkum Golem, she tells how 20 adventurers of the rank and barely managed to overcome such an opponent. Iris is well aware that their chances are extremely scanty, because this goal is a threat of S rank, more dangerous even with a black spider. Kook turns to Iris, making it clear that the escape does not seem to be the best solution for him. He adds that the final retreat decision will be made later. However, now the thought of throwing someone for their own salvation left an unpleasant sediment in the soul. He squeezes the weapon more firmly, preparing with Iris to repel Orakokum Golem. Eris, along with that, try to evade the attack of Golem, who releases a powerful magical ray in their direction. The collision of a laser with the ground turns it into a completely destroyed territory, leaving a devastation strip. Looking closely, KU reflects on the force of attack and imagines the consequences of a direct laser hit. It comes to Gol's magic beam. Therefore, this creature strikes the magical power. The hero instantly develops a strategy and suggests his eyes can be a weak place of the golem, the only part of the body not protected by the Oricarch. Turning to Iris, he is wondering how she managed to overcome a similar creature earlier. Iris warns immediately, noting that the laser is extremely dangerous, to approach too closely equivalent to death. The volitional position is taken by Ku, firmly stating Iris, this time he will become a shield, taking on all the strokes of the golem. At the same time, he rests on the fact that Iris will be able to disable the creature's eyes, their revealed weakness. Insis encourages, the victory in this battle will prove that her power is not inferior to the experienced adventurer rank A. Filled with determination, both prepare for a common attack. Ku, with unspeakable determination, rushes forward, becoming an inviolable shield in defense of Iris. The golden flame breaks out of his eyes in the form of a mighty laser, purposefully and with exceptional skill, aiming at the enemy. Raising the sword, Ku confidently reflects the blow, skillfully directing energy to the side. A powerful blow covers his wave of strength, and he barely has time to keep the defense. The rapid course of events does not slip away from the Iris. She monitors the situation closely and understands the incredible threat of Goloma. She is intensely waiting for the right moment to fight and defeat in his most vulnerable place. Meanwhile, it is courageous, winning a chance for her for a decisive blow. Thinking about tactics, he realizes that the property of his gloves, created from a black spider material, can give preference. Thanks to the ability to absorb magic, Ku decides to draw a laser shot of Goloma to redirect this destructive energy and protect not only himself but also Iris. With a confident smile on his face, Kun is convinced that his plan will work. Iris is passionate about his actions with admiration and surprise, noticing the determination and ability to adapt quickly, even before such a powerful opponent. Ku even more absorbs the laser with its glove, withstanding the frantic pressure of the attack, and at the same time, skillfully opening the vulnerable place for the counterattack. Lighting out Iris, he orders her to act immediately. The girl immediately understands the seriousness of the situation, instantly rushes forward with incredible agility, and takes a favorable position to attack the golem, putting in a blow all her strength. The goal seems to capture the threat and tries to repel, and the perfect interaction, the defense of the coup and the perfect moment from Iris creates a crucial opportunity which can finally change the course of the battle in their favor. With the cry of determination, Iris jumps to the vulnerable place of the golem and causes a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it. The blade accurately hit the target, breaking the golem armor cracks. However, preparing to support his comrades, he tries to counter the goal, but Kook is ahead of him, powerfully blocking his glove. By holding back the invasion, he concentrately protects Iris and does not give the enemy any chance. Ready to stand until the end, the kitchen solemnly states that they do not overcome them. Kook opens the truth. A glove charged with the power of the Black Spider X not only absorbed the magical energy of Galalam, but also moved it into strong, resistant to the thread. The web tightly entangles the golem, clasping each of his motion and not letting them be released. Iris is watching it with surprise, realizing that the CFU's plan exceeded all its expectations. Now they have a chance to win. It is decided to use the right moment. The CFU rushes forward with a powerful blow, while a goal, confusing in the threads, in vain tries to break free. Having shouted tensely, the hero strikes exactly into a vulnerable place. It beats the visor of the creature that remains the only unprotected area, not covered with orchar. A powerful blow finally causes significant damage to Golem, having transferred it to a critical state. Without delay, Ku, with all his strength, he puts the sword right into the visor, a weak place that they found with Iris earlier. From a powerful blow, Orchalcom flies to piles, causing energy explosion, sparks and patterns of short circuits flashes throughout the body of the machine. The Ghoul shudders, loses balance and slowly settles, unable to support the work of his systems. CFU goes back, watching the monster finally falls, overcome. The naked finally froze, and in the silence that has come, Iris turns timidly. Is it really what they wanted? It is at this moment that messages that formally certify the victory are on the screen. The conquest of the Orc Halcom Bolamus is completed. Due to this, its level rose to the 38th, and physical abilities, the stock of mana and health points have increased significantly. From now on, the CFU becomes the owner of all rights to the underground city of Nu, as well as Zero, and early consideration of the case is officially completed. Kuo, easy surprise, he cannot believe that he actually became the owner of the underground city. Convinced of the owner's new status, together with Iris, he preparing to open the gate of the city. Before moving on, Iris expresses his gratitude for protecting her during the battle with the golem, recognizing that it was it that she remained alive. Iris, with a warm smile, replied that she really was worth a thank you. She confessed that she would not cope alone, and together they were a wonderful team. Perhaps they will once be even stronger, a real big team. Recognition does not force himself to wait. Duo agrees, realizing that he would not have managed to go without Kook. Feeling deep gratitude for the common path and trust, she appreciates the moment of their unity. When the magical pattern is finally recognized, the door is open and someone's voice welcomes them. Welcome home, my master. The determination flashes into the eye in his eyes, and he turns to Eris. Then let's move. Two bravers go into a mysterious, majestic portal that silently shines with dull light from the entrance. They are waiting for incredible adventures, because there is an underground city known as Zero. Watching the work of his ability to store things, he is surprised to realize how powerful such a gift can be. In his thoughts, he turns the path of evolution of his skills, from a simple map to the possibility of automatic creation of the necessary objects. In bed with curiosity and caution, Iris is asked, "Who are you?" Transfer. After that, she remembers the legend, which from generation to generation is transferred by dragon families, even more wrapping the mystery of the origin and ability of Ku. Significantly surprised and a little alert, Ku listens carefully, without giving any emotions. Finally, he confesses to Iris in truth. He is really a transfer, a mysterious being from distant lands, glorified by his incredible wealth of skills. Asks Iris to keep it secret. Yes, curious, agrees and asks if he can share more details with her. It is intrigued by the world from which Kukai comes from. She eagerly awaits stories. Thinking, Cuo assumes that his native land, most likely, are far beyond this continent. The idea of the house slowly envelops thoughts, and he tries to reproduce in the imagination what the place it can come from. Austed by even more interest in the history and mysterious origin of her satellite, Iris looks carefully at Ku. The guy thinks for a moment, whether it is not necessary to tell her the truth about her origin from another world, but quickly rejects the idea. It seems to him that it will be too difficult to explain. Besides, it is unlikely that Eris will believe such an incredible story. So he just says, his home is the farthest place that can only be imagined. Legend. Iris, finally realizing, confesses that he also cannot return to his hometown. It overwhelms a familiar feeling of detachment from home. Ku sincerely apologizes for all the secrets and mysteries that still envelop his past. Iris reassures him. They say, she is already sure, he can safely trust. Its support and understanding only strengthen the special connection that has emerged between them. Inside the tunnel, when it remained a little before the exit, he focused forward, attracting Eris's attention to the light ahead. By attracting Eris's attention to something resembling a way out, both throw each other full of expectations. With the last flash of forces, they rush towards light, full of excitement and the desire to find out what awaits them on the other side of the tunnel. Breaking through, Ku and Iris find themselves in the middle of a spacious, peaceful area. The water ribbon is gently twisting in the green spaces in the bright sunlight. A surprise and easy confusion are surprised when the quiet breeze touches the faces. The mysterious structure that calls for itself emerges in the distance and promises unknown trails. In the air, there is peace and secret, and Ku and Iris is ready to reveal the secrets of this new place. Among the thickets of the verse in the wind, Ku and Iris are carefully looked around, trying to navigate. Iris notes that they arrived at the place under which the underground city once housed, and Ku confirms its assumption. Although participants are clearly lost in assumptions about the exact place, rustling of leaves and a metal junk of weapons clearly indicate that each of them is alert to possible danger. The tension increases. Unfamiliar sounds suddenly heard, and it makes everyone alert, something unknown in the darkness. Just unexpectedly before Ku and Iris, Mucus arises, which is excited and scared to explain something, stubbornly claiming that he is not an evil monster. His behavior is full of true fear. Mucus trembles from excitement, begs to believe that even a monster does not consider himself, the more confused Ku and Iris. An unexpected and slightly fun scene discharged tensions, both surprised and curious, watching a tiny creature as if they are forgetting about excitement. The heroes are Mucus, who calls himself an assistant, a magical creature created by an ancient civilization for the care of the underground city structures known as Zero. Its existence has devoted to the concern of others, recognizing its master. Although at first Ku and Iris are wary of a new acquaintance, they soon realize Mucus does not pose a single threat, but on the contrary, belongs to the team that supports the order in this place. With relief on the face, he welcomes an amazing creature. Auxiliary Mucus is friendly and ready to help. When it comes across a whole accumulation of mucus, it's what was the surprise of Ku when he learned that these creatures were referring to themselves as we. Slime assistants explained they were created solely for service to him and patiently waited for their owner for 40,000 years. Each slime has a unique talent. One of them is a true master of agriculture. Others have virtually looked after cattle, and there are those who bring up supersonic buildings. All little creatures sincerely offer their help, cursed by promising to support him at any moment. After worshipping, they ask that they do not forget about them, which cause surprise and admiration, and in him, and Iris, such a sincere desire to serve as a striking. Surprised by the sudden devotion of servants, Ku, a little confused, but nodded. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, one of the slims crawls to Iris and lightly touches it, releasing a joyous sound. Obviously, this action is tickling. She watches this sight with a clear pleasure. On the mouth, Iris blooms a light smile, and a few short, joyful "foo" breaks out of her breast. The light and elevated mood fills the air, brightly reflecting the unexpected, charming connection between travelers and the sweet, magical creatures they met. Ku watches with curiosity for Iris, who is enthusiastically played with helpers Slims, and with a touch of surprise asks what she does. Iris, having a noticeably discounted, tries to justify her behavior, but her actions only give indifference to all sweet. This immediately uses Ku. She easily summarizes Iris with the question of whether she really likes such funny things. Read up even harder, the girl delights that he simply cannot deny it. Meanwhile, the masters are talking about the importance of this place, revealing that the underground city was created as a shelter, ready to accept people when needed. They are interested in whether they would like to hear a more detailed story about urban secrets and receive his approving answer. He counts on their explanation. With surprise, Ryu suddenly realizes that his status has completed, and the hidden conditions are finally fulfilled, and now the power of creation has come to a new level, expanding its capabilities. In addition, he notices that the full assistant mode has established a connection with the main system of the underground city, allowing it to control and manage its structures directly. At first, he is confused, quietly tumors under his nose, trying to understand what really happened. With a thoughtful look, the hero finally says, "Now everything has become clear." Awareness of the new strength and extended capabilities of abilities fills it, and next to admiration is seen iris and auxiliary mucous membranes. He watches his reaction with interest. Ku is immersed in reflections on the recently acquired ability, realizing that in his skill of creation, there are 2 more additional functions that are activated only in the underground city. In addition, he plans to reduce something new here and shares it from Iris, stretching to a certain place for testing newly acquired skills. Tuo, having mastered new opportunities for its ability to create, is already preparing to act. Suddenly, a whole house appears right in the middle of the site, causing genuine surprise to all present. Stunned Iris, along with Mucus, fades on the spot. A whole perfect building grows up before their eyes, which appears so unexpectedly and quickly that it is difficult to believe in their own eyes. The CMO tells about new opportunities for its skill. The first of these makes it possible to convert excess magical energy into building materials, 5 units for every second. The second function makes it possible to use these materials to erect structures. Having collected 10 building materials, you can build a small house. You should only submit the appropriate team of production. The year and structure is erected by itself, a spectacle worthy of the best simulators of urban planning. The CFU explains the process with delight, dreaming of the infinite possibilities of this approach, slims that have happened to have taken place with a sincere admiration for its achievement. The detachment of adventure searches is in front of a huge door that seems to hide the entrance to the underground city. It is covered by the radiance of the material from which the structure is built. One of the present with enthusiasm recognizes the rare aura with Hulk. It is amazed not only by its value, but also by the impressive size of the artifact, which seems true. Meanwhile, someone makes fun of such enthusiastic exclamations, barely holding back irritation. Another member of the group, watching the glitter, ironically noticing how people can attract ordinary doors without hiding sarcasm about the behavior of friends. At the same time, the team drives the door mechanism, checking magical patterns is successful. Allowing the group to move on, full of curiosity and admiration for the grandeur and mystery of the place, they cross the threshold. An unexpected voice is heard, which turns to one of them, calling his master. Everyone gets surprised, trying to realize what really happens. One of the adventurers, and still confused, asked why the mysterious creature called someone the ruler. Subsequently, during a brief conversation, an explanation came. The place was revealed due to special abilities. Among the audience was the one who came specifically to certify the authenticity of this location, and sincerely thanked for the confirmation. The revealed stunning him to the depths of the soul. The conversation is gaining momentum, and the striking fact suddenly appears. One of the members of the team overcame the Orahalka Gowlin. This news causes a real furor among those present. Surprise and distrust are mixed with genuine admiration, because no one has seen such achievement. Crossing the threshold, the group inadvertently fades with surprise. Despite the fact that they are underground, the air here is imbued with the aroma of fresh grass, and a light, cool breeze does not look like the usual spiritual dungeon. One of the members of the team, which was amazed at the sea, cannot believe their eyes, realizing what revolution this discovery will cause archaeology in the world. He regretted that he did not record everything for his dissertation, emphasizing how great historical importance is what they have to see. Meanwhile, a familiar figure appears from the horn that he gladly welcomes the return of the detachment. The leader turns with a genuine respect, "Master," and another of the members calls his older sister, not hiding admiration and joy from the meeting. A strange creature, a cheerful assistant, Young, who immediately gets acquainted with everyone, and enthusiasm emphasizes that this is their first meeting. His vivid friendliness instantly attracts the attention of everyone in the group. One of the participants, markedly impressed, recognizes the creature and does not hide its astonishment, exclaiming that he cannot believe it. A professor, a researcher of ancient civilizations, confesses that he was still convinced that Tyr's helpers were only a legend or a witty joke of scientists. However, now it is an indisputable confirmation of their existence. The magical creature, on the other hand, calmly admits that it is a truly ancient creature, to which the company responds even more surprise, finally aware of the weight of this find. A majestic house appears on the horizon, and everyone has curiosity. Who has built this amazing building? The charming creature hastened to explain. Not her, but her lord was able to revive everything in a moment, and with this stunning skill. Some from the group look around. The name Underground City sounds loud, but the place is almost deserted. Therefore, it is logical that it was the Kusan master who was instructed to build this territory, because his talent allows you to erect almost any structures. Meanwhile, other members of the group are enthusiastically watching the work, recognizing its unique talent instantly and skillfully changing the surrounding space. They discuss the importance of this place and all the actions that took place here. One of them notes that it is necessary to return and make a report on this location, while calling into question the expediency of amateur interference in such significant cases. In response, the other thanks for the care of the shrine, emphasizing how often historical places are victims of vandals, which do not warn anything. His words are relieved. He is glad that this monument has been found by a responsible person and sincerely offers his help in any issues. The discussion is ongoing, and one of the participants with interest raises questions about the depth of the interlocutor. He is informed that he can safely ask anything, including ancient civilizations, since this knowledge is thorough and tested. Under the veil of conversations, they agree to return to business and continue working on the house. The company is placed in one of the rooms, looking at a new apartment and occupying comfortable places. By accompanying their comrades, one of them expresses surprise about how strange the habit of walking barefoot in the open air looks. The other immediately explains, this is the remnant of an ancient tradition, when the inhabitants of this civilization strictly forbidden to wear in the house, which is very reminiscent of the Japanese habit of leaving shoes near the threshold. Thinking about it, one of the members of the group catches himself thinking that this house is dominated by a friend, almost a native atmosphere, as if he were in Japan. However, it does not cause it to be surprised. Doubts begin to make sure that this world is a variation of the Earth in the distant future. Thoughts are swarmed because in a new reality it is called transferred. He is strenuously looking at what happened, looking for a hidden meaning of his stay here and the threads that combine this dimension with his home. One of the participants in the detachment is shared by the knowledge of the ancient civilization, which existed on these lands about 4 to 5 millennia ago, thriving in the world that few people now remember. He tells of civilization that overcame the pinnacle of technical and magical progress, operating the knowledge that is now lost to the world. Having mastered these forces, the residents reached any height. It is likely that they went on a journey to the stars and other planets. The story continues, opening up to us the amazing achievements of this civilization, the mechanical birds that have overcome the oceans, and the tiny devices that make people communicate at a distance. The hero emphasizes it is only a small proportion of incredible achievements of the past. Saves from that era, magical lamps, showers, and plates, have now become an integral part of everyday life and were reproduced on the samples found in ruins. Even a guild card and a device for reading monsters' extermination records is a legacy of the great day that still forms the present. One of the participants in the conversation is thoughtfully mentioned the ancient civilization. He is striking as societies chosen not the path of science, but of magic, and reached striking heights, from interstellar trips to magic aircraft and devices that resemble modern smartphones, particularly surprised how old this ancient world resembles his own. History leads further. One day this majestic civilization was suddenly destroyed. Numerous magical technologies disappeared with her without a trace, and the narrator does not hide. He does not know all the details of this catastrophe. However, it notes that the latest studies have caused a number of assumptions. Some of the attendees have doubts whether or not the destruction of something like World War I was destroyed. In an effort to unravel the mystery of the death of ancient civilization, the participants of the discussion never reach a consensus. The explanations remain unconvincing, and the mystery of decline continues to capture the imagination. Discussion of the causes of the death of the past era is gaining depth. The news appears. The probable cause of disaster was a mysterious and extremely powerful monster named Evil. This creature is suspected that it provoked a collapse. One of the participants reminds that in its people there are also legends about catastrophe, where dragons and people stood side by side to resist disasters. However, the final of that battle was tragic. Another satellite is conceived. Can a mysterious creature be associated with its appearance in this world? He does not leave an alarming anticipation, and he sincerely hopes that this reason does not stand on his arrival. The mystery around the unknown essence is only growing, and this gives you anxiety in the hearts of the whole group. The discussion is gaining momentum. The group recalls how after a devastating flash, the evil has long plunged into a mysterious dream somewhere in the world. It was then that the dragons were waiting for a cruel defeat. They lost absolutely everything. The last half of a year has brought anxious signs. The monster is unusual throughout the continent. Some warnings indicate that these events may indicate a great disaster. Watching the events, he summarizes, "If it is not a sign, then what can it be?" Another participant is involved in the discussion and mentioned alarming cases. Thousands of lone wolves have appeared, as well as rare and extremely dangerous creatures, such as an armored bear and a black spider, noticed near the Unov Mountains. Such details only strengthen the beliefs that such phenomena are not a simple coincidence, and the tension among those present increases every minute. While there is a lively discussion, one of the participants has thoughtfully mentioned the devastating effects of the catastrophe, emphasizing that even with striking magical technology, ancient civilizations have been destroyed. He warns of the alarming likelihood of repeated disaster at their time, which only increases the tension among those present. And it is in this depressing atmosphere that Beck, Service Mucus, suddenly appears and interrupts the conversation, having fun delivering tea with treats for everyone. A small creature vigorously juggles with trays, trying to cheer everyone up in the room. Thanks to his efforts, tension falls into several moments, and clouds of anxiety scatter. There is a feeling of warmth and rest in the air. A cheerful assistant with a fun look, a table is shifted, which is painted with tea and all sorts of flavors, sincerely calling the whole company to join the treat. Inconvenient tension dissolves in the air, giving way to a light rise. Everyone is surprised and enthusiastically responding to such a generosity of an unusual creature. When the treat touched the taste, one of the society was stunning with its quality, without restraining the enthusiastic exclamations. This short moment of gastronomic recreation rallied everyone even more, giving a sip of rest among the endless discussions and anxiety about what is happening around. After finishing the meal, the company gladly discusses how delicious this gorgeous dinner was. Some of the team jokingly notes that he would certainly be struck if he lived here, and the other with envy remembers the ancient residents, who apparently had such a deliciousness daily. Full of curiosity, one of the participants turns to the auxiliary mucus. How did he succeed all these ingredients and utensils for a real feast? The creature tells that the masters are able to store things inside because they have a built-in box for objects. This ability makes it possible to store and get a variety of things at any time. The group is amazed at such an explanation. The characters enthusiastically note how practical and useful this skill is. At that moment, the unique value of the creature in their circumstances becomes obvious. Everyone is watching in unconcealed admiration as an assistant slime demonstrates their unique ability. From his body, as if from a magic box, various objects materialize, and one of the participants thinks, "How does this mysterious mechanism work?" Slime proudly explains that his inner chest of things is able to accommodate almost everything, and in confirmation of his words, suddenly gets a whole swing chair, which causes even more surprise. Having a funny society, he playfully emphasizes his own skill, catching the amazed views. In a minute, no one doubts. This creature is a real find among the new discoveries of the group. The detachment members once again consider the abilities of their unusual satellite. One team members are thinking about the origin of the ingredients for tea and pancakes, concluding that all this came from the ability of Slim. The conversation is gaining a new rotation when one of the participants expresses the idea of building something and turns to the Kusin with a question whether he will agree to lead this ambitious project. Kusin does not hesitate and voices his plan, emphasizing the two main purposes he wants to achieve. First of all, you should immerse yourself in deep archaeological research, and further, adjust the team to the challenges of the future. Although they have an inevitable threat of catastrophe, the company does not lose curiosity and focuses on a plan of action. Despite the burden of responsibility, there are no lightness and jokes between serious conversations. The discussion of the proposal for the sound warning is of particular importance, as they assess how much this place can be a reliable asylum in the event of a disaster, paying special attention to the alarming events in the Anin region. One of the participants expresses interest in this idea, noting that the transformation of the place into a kind of urban planning project seems fascinating experience. Comparing everything with the game in construction, he adds that archaeological excavations are ongoing. It can be done in parallel, which makes the idea even more attractive. Traded by a new opportunity, friends without delay are taking place. With enthusiasm and belief in success, they are preparing to turn this place into something really important and useful. One of the band members inspired by the idea of construction is shared. He managed to accumulate as much as 8,000 units of building materials. After a long collection of resources, he proposes to try a new approach, instead of building individual homes to work together. Creating a whole residential area would be much more efficient. It activates a mechanism that consumes 2,000 units of materials and forms a residential quarter, an object in the air. A strange object, similar to a giant construction egg, appears in the air, causing genuine admiration and curiosity to the audience. Interested, they can't resist the questions. What is it? With a smile, he calls for a little wait, promising that everyone will see a real miracle now. Meanwhile, the mysterious structure slowly rises and hangs strictly in the designated area. Stress and expectations gradually absorb the group. Only an activated construction egg was activated. A real miracle unfolds before their eyes. A whole residential area appears in the selected place. Ideally, ordered and thoughtful homes grow rapidly like a magic wand. The air is filled with shimmering sparks as long as the surrounding landscape is unrecognizable. Watching this spectacle, the group members do not hide their delight and surprise. The scale and coordination of the process are really striking. One of them smiles with pride, because it is the result of his efforts, and the co-companies do not sincerely believe in the eyes and rejoice in new opportunities. This moment marks the important stage, further strengthening the team's confidence in their own power to change the world. The completed structure ignites hopes. Now this place can be a cozy and functional cell for the future. The group admires the new residential area, not tired of celebrating its harmony and thoughtfulness. Someone exclaims that the skill of Ku was so impressive as he himself is a real god. Ku, in response, Moderately acknowledging that all merit belongs only to the ability he applied, the body rejects praise. Meanwhile, one of the attendees notes that the peace and harmony that prevails here today is directly related to its extraordinary force, which has repeatedly surprised their disproportionate power. The girl adds, "It is not necessary to look for something stronger than it. The ability of the Kuzal has radically changed the outside world." The band slowly reflects on his potential as a displaced person, recognizing the value he has already brought and the prospects for the future territory they develop together. In the atmosphere, there is a casual enthusiasm, intertwined with the belief in the boundless opportunities that are still ahead. While the company is enthusiastically looking at the new residential area, one of the company is wondering if the buildings can be closer. Ku, with a casual smile, gives green light and calls on exploring the environment at its own discretion. In response, the energetic participant thanks him with exaggerated passion, quickly recharging the overall uplift and interest in the adventure. The auxiliary slime calculated the erected houses and suggested helping with the arrangement of comfort inside. The vigorous reaction of the assistant Young inspires his comrades, and they rush to work together, seeking to accomplish the task as soon as possible. The collaboration is even more united by the team, because each participant adds their share to the creation of a cozy and functional space. The elevated mood and activity of the team give the construction of frantic dynamics. Thanks to the efforts of the group and assistance of the crack, the city comes to life in the eyes. In addition to the residential area, fertile fields and a lively trading quarter appear quickly, which completes the formation of urban infrastructure. Assistant Sikkens take up a variety of things, from cooking to field work, striking everyone with their multifunctionality. The affected Ku and his comrades watch the terrain change literally in their eyes. Only recently, there has been noise, only the wind in an empty field. The speed and skill of workers is caused by all sincere admiration, until the hero, without hiding surprise, evaluates a new look around. Thinking about his own capabilities, the hero reflects on the power of creation. He is aware that this ability conceals many unexpected opportunities and thinks where it can lead to it. At the end of the scene, a combination of restrained optimism and puzzles in the air, again emphasizing the importance of the acquired, again. During the conversation, one of the participants notes that today's discoveries are a great contribution to the world of archaeology. He adds that he intends to report the work of the group and their achievements itself. The words immediately ignite the curiosity of Ku, and he immediately asks who he means. The archaeologist shares that he has a degree and works in his field. The scientist who manages the archaeology department in a prestigious research laboratory is presented as Leric Doyer. He is enthusiastically and even a little weird about his profession and past, which causes genuine surprise to the audience. Ku confesses that he first underestimated him, recognizing Leric's deep knowledge and importance for the team. The atmosphere is filled with cheerful and light humor, and a new level of understanding appears in the relationship between the characters. During the conversation, Ku unexpectedly remembers Leric, and in surprise smiling, recognizes that this master really creates wonderful things, especially skillfully manages to develop magical objects, from lanterns to slabs and showers. Inspired by such words, Leric with passion is shared by the news. Next month he plans to present a new magical invention. As you ask friends to wait for the news, Leric with a smile confesses, despite recognition, he sometimes envelops loneliness. He asks everyone to treat him as before, without changing his usual attitude. Without unnecessary formalities, the band unanimously agrees, leaving a promise to keep a good relationship and continue to act together. Everything is easy, but it is this simplicity that strengthens their community, outlining true friendship before future trials. Suddenly, the land begins to shake the suspicious hum. One of the band members shouts sharply, surprised, while someone else is in vain to understand what is happening. Squeezing each other stronger, they keep together so as not to fall until the shocks are only gaining strength. Everything around fades in tension. Anxiety permeates everyone present. As soon as everything fades, one of them is suspicious of whether it was an earthquake. Recovering after a minute tension, another person apologizes for negligence and sincerely thanks everyone for the care. The atmosphere instantly becomes calmer, though the cause of a strange impulse has never understood. Suddenly, one of the helpers appears among them, shouting at trouble. He urges everyone to follow him immediately. The intrigued Lyric notes, as strange that the phenomenon did not last long. The rest of the company fades with surprise and anxiety, hearing the words of the Slim. Everyone casts a look at him, preparing to act intense at his instruction. Guided by the hasty call of the assistant Young, the detachment is rapidly moving to the specified place. There is an unfamiliar, majestic structure that hangs a mysterious shadow. The assistant young man has excitedly showed the mysterious object, stating that it was the cause of a pour. Ku, stunned by what he saw, tries to pick up words to express his impressions of the monument. All, holding their breath, watch the mystical building, tearing between hobbies and anxiety. The nature of the finding remains mysterious. The team carefully explores the structure that appeared before them. Suddenly, one of them points to a pattern engraved on the monument, emphasizing that the drawing is incredibly similar to a magical circle that appeared with the golem orichalcum. The other participant agrees, assuming that events are probably closely related. At this point, the mucus assistant suggests that this structure emerged from the ground during a recent earthquake, which once again hints at its connection with the last events. Lyric carefully studies this phenomenon and makes the assumption that they are dealing with the magic of transfer. The embarrassed Kook immediately appeals to Lyric to explain in more detail, but he only reinforces the interested look, trying to get to the essence of a new find. The air is filled with voltage, while everyone is trying to establish a connection between mysterious events. The group is immersed in discussion. At the monument, one of them turns to Ku, asking how he assesses this opaque situation. Another notes that it is simply impossible to leave someone in such a mysterious position. After a short reflection, Ku confidently approaches the structure with the satellite. Both extend their hands to the magical circle on the monument, clearly showing their desire to act. In the air, tensions and alarming expectations hang in the air. The group fades in silent observation, holding the breath before the unknown of the next moment. The curtain of mystery envelops the finale of the scene, hinting at the inevitable fate. Having glared with a careful look of the outskirts, Lyric understands that only one and only path opens before him. The map suddenly tells him an important detail. Surprise instantly appears on the face. Soon they reach Ku and Iris, where they are sincerely joy, not hiding their emotions and hurrying to meet them. Relief. Lyric, without holding back emotions, joyfully meets friends. A sincere smile speaks of how he sighs lightly, making sure of their safety. Ku, voicing his anxieties, confesses that all this time he was afraid of disaster. The atmosphere is filled with a sense of true unity, and now, having strengthened in a joint relief, the company is preparing to step further together. Suddenly, the air flew a deaf roar of metal steps. Among the first, Kaori was alert, like an arrow, instantly raising his head towards a source of danger. Immediately warns others about the possible threat of the monster and orders Lyric to stay behind. Meanwhile, he, along with Eris, takes a defensive position while the girl quickly bandages her weapon. While it looks intense in the direction from where the sound comes from, the Lyric, full of excitement, lifts the shoulders and assures that he took the right place, as he was commanded. The tension increases, each frozen in anticipation of the next moment. Expecting even the slightest movement, everyone suddenly hear a metal sound, but instead of the enemy, a nervous mucus creature appears. She shook the head that is not at all a terrible monster. Under the surprised views of the whole group, the creature begins to explain its appearance. The unusual mucus that wears glasses bows politely and calls himself Mucus Glasses, a representative of the subspecies of auxiliary mucus. Turning to Cu with respect and calling him a master, he briefly tells of his own responsibilities, which is at the same time relieving and interested among those present. Warriors lower their weapons and listen carefully to each word. The band goes by a narrow corridor, and CFU is interested in the mucous membrane where they found themselves. Sluts explains, now they are in the very heart of the underground city, in the so-called deep territories. It is here that the Black Dragon is monitored, one of the great disasters of this world. Enjoy the sight. Next week, discussing that this disaster was the first among the mentioned, and everyone is persistently asking for explanations, trying to comprehend the true seriousness of the events. Everyone is strenuously watching the development of events, realizing the importance of the future discovery. Slime in glasses is shared by their knowledge. The exact number of disasters is unknown, but there are several, and it is likely that there is still the second or even the third terrible disaster. Third, Ku asks to check the information received, and Lyric responds with surprise. This news shocks it. The rest also look surprised, confessing that they did not even suspect this opportunity. Glass Mucus accepts the significance of this news, but insists, now it sounds even more important. The tension increases. Everyone has frozen in anticipation of further clarifications. Finally, the Mucus reveals, it is this place that holds the seal that holds the black tree. Dragon. However, there is a reservation. If certain unique conditions are met, the seal can be removed. Shock and anxiety cover Ku. It asks whether it means the return of the Black Dragon. Mucus without doubt confirms his worst premonitions. From all the surprise mixed with anxiety heard on the faces, the tension increases instantly and everyone feels how serious is what has just happened. In the air, there is an urgent. The group tries to understand the importance of opening. In despair, the ball with anxiety asks whether the Black Dragon became the creature that destroyed an ancient civilization. According to the paradox, as soon as he began to get used to life under the icy heavens, as it all suddenly became at the maximum level of difficulty. In the imagination, there is an analogy with a game where the Black Dragon is the last, most dangerous boss, and the only hope of salvation remains the same gland. Magic Mucus with glasses reports that before the awakening of the Black Dragon is probably less than 10 days. He explains in detail, the dragon rests in the depths of a huge mountain that rises among the northern mountains of Fato. This news increases the alarm in the team every second, reminding of the inevitable threat. The snail's glasser proposes to change the situation first before talking about the Black Dragon. A friendly company agrees and goes to the spacious hall. In the heart of the room stands a charming device that incomprehensibly draws a look. Mucus says that the purpose of a magic device is to reproduce the image. Without wasting time, he offers Ku to touch the mechanism, because he will be the key to demonstrating something really important. The interested crowd watches. The CUO is getting closer to explore the mysterious item. As soon as his hand faces the device, a charming illusion breaks out of it, instantly blossoming on the wall of the room. The picture appears a majestic city that once existed more than 4,000 years ago. Mucus with glasses is shared by knowledge. These are the chronicles of the distant era that opened to us the grand gate of one of the long-lost cities. Under the attentive views of the whole group, the project changes suddenly. They are faced with a huge and formidable black dragon. Once upon a time, the city shuddered at the devastating anger of a gigantic creature whose fury left the ruins in fear. The atmosphere in the room strains to the border. Everyone stops breathing, thinking about the enemy that can appear at any moment, especially after they saw with their own eyes the destructive power of the Black Dragon. It completely erased the city from the face of history, radically changing its appearance in time. The shock was grinding everyone. A giant creature whose relentless and supernatural could even struck the most bold, proved why ancient civilization was powerless before her. The picture of the destruction they saw left the alarming silence, and Ku, trying to understand what was seen, keenly felt the fear of meeting the same threat in the real world. In a serious tone, the Mucus with glasses explained, "A black dragon is a creature capable of taking thousands of lives in an instant, like a devastating element, such as an earthquake or flood." Iris was thinking that there could actually be a lot, whereas, while still impressed, he acknowledged that he had not yet had to face such large-scale events. In the air, tensions hung until everyone tried to comprehend the extent of a new threat. It has become one of the strongest upheavals of my life. I never happened to meet a person like him. His figure came out in my thoughts, fascinating and frightening at the same time. Something in it was completely different, unfamiliar, such that it is difficult to forget. One of the characters insists it is time to evacuate all Anin residents to the underground city. In response, one of the comrades proposes to return to Anin immediately. The leader of the detachment immediately is aware of the urgency of the situation and expresses his support. Hearing from the ally that the awakening of the Black Dragon will happen about 3 days after the end of evacuation, the heroes are aware that there is almost no time, and now every minute is for the weight of gold. Thanks to the tips of the mucus glass and the magic of transportation, the group is rapidly heading to Ananda to enter the entrance to the underground city. An unexpected sight is waiting for them. The space is completely filled with people. The atmosphere in the room is becoming more tense. Group leader, feeling the stress that has rushed in the air, he inadvertently thinks what is happening here. The newly arrived meet with admiration and gratitude for looking at the underground city so quickly. They are immediately asked about what they saw, and the group confirms the review. This place was indeed the inheritance of ancient civilization, and the very fact of its revealing was a significant historical event. However, the alarming situation does not leave room for celebrations. Instead, all are focused on the exchange of urgent news. In addition, they provide photos. There were alarming signs of a probable invasion of the monsters in the northern mountains. The high concentration of magical energy filled the air, creating a sense of future incredible events. Morning detection of powerful energy in that territory shows that in a few hours, thousands of monsters will begin to appear in a few hours there. Guild estimates that approximately 50,000 monsters will splash on it in the next 3 days and will attack. The last battle. The reason for the lack of support from the feudal lord was that 3 months ago his troops were completely destroyed during a devastating monster attack. From now on, the protective potential of Onin was only reduced to the guild of mercenaries and the guilding of adventurers, so it was almost impossible to keep the situation. The woman wondered with a genuine thought, will the underground city really be a reliable shelter in the event of a danger? Having received a confident answer about the lack of any problems with this choice, a wave of rest spilled in the air. Finally, leaving the underground city, he heard someone's passionate feedback. They expressed surprise. It is still difficult to understand that they are really underground. They were approached by a man known as Chosen Barton, the head of the Anonturian Guild of Onin. He noted the success of the team and did not hide his surprise because of how far they managed to move. The impressive abilities caused a great surprise among those present. At this time, the group discussed the evacuation of Anin, emphasizing that this place could hide all residents of the city. Zitten sincerely thanked for the rescue plan. At the same time, the rest of the participants again emphasized their dedication to the safe evacuation of the population. Each of them was determined to make every effort to protect people. Ku appeared before clashes and a measure covered by anxiety and urgent issues regarding the situation with a black dragon. Suddenly, Mucus with glasses intervened in the conversation. Thinking from irritation, it persistently demands that it be heard, and the glass is disgustingly slippery to the touch. The tangible anxiety that arose around the mountains of Fato was immediately alerted. He noted that a powerful wave of magic is always raging before the great bully, and nowadays, magical energy in the north is already alarmingly waking up. The sicker player immediately told them the news. A black dragon that slept for many years is about to wake up earlier than expected. Hearing this, he looked in surprise and anxiously at everyone, immediately asking how to act in such a dangerous situation. In the middle of the chaos, all views were chained to the giant projection of the black dragon, which rose above the crowd. Zitten emphasized the danger, noting that even one of the horde promotion has already put everyone on the border of the catastrophe. The shocked Miria barely found the words, realizing that they lived in the immediate vicinity of such a sleeping monster. The tension hung in the air until it was still recovering from what he heard, stood aside and tried to keep calm in the face of a hung threat. Reflections that both the monster and the black dragon may be attacking did not leave it. Meanwhile, Mucus with glasses reported that the horde of monsters appeared earlier than expected, but assured By the morning, they still have time. I am convinced that time is sufficient. I clasped about his return to Onana in order to start preparation for evacuation. Feeling urgency in the voice of the slug in glasses, which persistently called for him and wanted to show something important, CUO quickly decided to find out what was the matter. Under the views full of anxiety, the Kuch was confidently traveling deep into the possessions, to the room where he brought his glass mucus. Here, in the silence of the dungeon, mucus told a long history. 4,000 years ago, people left a safe filled with countless treasures, and all these wealth were assigned to him. In front of 3 massive doors, Glass's mucus solemnly read the ancient guidelines. Hero Ku is designed to select the left door. The sage would confidently open the right, but the monarch of all the demonic kind would step forward, heading simply to the central ones. The doors remained closed, and the mug, confused, admitted that none of the descriptions was suitable. This uncertainty markedly embarrassed Glass's slime, which did not hide anxiety. Ku kept his breath, watching the system testing the status, and near the mucus nervously, mucus with glasses. The analysis showed that none of the requirements for opening the door suits him. However, thanks to the incredible ability to create, there was a unique chance in CU to get a new power. He fulfilled the hidden condition. All the doors opened at the same time, and in the room there was a moon response of the castles, which heralded the awakening of an ancient secret. In the air, the heavy door was rolled up, which dissolved, and Ku watched what was happening in the bowels of trees. The confusion came to life in the eyes of mucus with glasses, which could not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, CFU, without a moment, confidently chose the left door to start his journey. His interest in the secrets of the recently opened pastures did not know the limits. After passing through the first door, Ku came across a pedestal on which a fragment of a broken sword lay. Glass's slime said that this magical weapon belonged to the dragon killer. Hearing this, he looked carefully at the sword again, thinking about his condition. Once a great sword, which has long lost its former glory, attracted the attention of Kula. He listened carefully to the story of mucus with glasses about the glorious past of these weapons. The legendary blade was destroyed in the fierce battle against the Black Dragon 4,000 years ago. The bullet sincerely confessed that he did not consider himself a hero, but nevertheless, he decided to take the sword with him. By touching the pedestal, the strange feeling made him think about the work of the mechanism, and the mucus, decorated with glasses, did not hide his curiosity in his reaction. Full of determination, CUO called the magical sword Grem, known in the world as a dragon sword. The legendary artifact given by the god of war responded to his call, flashing a bright glow and putting in his restored form. The divine power of the sword immediately manifested itself. Holy blessings and unique abilities made it clear that weapons were ready for battle with the most powerful enemy. The CUO confidently squeezed the arms, demonstrating the new force he gained. Seeing the sword Graham shines again in all his grandeur, the mucus did not hide the surprise. Ku managed to restore it due to the special divine ability. With calm confidence, Kook explained that this opportunity exists due to his unique ability to create a new one. Opening the secret, he confessed that he had mastered this technique through the storage of a damaged sword in his special chest. This allowed not only to restore, but also to strengthen the magical legendary sword of the dragon. Ku was enthusiastically viewing the sword of Graham, feeling his renewed power. He thought about the influence of the blessing of the god of war, because with him the sword received not only greater strength and sharpness, but also the ability to self-healing. And yet, the reinforcement from the dragon flower, they added the fierce god of war and strengthened both his own and weapons in their hands. The blade had a gift of incredible power. It pulled magic, ready to put a deadly blow. Involuntarily, the idea was born. Will he be able to withstand the black dragon armed with this sword? The heart broke out with unexpected excitement. Ku confidently announced that he intended to explore other doors, and Mucus, still surprised, tried not to keep up. Without hesitation, he moved to the next entrance. There was a mechanical roar in the room. The steps stopped as his gaze fell on the vest. The huge metal structure began to come to life. A real combat giant, an artillery walk with a powerful gun created by the highest magical technologies. Along with Ku, attentive Mucus voiced his opinion. This machine is created for large-scale extermination, a real weapon capable of stopping the invasion of monsters. Stunned by the size and capacity of the structure, Ku instantly realized this is the same arsenal that is needed to combat the profound threat. The striking artillery giant drew the general attention, and the Mucus was captured by a replica. Only a chest with an infinite capacity, similar to that possessed by the King of Demon himself, would be able to accommodate such a giant car. Without thinking about all the difficulties, CFU stated that he would just take it with himself. Due to its unnatural essence, the volume of his box for things was almost limitless, and this awareness was a real advantage for the CFO. With these words, Ku hid the mechanism to his box of artifacts, set up to go in search of new adventures. Ku did not hide the delight when he came across a destroyer, a new generation of Aura Chaco armor as the last trump card to repel a large-scale invasion. This ear was equipped with a powerful laser in the right forearm and high-speed magic rays in the palms, turning into a real destruction machine. The goal came to life with a characteristic mechanical sound, and referring to Ku, "Congratulations, my master," immediately made it clear who is now its owner. At the meeting, the relentless fighter of Gollum, who politely answered the greetings, showed the great perfection of his computing abilities. The Ghoul solemnly promised to listen to the orders of the Kuzul and to appear at the first call in the event of a true threat, for example, during a large-scale invasion. A brief but friendly conversation between the golem and the glass with glasses completed this meeting. Having intended to penetrate even further, CFU confidently moved to the next door, determined to find new treasures or solve hidden secrets. The CFU's caught gaze stopped on the wreckage of the destroyed shield. The eyepiece Mucus identified this artifact as a shield of the dragon god. Mucus said that once, 4,000 years ago, during the epic battle with a black dragon, this shield was destroyed by the primacy. Even the wisest magicians would not be able to bring him back the original appearance. However, there was hope. Ku, an extraordinary creator, has repeatedly carried out the impossible, repaired even the legendary Gram. Without any hesitation, Ku decided to test his abilities and undertook to restore a shield enveloped in numerous legends. He tried to restore the Borden's shield, but quickly realized it is impossible to restore the relic. But this mystery only ignited his curiosity. Thinking about the failure of the lack of necessary materials or some secret condition, he analyzed the situation in tense, trying to find the cause. Even the glasses with glasses looked confused, not understanding what to do to repair the shield. The unknown of further actions immersed both in reflection, but CFU showed an unwavering determination to find a way out. He was aware of the idea of finding a ruby of a dragon god, an extremely rare artifact that appears in the nation of the draconic people only once every 1,000 years. However, journey to another country was now impossible. The reassured resources, QO believed that the Graham and the Disroot and the Mandifier were quite capable of repelling a future threat. The Mucus in the glass sincerely thanked for the success already achieved, and Ku, determined, was preparing to take a step forward. The eyeglasses asked Ku to solidify in place, promising to perform another, last action. Carefully pulling the radiant tentacle, the creature touched the hand. The gentle wave of energy swept through the body of the hero, spilling unexpected warmth and leaving a pleasant surprise. Silently thinking about the events, Ku was filled with curiosity and easy surprise, which was reflected in his face. Glass Mucus stretched out the Ka talisman for happiness and explained that if suddenly there is a trouble, the spirit will hurry to help and share its power. Kua sincerely thanked. Such a thing could be really useful. Thinking about the essence of the spirits, he reflected in silence about their true nature until the unexpected insight illuminated his thoughts. It was explained that spirits were creatures born of human feelings. Invisible to the eye, they continuously observed those with whom they were associated with a special connection. According to Paris, the preparation for the evacuation of the city was successful. Fortunately, thanks to the calm and convincing words of the guilds, real panic has been avoided. Hearing these words, a relief appeared in his eyes. He shared with her news about the artifacts gained in the storage, assuring that these things will become indispensable in the battle against the Black Dragon. The conversation was filled with a spirit of cooperation and unwavering determination to counter the future trial. Iris confessed that she still kept one important detail in secret. She discovered that the search for the ruins of ancient civilization is related to her personal mission. Having departed from the country of the dragons, she went to look for a lost relic, a shield of the dragon god. In her voice, there was a deep emotionality that testified that real motives hide much more than it seemed at first glance. Remembering the loss of the dragon god's shield in the battle with the Black Dragon 4,000 years ago, Iris explained that her journey was an attempt to return this relic. The CMU did not hide astonishment and assured that if the artifact was with him, he would give him without any hesitation. However, before someone managed to do something, Iris resolutely stopped him and firmly declared her intentions. Before making a shield decision, one more important detail had to be clarified. Kook told in detail, to restore the shield of the draconic god, a special artifact is sure to be needed, a ruby of the draconic god. However, this valuable item was not available to him now. Here, without hesitation for a moment, Iris confessed that she has this ruby. The order made clear. Call it. Ku received a gift. She extended him a ruby that mysteriously glowed in her palm, radiating hidden strength and magical shine. In the palms of Kuo gleamed ruby, which radiated amazing warmth and seemed to come to life in his fingers. Among the customs of the dragon people, this item was of particular importance. It was created for the one who has the power to control the legendary shield. Feeling the weight of responsibility, the hero breathed deeply, raised his ruby over the damaged shield and focused, allowing magic energy to gradually fill the space around. The dazzling glow of Rubina enveloped the shield, exploding a mystical glow, which as if it had restored the lost appearance of the artifact. The deep, resonant sound announced the return of the shield of the dragon god, now with the majestic base leaf of the dragon on a polished surface. In the palms of Kook felt a formidable force that stressed through the metal and the surrounding world through, obeying the power of this relic. The restored shield retained the legendary force, lifting it higher than the usual artifact. His power immediately came to the eye. However, despite the decisive glitter in the eyes, he did not hide anxiety. The ideal appearance did not mislead him. He understood something important was missing. Only the unique ability could reveal the true power of this creation. Looking around, Iris found something that could dramatically change the course of events. It was she who had the same power capable of revealing the true power of the shield. According to the dragon's legend, a priestess was born every few centuries, whose fate was to find a shield and a ruby and to hand them those who would be able to use these artifacts at a crucial moment. It seemed that all the events converge into a single canvas, obeying the invisible plan. The Frosty Ku suddenly realized everything happened to him as if he had been planned for a long time. The invisible thread of fate has all this time unobtrusively directed his steps. Common sense suggested that only one door had to open, but they all dissolved at the same time, hinting he was chosen for this special room. In a gorgeous hotel where the hero stopped on vacation, the atmosphere of splendor failed to dispel the alarming thoughts that did not leave him. In the silence of the night, something was disturbed. It was too calm, as if the darkness felt the approach of the inevitable strife that oppressed his thoughts. The sudden visit of Iris found himself in front of his door, breaking the usual course of events. Full of emergency business, it steps forward, taking a call. Both will have to show not only courage, but also find a little more important. At this point, they have used all the skills and knowledge acquired by this time. Among all the preparations of the CMO was solemnly given a special thing. The full meaning and sacraments, the ring with the engraved inscriptions, hid something more than it could seem at first glance. Its owner died. He thought about what means to empty the storage, and how this step can affect the path forward. Everything, every subject, skill, and act, gradually converged at one point, preparing the ground for a decisive collision. In the palms of the CUO, the shimboat, full of memories of how he was handed him through his grandfather, one of his relatives. The CMU remembered the order. to pass this relic to one who dreamed of standing in front of a dragon if he ever appears. A bright ring of the ring testified to its connection with a full support system, a sign that the course has reached the necessary conditions for activation. At that moment, a special skill was discovered: transmutation of materials. Studying the ring, the hero realized that he had mastered a new skill. Hidden energy gradually became part of him. Watching all the action, the partner wondered if something wrong happened, even suggested that it could be a curse. However, Ku kept calm and confidence in his game. Dressing the ring, he gladly noticed that he was perfect for him. The companion thought about where the real skills came from, and came to the conclusion that they were not given at birth, but gradually acquired, step by step. Feeling relief, she was happy to see that the ring got to her ruler, to Ku. He, in turn, without hesitation, confirmed his belonging to this relic. Interested in whether he had this jewelry, the satellite shared that to pass the ring was the main purpose of her journey. The awareness of the mission has been peaceful. While considering the value of the gift received, their conversation lasted slowly. The determination not to let him go next to her in future affairs added the girl's voice, because she sincerely believed in the ability to cope with all the difficulties. Ku just smiled and laughed quietly, noting that she was exaggerating his capabilities again. However, she stood on her own, convincingly stating that only under his leadership they have a chance to achieve the desired. The light mood between them was preserved due to the exchange of hope full of hope, and mutual trust only combined their hearts. Gradually, fatigue began to take the mountain over both interlocutors. Aeon quickly disappeared from sight, and followed by him imperceptibly moved and Ku. It was impossible to remain indifferent. The girl noticed how endless this day appeared. There was a hint that it was time to rest. Cuo, quite satisfied with the day, supported this idea and reminded how important it is to gain strength before tomorrow's trials. In response, she thanked him for a joint day, wished to rest well. Together they agreed to finish this evening, and the girl added that she may have a little bit before going to the next event. The next morning, Ku woke up full inspiration and immediately rushed to test a new skill: transmutation of materials. Thinking about how to use this technique to transform ordinary resources into something truly valuable, he began to analyze his inventories. Looking at the inventory, Ku found that 1,000 wolf skins can be combined into one rare Fenrir skin. Having examined the peculiarities of the material, the hero came to the conclusion: if you make 20 skins of Fenrir, a unique recipe for equipment will open. He also noted that the skin of the demonic wolf of Fenrir causes the locals not just admiration, it has another value to them. The softness of the touch was combined here with extraordinary physical and magical endurance. The outfit of such material also gave the blessing of God the speed, adding a new tactical dimension. Cuo finished caring for all weapons and armor, which would be useful in the tomorrow's decisive battle, and threw on the shoulders of Mantri Fenrir, sewed from the leather of a demonic wolf. Immediately felt a rush of forces. The magic cloak, which exacerbated the resistance to physical blows and magic, and also endowed with boldness and motorcy, as if God himself had touched his shoulder. The awareness of what was prepared was only full. The determination was read in every movement. CFU was ready to accept any challenge that fate prepared. As he stepped into the underground city, a new reality opened before his eyes. The real surprise engulfed him when the locals met the newcomers with extraordinary warmth. The dungeon turned out to be not gloomy. A bright, life-filled environment prevailed. The humor crowd enthusiastically accepted the guests, sincerely showing its hospitality and joy from an unexpected visit. He was in the spotlight, surrounded by people whose passion and kindness were immediately passed on to him. Overlooking the surrounding environment, the hero leisurely leveled his back and tuned to behave properly among the crowd, keeping peace despite the ubiquitous wave of admiration. Cook confidently called an experienced adventurer from Anand, emphasizing his connections with the underground city. He urged the newcomers to carefully follow the guild team's instructions to easily set up in new homes. In the crowd, those who recognized Ku began to appear, calling him the Killer of the Bears, a nickname that he modestly confirmed. Among the inhabitants, conversations about his unbreakable power and perseverance in adventures, as well as sincere kindness and dedication, were spreading. These traits were impressed by those who saw him for the first time and those who had already had to meet him earlier. Smiling faces around them were filled with ease and calm. The atmosphere pleased it. Despite his barely noticeable shame, he acknowledged that this moment was much more pleasant than he imagined at first. Moving on the neighborhood, he suddenly heard someone loudly shouted his name. It suddenly attracted all his attention. News come to the coup. The northern slopes of the mountains of Fatos were filled with monsters. It is an unmistakable sign that the invasion is already on the doorstep. The evacuation service of the city reported that approximately 70% of the population have already managed to bring it to safe areas, but many people still remained missing. Iris, concerned about the course of rescue, asked questions about the evacuation. Despite all the efforts, I understood more and more. At such a speed to complete the evacuation in time is simply unrealistic. This awareness of his heart was depressing. Iris insisted on an immediate offensive against the monster, clearly aware of the seriousness of her choice. Without any hesitation, Ku and Iris took responsibility. The determination in their eyes did not leave the place of delay. They gathered lightly on the road. Without moving, they moved towards the inevitable fight, confidently stating that it was never to be delayed. Ku leads to the destructive golem, a huge machine gun on which the result of the future battle will depend. The bright flash of the explosion disrupts the darkness behind, and Ku retains the inviolability filled with determination to accept any challenge. Iris was surprised to watch the CUO full of determination reveals its true potential. Clicking on the panel, he activated the headman. He immediately accepted the command and turned on his systems. The mechanism reported on fixed alarm signals that could indicate a probable attack of monsters, clearly demonstrating their environmental analysis. While golem lasers were ignition brighter, Ku and Iris were watching the situation hard, ready to rush at any moment. The Mandifier resolutely declared his intention to become a key force in the future battle. In the distance, the avalanche of monsters raged, which was imprisoned directly to the position of Ku and Iris, a harbinger of the inevitable fight. The weapon in his hands, Ku squeezes the sword's arms, and Iris, encouraged by determination, firmly presses the shield of the dragon god. Both are completely immersed in the battle stand, preparing to take the call. The destructive goal was reported. A powerful magical railgun was charged and completely ready for a shot. It was only to wait for a decisive order. Ku sharply ordered the Gromova golem to open the fire, confidently pointing to the army of monsters that stuck forward. Weighted accuracy managed each of his movements as if a skillfully tuned mechanism. Gulam used an incredibly powerful magical railgun. Destructive energy broke out, and a wide ray swept the field, destroying enemies in the wave of a giant explosion. The powerful energy ray issued by the golem destroyer pierced the battlefield, destroying everything that happened in his path. The huge explosion illuminated the horizon, and Iris, holding his breath, watched the unspeakable power of the blow. On the battlefield, traces of this destructive force have already spoken for themselves. Among the wreckage and chaos left after the battle, Issa and the destructive goal have silently observed the consequences. The power of the coup was so impressive that it could erase whole civilization from the earth. Its actions during the battle with Stamid gained special weight. The CMO thought about its own development. The level has already risen to the 71st, and at the same time increased significantly both the stock of strength and physical power. Meanwhile, as a devastating goal completed the cooling, it relentlessly cleared the territory from enemies. Considering the further plan, CUO and Iris distributed the task. Iris had to cover the left flank, and CUO to take the right one to act coordinated together. Iris has adopted the challenge with enthusiasm. The one who will overcome more enemies will win, and the defeated will treat the opponent in dinner. This competition was a great chance for him to try Fenrir's cloak. He was going to fight the full, not allowing himself lightness. Kun activated the grace of lightning agility. For him, the world seemed to slow down the course, and his own body had become unprecedented with flexibility and speed. Moving forward, the young man realized this ability gives him a great advantage. This made it possible to disassemble the hostile strokes with cold-blooded accuracy. The bullet rushed forward and relentlessly, skillfully cutting through the lava monsters with adamant accuracy and lightning speed. Taking advantage of the awakened ability, the hero was lightning with his first enemy. When everything was completed, without delaying a moment, the hero instantly took a battle rack, preparing to take the next blow. Each of his Russia felt unwavering determination and undeniable control over the battlefield. Estimating the speed given by the new applied ability, Ku with surprise noted the phenomenal acceleration. However, the considerable costs of the cast did not allow you to admire lightly. It would have to be used with care. Assessing that his magical energy will recover slowly, he considered the next move. Another monster approached Ku, which issued a threatening roar, forcing the guy to instantly change the battlefield. The CMO activated the power of Grekham's sword and directed a devastating blow, the blows of the God of Warriors Plus, against the monster that appeared before him. The blade cut air with devastating accuracy and frantic force, hitting the target directly and instantly neutralizing the thread. One and only powerful blow decided everything. The final impulse finally destroyed the monster. Q noticed that the more magic he pours into the devastating blow of the God of Wars, the broader the radius of the defeat and the devastating the force of attack becomes. With increasing levels to 72, his power and combat skill strengthened even more, making his appearance a true warrior legend. The sword rose in the hand of Ku, and at the same time he felt a powerful flow of energy. It is time to make a devastating blow to Severus Plus Strike, the power of the God of Wars himself. But everything has changed immediately. The blade suddenly shook, illuminated with a bright, dazzling light. The hot breath of the surprise pierced Ku. With the gloam, his weapon, something unusual happened. His forces were much more significant than it seemed earlier. It hinted at a close breakthrough and discovering a new limit of power. At the same time, the presence of a black dragon, a harbinger of an inevitable solution, was captured in the air. In these moments, the ability of the Dragonbean was activated on the full, and a powerful, crazy aura shone around Ku. Realizing that the true confrontation was only gaining momentum, he gathered the strength and tuned to meet the challenge with the updated determination. Iris, standing firmly on the battlefield, lifted the shield of the dragon god before the crowd of rage of wolves. By activating the ability of the dragon god barrier, she formed an impenetrable protective wall that reflected all the enemy's drops. A flock of wolves rushed forward without stopping, but no animal overcame divine protection. Untouched and concentrated, Iris skillfully turned the spear, instantly reflecting the frantic wolf attack. Her accurate maneuver forced the predator to retreat, rejecting immediate danger. Looking around, the girl suddenly realized that there were so many enemies that the land was not visible. Flowing with the body, Iris with iron determination squeezed a shield. Recognizing that the battle was far from completion, it remained in the heart of the order, reflecting the attacks with a protective canvas and cleverly driving away the spear of the surrounding wolves. Suddenly, something attracted her attention. Her eyes expanded from surprise when she noticed an unexpected figure that was rapidly approaching behind. Its appearance immediately changed the course of the battle. The dynamic appearance of Ku suddenly cut off Iris with wolves. He was in a hurry to inform her of an unexpected change in circumstances. Having reported her of an urgent danger, he warned, "The black dragon is already approaching." Without being surprised, Iris noticed how a shield in her hands suddenly shone with a bright light. It became a clear sign of a close clash. In preparation for the battle, Iris heard a desperate call. Someone warned about the approach of the black dragon. Without losing her coldness, Ku gave her responsibility for massacre with the rest of the monster, and he focused on preparing for a meeting with a more dangerous threat. With confidence in his eyes, he wished her good luck, and he moved towards the inevitable fight. Meanwhile, Ku, together with the allies, finally found out the location of the black dragon. After persistent searches on the map finally managed to determine the place, the origins came from the mountains of Fado. In the heart, both determination and a slight breath of relief were squeezed. Now the point is probably known. When preparing to move on, they emphasize the need to act harmoniously as the only coordinated mechanism. When the silhouette of the black dragon was already emerging on the horizon, Ku and his companions moved without hesitation. Having united in common determination, they confidently traveled towards the very heart of danger, aware of all the grandeur of future trials. Anxiety was coming ahead. The atmosphere suddenly tensed when a bizarre sight was unfolding before Ku and its accomplices. A black circle was hanging in the sky, from which threatening, pulsating energy emitted. Everyone prepared for the battle, occupying protective positions, and Ku, keeping the sword with alert and lifting the shield, was preparing to take the danger that was about to emerge from the darkness. Ku with anxiety monitored how an incredible phenomenon was unfolding before his eyes, which resembled an egg, about to split and release into the world what was still hiding inside. On the surface of the black sphere, which hanged in the sky, cracks, and the air pierced the piercing sounds of the gap. This heralded the appearance of something enormous and dangerous. A giant creature emerged from the mountains. The black scales glittered at dusk, and the rolled roar swept the sky, forcing everything to froze around. The black dragon is a legendary disaster that emerges every 4,000 years, unfolds its mighty wings. His description indicates a devastating force capable of erasing the whole of the Earth's whole civilization with apocalyptic flames. The black dragon, which itself represented the threat of extermination, grew great over the world. His vivid, full of ancient power of his eyes pierced the horizon, and the mighty roar, which forced the earth to shudder, announced the beginning of his devastating anger. The main character stretches out the endless space, and the look is firmly chained to the black dragon, which plays high over the mountain peaks. The dangerous beast is too far to try the attack. Watching the situation, the partner notes how difficult this test will be. The face of the hero acquires a strict expression. He inhales deeply, adjusting to the next step. The sword in his hand vibrates with energy when he raises him, and in his eyes an unbreakable determination flashes. Ahead of the trial, but he is not going to retreat. The sword of the protagonist, with a whistle, splits the air, confronted with the scales of a huge dragon in a fierce duel. The unwavering associate with a shield is steadily holding the defense nearby, preparing to repel any attack, while the dragon corresponds to a rage and a loud roar. The striking stroke of the sword, enhanced by the powerful power of the dragon, lifts the crazy explosion of the waves around, and the earth under the feet of opponents begins to tremble, and the battle is gaining a new passion. The dragon roars from pain. His rage goes to two soldiers, but they are adamant. They do not step one step in their duel. Assessing the dragon's wound, the protagonist understands, though the wound is not deadly, and you will not call him light. From a deep decay, the blood constantly scrapes, and the dragon roars in pain. The smile illuminates the face of the hero. As soon as he understands, the monster can still be injured. In his gaze, a spark of hope flashes. Squeezing the sword stronger, he tunes to a new blow, knowing that the real battle just starts. Finally, making sure that it is quite possible to cope with a powerful dragon, the characters are preparing for the final battle. The dragon himself at this time prepares a devastating blow. A spooky energy breaks out of his mouth. The protagonist, noticing the deadly threat, is gleaming with a friend with a firmament. Without any hesitation, the hero confidently conveys the command of the next phase of the battle, loudly shouting her name. The girl, full of determination, only squeezes the shield in her hands. He goes away, putting the most responsible part of the battle on her, while the rabidness of the dragon's offensive is only growing. The fight is constantly approaching its decisive moment. Iris, filled with unwavering determination, solemnly swears allegiance and promises to protect the main character forever, in gratitude for the saved life. Her voice sounds confident and sincere. Her words are accompanied by a flash of a powerful aura, in the air strength and relentless determination. The atmosphere is tensed when a protective barrier is sparkling around them, and the threat of the dragon is still heavily over them. Side by side, with the sense of the burden of her own promise, the main character is preparing for the next decisive step in the battle. Iris, with a power that affects the imagination, lifts the shield. The shimmering barrier shines, holding back the devastating stroke of the dragon. The powerful explosion of energy hits the protective barrier, accelerating around the wave of force. The incomprehensible power of the dragon hangs over everything, but Iris remains unbreakable. Its determination has no limits. Seeing the power of the impact, the Fortune is instantly preparing for the next step, understanding it is impossible to stop, because only the relentless pressure will allow to overcome a formidable dragon. The battle does not subscribe for a moment. Every attack and every counterattack testifies to the unbreakable will and power of warriors. The dragon's fury is widely straightened, the wings and lifts a piercing roar, which is carried by the moon over the battlefield. He flies into the sky, preparing for a new, devastating blow. The eyes of the hero and Iris are encountered, in the glance, a loose determination to the future battle. The sudden gust of the wind swept by, and the wave of the mighty movement of the dragons makes them swaying in place. The fight is gaining momentum, and both warriors strongly stand side by side, getting ready to meet a terrible beast. The dragon, waving his wings, falls rapidly down. His grand body with roar collapses on the ground, filling the air with a significant force. Under the relentless pressure of the dragon attack, the barrier which defended Iris and the main character gave a crack. The space is filled with a loud crack of broken energy. The protective shield begins to crumble simply in the eyes. Awareness of the threatening situation covers the hero. Even the divine barrier barely withstands the pressure of dragon's power and is about to crumble. Both warriors are confidently standing on their own, preparing to accept all the consequences of this fierce collision. Feeling crazy tension, the protagonist awakens the blessing of the rate of X, and his body is instantly filled with incredible energy. Meanwhile, the dragon is declining rapidly, and the protagonist and Iris are perfectly fit and rushed forward with a synchronous movement. The world is turning into a blurry flow of colors. Their new speed erases all boundaries. They lightly shorten the distance to the majestic beast. The dragon, already ready to strike another blow, does not even suspect that he has been challenged, and these two are already meeting his face to face, determined to fight to the latter. Suddenly, in the middle of a frantic battle, there is a common awareness to the characters. The danger is already nearby. When the dragon is rapidly coming with his attack, Iris, without hesitation, becomes between him and the main character, instinctively protecting him, and together they prepare to meet the blow. Watching how Iris is protected by all his forces, the protagonist smiles and thanks her sincerely. The girl lifts his gaze, a little surprised by such words, and between them is born a barely noticeable but strong bridge of trust and mutual support. It will become their support before a new test. The focused look of the protagonist gives a hard work of thought. He already thinks about the further step. Iris is strongly addressed, to help the dragon immobilize, because for the following actions it is necessary to stop this mighty beast first. Instantly gathering, the hero takes a fighting position and waves his sword rapidly. The blade of lightning breaks the air, aiming to paralyze the movements of the dragon. Feeling danger, the beast rushes, trying to evade, and the determination of the warrior is unwavering. To stop the monster is the key to winning. The dragon responds to the unexpected maneuver of the protagonist. It is instantly encompassed by mysterious force. A powerful beast finds in strong bonds that hamper movements right in the air. Despite the desperate attempts to escape, the wings only bend the air in vain. Invisible shackles are not amenable. The angry dragon lifts a terrible roar into the sky, but the attempt to break out of the trap again ends with failure. Meanwhile, the protagonist, along with Iris, spreading high above the ground, had already prepared for the next step of their brave plan. The battle goes on a turning point. The sinister dragon is already tight and restrained, and two soldiers are preparing to strike a decisive blow. Despite the boat, the beast is desperately torn to freedom. His unrestrained power makes the shackles crash, and the deaf roar pierces the air when he fiercely struggles, seeking to escape from the trap. Evaluating the course of the battle, the protagonist quickly understands the dragon will not be left for a long time, and his own magical power is almost exhausted. Only 40% can be in stock. It is impossible to delay. Despite the fierce rise of the monster, the hero, along with Ira, sigh for a moment, but still not sure whether it was possible to finally overcome the formidable enemy. The determination sparks flash in the eyes of the protagonist when he directs the last drops of his magical power into the sword, preparing for the last decisive blow. The air around is filled with electrifying voltage, and the blade itself, enveloped by a fallen stream of force, rises to a powerful attempt, and a devastating attack rushes simply on the dragon. The dragon, feeling the inevitable threat, strains his muscles in anticipation of the blow, but the hero is unwavering to put a point in this battle, throwing away all the remains of his own strength in a decisive attack. The intense collision between the main characters, the shiny blow of a charged sword, and the fiery breath of the dragon explode with powerful detonation. A powerful blow lifts the waves that roll the battlefield, illuminating everything around the dazzling flash of light. The dragon and hero simultaneously absorbs a storm of energy, and the alkaline of the explosion is given even in the farthest corners. When the smoke is gradually dissipated, it becomes obvious the result of this final battle has not yet been determined. In a desperate impulse, the characters unfold the last attack against the dragon, the explosion of which strikes the imagination. The dust is barely after a grand flash. The protagonist finds himself defenseless in the middle of the destruction, but Iris is strongly in defense. In her eyes, Iris is a determination. She steps forward, substituting the shield and preparing for any dangers that may appear. The protagonist, a little stunned, suddenly remembers his promise to defend her. In his voice, there is an unquenchable call to Iris. There is a strong connection between them. Despite the chaos around them, they stand together, ready to overcome all the trials that will fall on their fate. The protagonist expresses her sincere gratitude for her protection. With a sigh of sighs, he immediately asks aloud whether they could finally overcome the black dragon. But the relief instantly disappears. Their thoughts interrupt an alarming, sinister roar. Both the hero and Iris together turn their views on the battlefield, stunned by the increasing threat created by the dragon. The fog scattered as the burning eyes of the dragon appear out of his heart, watching their every movement and notifying them the real battle is just unfolding. The protagonist, together with Iris, is intensely preparing for a new wave of attack, realizing that the battle is still far from complete. The dragon lifts an unspeakable roar. It is only growing. A powerful flash of energy breaks out of the mouth. The earth shudders from a frantic force, while the beast is erupted from the pit, ready to return the fire in response. The gloomy clouds are thick when the dragon releases incredible power, dramatically changing the atmosphere itself. The protagonist and Iris are fated in surprise. The sky became completely black, an inevitable sign of insurmountable power of creature. A powerful roar shakes the ground under his feet, warning about something grand. The dragon figure stands above them, radiating incredible energy and preparing to strike the next devastating blow. The battle is far from completion. The tension increases with every moment when the characters are preparing for the next test. The protagonist suddenly feels a terrifying anxiety. The ability of the dragons is the dark field absorbs his magical energy at catastrophic speed. The MP counter decreases rapidly. Only the moment was 30,500, and now 17,804. He literally feels the invisible attraction pumps out his strength. This skill not only sucks Manu from all living things within 2 kilometers, but also fully suppresses its natural ability to restore magical energy. Next to him, full of anxiety, is an Iris. She perfectly understands the seriousness of what is happening. The threat is becoming more dangerous, and the protagonist realizes that it is necessary to act immediately, otherwise they will not have any chances to resist a powerful dragon. The hero's magical energy melts rapidly, leaving him only 8,514 units. He realizes that the fight should be delayed at least a little, and the advantage will go to the enemy, because neither retreat nor hope for the mercy of God, the speed can no longer succeed. Leaving no other choice for himself, the hero focuses the last forces on a decisive, powerful blow. Breast determination is gaining hardness when the hero is preparing to spend the last crumbs of magical energy. He understands that it may only give a chance to defeat the black dragon and finally complete the fierce confrontation. The protagonist reveals his most powerful technique, Astral God of Wars, Severus Plus. Gathering the last forces in one devastating attack, the hero directs it simply in a black dragon. The blow explodes with tremendous power, and the shockwave cuts the battlefield in half. Feeling all the importance of the moment, the main character exclaims his determination to complete the battle with this only decisive blow. The powerful flow of energy rushes directly to the dragon, and his whole inner world shrinks to a single last effort. If this blow does not reach the goal, the strength for the further struggle will no longer remain. The last stroke of the main character sounds with a frantic power, lifting a powerful explosion, which is carried by the moon throughout the battlefield. But despite all efforts, the black dragon remains adamant. Its protection is still standing. Well, but adamant, the main character collects the remains of strength and rushes forward, focusing all the will in an instant. It is strongly tensed, getting ready to break through the last protection of the dragon. The voltage increases with every second, because this next step will be decisive, everything or nothing. The relentless power of the dragon only pours the oil into the fire of his determination to bring the battle to the end, put the final point. The battle reaches the highest tension. The dragon, exhausted under the pressure of the heroes, is barely maintained. Cracks occur in its protection. These are the first signs of weakening a powerful beast. Having collected the remnants of strength, the main character with pressure breaks through the protective barrier of the creature. The powerful rick of the dragon breaks back, but the unbreakable determination of the hero allows you not to lose focus on the purpose. The wife of the observers was alert to intervene when the hero came in a decisive fight with a deadly dragon. However, the struggle exhausted did not make him surrender. Gathering the remnants of strength, the dragon struck. The protagonist and Iris are full of determination, ready to accept any challenge. In the very battle, Iris is firmly compressing the shield, and her unwavering courage becomes a true model of stability. He remembers the promise given by the protagonist to protect him at any cost. It is at the moment when the offensive of the dragon becomes unbearably frantic, it takes on all its devastating blow. A powerful blow makes the girl's body tremble, but she retains a fighting rack. Watching her unbreakable courage, the protagonist cannot restrain the admiration, although he notices that cracks appear on the protective barrier. The frantic power of the dragon breaks everything around from the place, and Eris tries to keep the defense from his last strength until the world is falling under his feet. The last, devastating shot of the dragon breaks her shield, and Iris is screaming pain. The protagonist, covered with horror and anxiety, is barely held on the legs, watching what is happening. When dust settles, a picture of horrible destruction opens before his eyes, and an alarming thought of a possible end pierces the mind. The hero, surrounded by fragments, feels the weight of the defeat hangs over him, forcing him to doubt his own. The heart is crazy when the imagination draws the worst. Does everything here break down, meeting face to face with a ruthless dragon, which is already impossible? The hero is on the verge of death. The memories of the moments that made sense of the whole path are flared inside. At a time when death was already breathing in the back of the back, it seemed that the last chance was about to slip out of his hands. However, it was in the new world that another road has opened for him. Here he found a meaning for which it is worth living. Once in the circle of people who met him with genuine joy, he suddenly realizes how much support and new relationships are weighed to him. It is the thought of the inevitable loss that makes him shout into despair, and the unwavering spirit raises to fight death. The outbreak of new determination is burning in the eyes. Now he is ready to accept any challenge of fate. Full of determination, the hero solemnly swears to return to all, wrapped in the blessing of the spirits and the promise to step down the threshold of his home again. The mysterious energy envelops it when the ring of spirits begins to shine. His power grows through the spirits that gathered around. Bright light explodes from the ring, and the hero finally realizes the true greatness of this moment, because the ring gives him a temporary but incredible power at the moment when it is needed. The system confirmed, all conditions were fulfilled. Having exhausting his magical forces in the battle with a black dragon, he activates a special ability, Transfer. Armed with new power, the hero is finally ready to challenge the dragon and fulfill a long-standing promise. But despite the insurmountable obstacles, it rolls a wave of unexpected power. The level of his mana rapidly flies up and goes out of control. The mana counter rapidly exceeds its border, and the impression of the guy changes to complete surprise. An incredible figure appears on the MP indicator, 10,050. 32. This value is unthinkable high, much exceeds all his expectations. Powerful energy envelops it from all sides. The mysterious force permeates the body through. Although the hero does not fully understand what is happening, he feels, right now, his decisive time has come. It is covered by powerful energy. It is preparing for a decisive offensive, determined to use an unexpected opportunity and put an end to the Black Dragon. The protagonist concentrates all his power in the final, unprecedented powerful blow, releasing a devastating explosion towards the enemy. The powerful impulse of the attack causes a devastating explosion, which shatters the entire battlefield, and the loud cry of the main character spreads through chaos, emphasizing his desperate determination. A powerful explosion throws a black dragon back, and rage attacks leave it stunned. Despite all the power of the enemy, the protagonist, filled with unbreakable determination, rushes forward, knowing that this moment can be his only chance to put a point in the duel and fulfill the promise of this time. Armed with the new energy of the Ring of Spirits, the protagonist releases a devastating final. The dragon does not have time to get rid of the frantic force of this attack. The angry reconstrictor erupts from his breast at the time of impact. The earth shudders from a powerful explosion. Dust and debris clubs fly into the air. Smoke goes down, and the dragon falls hard to the ground. Its strength fades. Among the wreckage is the main character, exhausted but full of determination, because he feels, right now, his further fate in this struggle for survival is decided. Despite the wounds, the dragon does not lose vigilance. His ominous growl makes it clear that the battle is far from completing. Full of determination, the hero collects the remnants of strength and meets the crazy pressure of the black dragon, which roars from the rage and corresponds to a powerful counterattack full of true anger. A loud battle cry has a silence. The hero breaks into a decisive last offensive. The lightning sword erupts the air. A powerful blow to a deaf roar meets the body of the dragon. The powerful explosion is rolled up by the battlefield, lifting the waves of flames and destruction. The fragments fly away when the dragon falls under a devastating blow. His mighty body breaks into parts of the rage of an explosion. Grasping his teeth, the protagonist fights with exhaustion and pain, watching the battle approaching his dramatic and intense finale. The black dragon, notwithstanding the frantic attack of the protagonist, eventually falls under the pressure of his unbreakable determination. The dragon's body begins to crumble and break when the last blow hit the target, scattering the fragments of its shape in all sides. Hard breathing gradually subsides, and the triumph is still brightly burning in the breast of the hero. The heart is madly fighting from unspeakable joy and surprise when the dragon's remains slowly scattered on gunpowder before his eyes. The tension gradually dissolves in the air when the main character, breathing hard, understands victory for him, and the promise is fulfilled. Once the fight against the black dragon is coming to an end, the story is transferred to a remote magic landscape, immersing the viewer into a mystical atmosphere for the next 30 seconds. 3 long nights and days of prayer are heard throughout the earth, calling the spirit for a new life. The prayers flow up, and the ancients gathered in the holy places, seeking to honor the spirit of the dragon, whose essence remained in this world even after his death. The moods become thoughtful. The future is now associated with the fate of the spirit, because the battle of the dragon was not only a test of power, but also the struggle of the spirit. Faithful dragon fans bow their heads in thanksgiving, escorting his soul to the other world. This is how the whole era ends, and the world opens a new page in its spiritual history. A few days after the victory over the black dragon, and a grand festive extravaganza launched in the city. The streets are filled with joy and enthusiasm. The residents are going to pay tribute to the brave hero of Ku and his unbreakable associate, Iris. The cheerful exclamations of the crowd parted with a hole in a wave when the inhabitants of the city lifted glasses in a genuine toast, honoring the twist of two heroes and their amazing courage, which allowed them to stand in a difficult duel with a dragon. The atmosphere is imbued with gratitude and joy. The locals celebrate the obtained peace. The celebration is raging with new power, and Ku becomes the main star of the festivities. He is passionate about his courage. Residents of the city greet the hero with loud applause and raise glasses for his honor, calling the winner of the dragons, and sometimes bears. Ku finds himself in the celebration. Loyal friends and allies gathered around, having fun and sharing joyful stories. The holiday is gaining momentum. The atmosphere is imbued with genuine joy and brotherhood, so even those who have not seen Ku have longed to join the common triumph. The celebration is even louder in the story, with jokes and laughter. But when the fun is gradually subsiding, the moon goes down in the dark sky, announcing the completion of this unforgettable day. Trapped by a wave of triumph, the kook stands in the spotlight when the sand, with a sincere gratitude, praises his courage for rescuing the city. However, the kook modestly squeezes out of praise, tirelessly emphasizing that the decisive role was played by the luck and the help of those who were nearby. Recalling the pathway, decisive moments emerge in memory. The opening of the underground city, obtaining the Ring of Spirits. Thoughts return to the unexpected turns of fate, especially to the shield of the dragon god, which became the key to his triumph. The peaceful landscape of the distant town gives a reflection on the path that awaits. A familiar figure is approached by reminiscent of a long-standing conversation. The words about the opportunity forced to think. Every choice in life has its price. Without stopping on this, the interlocutor adds, the true value is not just to get good cards, but also the ability to use them to the full. The mystery of true power is revealed not only in the possession of the advantage, but also in its skillful use. This conclusion came through its own experience. He thinks that the ability to wisely dispose of his capabilities opens the way to even greater achievements. In the Feast of the Celebrations, which are moving around, Ku is immersed in reflection on the meaning of these words and draws a look into the future of his journey. The conversation is ongoing. CFU is wondering whether it is worth calling your power simply by luck. In response, he hears the wisdom of the word full. Sometimes it is better to lean before fate and entrust himself to her trends. However, recognizing the ability to rationally dispose of what you have, he expresses praise. After all, he is not just skillfully using his own power. However, he also created miracles and reached incredible heights. Smiling, the stranger encourages Ku, assuring that it is only necessary to believe in his own strength, and no less grand achievements are waiting for him. The anticipation of new accomplishments and further growth fills a person with enthusiasm. He is waiting for stories about the successes awaiting. At the same time, CUO thinks, is it not time to allow luck to become a support? It thinks that it is possible to trust at least a little more. It's not so bad. Looking at the moon, he understands that if he had remained in Japan, this idea may have remained incomprehensible to him. It is here, in the new world, as if for the first time, the truth appears in all its clarity. The next day, Iris, worried, steps to Ku, eagerly sorting his fingers. Uncertainty is mixed on her face with a premonition of something important. Ku, dressed in a strict suit, casts a surprised look at her. Slightly embarrassed but happy, Iris throws a smile when their views intersect. In the next scene, Ku, dressed in a classic suit, is surprised how the dress has changed Iris. It is just unrecognizable. Iris, smiling gently, replies that today he rests on him. The restaurant table is a light and warm atmosphere, full of sweet carelessness. Conversations are gradually switched to the memories of long conversations about ancient civilizations, and this brings them a great pleasure. The aroma of the dish returns Iris to the memories of the previous meeting. The taste is almost identical, and the girl does not hide her astonishment. The CUO also approves, enjoying the warmth of this moment. According to a friendly conversation about the legendary battle with a black dragon, they both plunge into the story, not noticing how quickly time goes for dinner. Iris confesses that it was thanks to the skill of Ku that it was possible to save the Anon. Otherwise, he would not have time to evacuate. She also frankly says she is scared to even think about a new meeting with a black dragon, and there is no desire to fight with him. The interlocutor agrees, recognizing how terrible the dragon was. But Iris changes the topic and is interested in other disasters. Thinking about whether there are even more terrible threats except the black dragon, Ku is immersed in reflections. Both look into the future, trying to imagine the tests that can wait ahead. A few seconds of silence will swear between them, and suddenly Iris asks with interest whether a new ability appeared in KU. In response, he smiles and shares the joyful news. After the victory over the black dragon, he was opened by Calamity Summon with one blow. The victory over the dragon has not only brought him a new skill, with it, the CU received a rapid increase in level. Iris listened to his story with genuine admiration, especially interested in mentioning such a powerful power. Meanwhile, the conversation is gradually revealing the consequences of a recent battle and the difficulties that are still awaiting ahead. While the exchange of thoughts is ongoing, Iris will jokingly tease about his skills. Noting that by causing a beast of evil, it only increases the amount of misery in the world, she with a smile suggests that he may be a real disaster here. Ku with a smile assures her that he is an ordinary person and emphasizes, regardless of place, he always remains himself. Their casual joke contrasts clearly with the tension of the previous battles. Iris's wasteland does not reduce the hardness of the Ku. He continues to enjoy the moment and emphasizes once again that despite all the trials, he remains a simple guy. During the further conversation, Iris and Iris are moving to discuss their future plans. Iris shares that Mila soon goes to work at the guild main office in the royal capital and recognizes that when a girlfriend leaves, she will become much more alone. The CMO was thinking that the victory over the black dragon could be awarded, and rumors about their feat are flying around the world. Feeling the burden of uncertainty, he openly confesses to you. He does not know what will surprise his life with the next step, and reflects on the unpredictable paths that stretch in front. This dialogue draws a picture of the foreboding of the future. Expectation is intertwined with the awareness of those trials that have already been overcome. Sitting side by side, Kook sinks into the memories of the past. He talks about the path that began 5 years ago, not even imagining where he will go. He confesses that at home, among the people of the dragons, he always felt an icy attitude, and this burden still does not give him rest. Having heard a sad shade in his voice, Iris looks in his eyes with anxiety. He is uncertain about how to touch this painful theme. She carefully interested in a quiet voice whether he will allow him to learn more about her difficult past. The moment is filled with genuine frankness and casual curiosity when the characters gradually reveal to each other their souls. Further immersing himself in the conversation, Iris confidently confesses she had a twin sister named Ferris. Only units have a rare force of the servant of the sanctuary of the dragon. Coupliston listens carefully when Iris tells that such a gift is extremely rare. Appearing only once in a few hundred years, this ability is unique. CUO, without hiding the hobby, asks how rare is the case when someone gets such a powerful inheritance. The shadow of sadness was in the eyes of Iris, when the mention of the sister caused a long-standing pain and still alive, difficult connection of the past. Open in her experiences, she slowly tells more about her twin, Ferris, leaving listeners in anticipation of new revelations. In addition to the powerful skills of the priest of the dragon god, she also has a rare gift of predicting the future. Since 6 years old, Ferris surprised everyone with an exceptional ability to anticipate disasters. More than 90% of her prophecies have been met, striking with accuracy and incredible intuition. While Eris is enthusiastically talking about her achievements, the ball listens carefully to every word, not hiding the admiration of the sister's abilities and that burden of the skill lying on her shoulders. Iris slowly opens the veil over painful childhood memories. She tells how 15 with Ferris was trained in the priestess of the sanctuary. Then Ferris was a much more powerful abilities. But while studying on the temple, the monster suddenly attacked. Ferris tragically died in that horrific battle, and the whole burden of loss lay solely on the shoulders of Iris, who had to continue on his own. Iris leads his story further, revealing that at 16 years she was sent on a dangerous journey as a priestess of the temple. She received an assignment to find a shield of the dragon god and to pass the ruby to the conductor, and 3 guards were traveling next to it. The journey turned to her a difficult test. Both the guards and all the satellites disappeared on the road. It was this fateful mission that became the starting point for Iris on the way to real adventures. Iris expresses his deep gratitude for his support, because it was thanks to him that she was able to cope with the responsibilities of the priestess. Now she has the opportunity to return and finally meet the girl from whom she ran for so long. The conversation is gaining momentum, and CFU is interested in her ideas for the future, especially given that her duties are already behind. Iris confesses that she is in no hurry to return home. She restrains herself, because the future appears to her as a mystery and the heart is full of expectations of new ways. The desire to go on a journey to see everything that the world can offer voices. Arisa asks if he will continue to be an adventure, but he hesitates with the answer. However, the Iris with increasing interest is watching events. With a smiling smile, she charming that he will probably get bored soon from simple excursions, and then she capses that she was going to go with him on a journey. The CFU only laughs in response, admitting that such a journey would really be incredibly exciting. Telling, Iris is thinking about how much she has changed. Since childhood, it seemed that the whole world had thrown it to the help. It was not hoped for help. She had to survive on his own, so she used her abilities solely to keep everyone at a safe distance. Talking about this episode from her past, it suddenly becomes more serious, and a shadow of sadness appears on her face. Meanwhile, Cool listens carefully and seems to be thinking about their joint journey. Iris expresses his sincere gratitude, confessing how much it means to her. What he did not only saved her life, but also supported her in the most difficult moments of her soul. Her face is illuminated by a joyful smile when she confesses to a happy one that she met him and looks forward to the days they will spend together. Ku, although she was caught by surprise, carefully comprehends what he heard. Under the ghostly glow of the moon, she froze alone. The face emits quiet confidence and pleasure. She was embarrassed and confused. Iris, who was right in front of him, begs to forget their previous conversation. CUO is surprised to watch her mood swings, and without understanding the reasons for such anxiety, quietly asks what happened. Against the background of his indiscriminate restraint, her embarrassment is particularly distinguished. This opposite is the mood of all moment. In this scene, Iris apologizes, explaining that her previous behavior was a consequence of a slight intoxication, so she mentions the details. A light smile touched the mouth when he looked at Iris. There was no insults and a trace, just an understanding of her words. Iris was embarrassed, while Ku kept calm and cheered it. He suggested making another glass, saying it at ease and jokingly. The atmosphere immediately became easier, as his joking invitation dispelled the tension and set up in a friendly order. Silence wraps the space when it reaches out the hand and gently puts its palm into the heiress' hand. Sudden intimacy catches both by surprise. Ku in a confusion widens the eyes, and Iris is slightly rubbed. Her face expresses both surprise and a slight anxiety. The silent dialogue of their views is woven with curiosity and hesitation, as if they both have not decided how to proceed at this unusual moment. In the air, the tension is blowing. Everything around has frozen, anticipating the decisive moment between the two. Ku goes next to Iris, and their steps sound in a beat in silence, which precedes a great event. Recently, a noticeable tension has melted in the air. CFU gives a gentle smile. Iris, finally relaxing, shines widely with joy. Monthly calm wraps the street, and between them is a subtle heat and special proximity. In a cozy atmosphere, a soft glow and peace, they enjoy each other's company after a previous conversation. The harmony around reflects the silence and harmony of their joint walk. The CFU smiles with easy pleasure, allowing harmony around you. During the leisurely walking of the forest path, the golden rays of the sun break through the crown of trees, which only emphasize the tranquility of the surrounding nature. In front of Iris goes, the girl holds the step and looks back, watching the CFU with interest. The calm around contrasts sharply with the tests left behind, and the CFU's words are gratitude for the silence they are now enjoying. In this episode, CFU and Iris are stroll through the forest where Iris is playing a sincere, joyful smile on the face. Near the water, Iris draws attention to several mushrooms that peek peacefully from under moss and invites KU to look at them together. The CU without unnecessary words agrees, demonstrating its openness to help. On the way, without hiding gratitude, Issa thanks him for the support of the task. Gradually, mutual respect is born between Iris and CFU, and trust is stronger while they perform tasks together. During a walk in the forest path, the CFU is shared from Iris that they are currently unable to create a joint party because of their difference in their ranks, but proposes to apply for an association as soon as they return to the guild. In the conversation, he adds that Iris can bypass the increase in the increase if he reaches the desired rank on his own. In response, the girl expresses the idea of joining the joint team as soon as the opportunity appears, and Ku with passion supports this proposal. In this scene, the Ku and Iris are walking side by side, passionately discussing their dreams and aspirations. A joint conversation gradually brings them closer together, revealing a new level of understanding and a sense of a real team. The guy addresses Iris, whether she joins his new trip. The girl, without hesitation for a moment, smiles warmly and confesses. Next to him, her heart is filled with joy. Confidently step forward. It allows you to play your hair with a light breeze, filling a moment with a special harmony and tranquility. With warm interest, Ku watches how mutual understanding and a real society are gradually born between them. The calm forest envelops Kook and Iris when weird mushrooms appear on their way, slowly floating in the air. The unusual spectacle makes Kook think, have they met the monsters? Iris explains with untouched confidence. It is only safe flying mushrooms. They simmer smoothly in the air, softly moving away if they approach them closer. Ku, meanwhile, thinks whether she will be able to use them in his inventions, and Iris does not hide delight. The properties of these creatures are really striking. The trip continues. Every step opens new, unusual landscapes, wrapped in atmosphere of research and easy excitement. Among this journey, the CUO causes the blessing of Divine Speed X. It is rapidly disrupting forward at impressive speed. Iris does not hide surprise, but such agility has long been not news for her. At the moment when the company decides to collect drifting mushrooms, the Kook takes the responsibility to cover the ways of retreat, skillfully demonstrating its lightning reaction. The passionate tourists closely monitor him every step, noting the constant speed at which he moves, while mushrooms are funny to slip. The peaceful forest comes to life, filled with the dynamics of their unexpected persecution. In less than a moment, he returns to Iris, triumphantly extending 5 volatile mushrooms that have been harvested incredibly quickly. It is captured by its lightning speed. No one has time to follow the movements. Effectiveness does not require unnecessary words. Then the team again goes to collect the necessary materials in the Serenaya forest. With the first dawn, they return to the noisy town of Onan, where the streets are gradually filled with life. A young admirer, trembling with excitement, gives a desire to shake your hand and share your admiration. It is timid, barely holding back emotions to personally express your respect. Pleasingly surprised, but without losing dignity, Ku agrees, and this scene immediately attracts the interested views of the residents of the surrounding town. His presence inspires people. Someone is happy to treat drinks in their shops, while others dream of an adventure life under his leadership, with respect, by calling him with a dream, the winner of the dragons. Every day, glory is spreading, and around it is already united by a circle of passionate fans. The community is increasingly fond of its achievements. At the noisy guild, Eris meets a friendly administrator who shines with a sincere smile. Catching the right moment with the advent of the duo, she sincerely praises Ku for his unbridled popularity and transmits official invitations from the Guild of Adventure Seekers, emphasizing the perfect relevance of their arrival. The atmosphere of improving status fills the air because their contribution is no longer gone unnoticed in the guild. The receptionist is shared with Ku and Iris news about a trip to the capital of the kingdom organized by Chalat's company. It transmits them with important information about the award ceremony that will take place in a month. He thinks about the opportunity to visit the chromium home. The question of its plans, Melia is happy to confirm that it will definitely appear at the ceremony and tells how eagerly awaits this event. With a smile on her face, the administrator sincerely calls for Ku and Iris to enjoy a future journey, especially paying attention to the incredible landscapes that will wait for them on the road. She apologizes that she cannot make them accompany because of his duties in the local department, but assures that at the ceremony they will certainly meet again. With the onset of the night and Iris, they remain alone, enjoying the calm moment of silence. The heart overwhelms joy and relentless curiosity, the capital of the kingdom, and a fascinating journey into an unknown. Under the open starry sky, in the middle of an endless field, he holds his breath. In the silence of the night, tries to understand why he was here. Armed with determination, the hero decides to test the newly created relic, a ring released from the remains of a black dragon. The view directed in the sky is filled with confidence. This remote place is perfect for night experiments. Ku carefully considers the only exposed ring of the Emperor of the Dragons of Fire, a unique artifact which conceals incredible power. When the artifact comes to life in his hands, the true power of the ring is revealed. The heir to the Emperor of the Flame receives a unique skill X and a special bonus for equipment. The power of the ring greatly enhances its ability in fiery magic, but the full disclosure of the potential requires a special skill that corresponds to this element. Someone is watching all the changes, realizing how a new skill is in the list of abilities, and immediately understands, in a world where magic is a privilege of the chosen, this discovery is much more important than it may seem at first glance. The panels focus on the power of the ring of the Imperial Fire Dragon, emphasizing that all his abilities, including the magic of the Emperor of the Flame, are only accessible to the one who wears this ring. As the hero begins witchcraft, the tongues of the flames emerge around him, and he tests the reception of a fire arrow, a powerful spell from the arsenal of magic of flames. The atmosphere is exacerbated. Ku, with determination, decides to check the possibilities of the ring, and with his own eyes is convinced of his extraordinary force. The spell of the fiery arrow, strengthened by the ring of the Imperial Fire Dragon, rushes forward and strikes the nearest tree, tearing it into chips in a dazzling, fiery explosion. Flames and smoke rise up after a stroke, demonstrating the power of a magical attack. Ku is closely examining the consequences, thinking about the benefit of this spell in future clashes, thinking about the possibility of canceling the action of his fiery arrow, thinking how to create a spell with the lesion area, noting that the previous attack had only burned the chosen tree without touching the surrounding area. Decides to check his assumption in practice. Choosing a plot of grass for 30 meters ahead, he decides to test his strength there. In preparation for the spell, he announces, "Everything that will be within a radius of 10 meters from that point will burn to the ground." The palm of the palm flares a fiery glow, and it begins to impose a fire arrow spell again. Using an advanced version of the Ale fire arrow spell, it causes a powerful but managed flame that instantly flashes inside the selected area. No fire goes beyond a certain 10-meter circle. The flame covers only the target area without harming anything around. Fascinated by accuracy and skill of the charm, Ku closely monitors their action, gradually aware of their strategic potential in battle. Pride and pleasure appear on his face, because this discovery will be a valuable advantage in future battles. There is a flock of unusual monsters on the way, the so-called bull rabbits. Giant paws are adapted for powerful blows, and their fur is valued for the opportunity to create reliable underwear. Noticing their militant posture, Ku decides that these creatures will become ideal subjects for improving their own skills. The fists of rabbits, shouting persistent battle calls, are preparing to meet the inevitable clash. Ku, with skillful accuracy, releases its skill of fire arrow, aiming just in the crowd rapidly the coming rabbits boxers. Burning shells whistle in the air, cracking into the rabbit rows and leaving behind a strip of destruction inside the group. The flames covers everything around, and once a terrible swarm is scattered into pieces of chaos, vividly testifying the power of the Kuzal attack, which confidently maintains control of the battlefield. After looking closely at the consequences of his precise blows, he satisfies. Fist rabbits are overthrown and valuable materials remained intact. In addition, he is reported to increase the level to 92, so that his HP stock increases to 950 and MP rapidly jumps to 47,800. Overlooking his current characteristics, the hero recognizes that the level of his skills has crossed the boundaries of ordinary and now covers a whole range of skills that perfectly emphasize his explosive development. Q carefully examines the potion Flying Aster, created from the ingredients of heavenly and wet mushrooms. The drink, endowed with the blessing of the wind S++, gives the opportunity to climb the sky and soar among the clouds for 30 minutes. Fascinated by curiosity, Kuo swallows the drink and unexpectedly feels a refined taste, reminiscent of the best Japanese sake. His imagination already draws a feeling of flight in the sky. It remains only to test the effect of potion on itself. Having tried the flight potion, Ku felt his body began to take off as if gravity had lost power over him. It is embarrassed. It becomes bolder and rises smoothly higher, exploring how easy it can take off. The surrounding world, filled with a glow, is full of beauty, nowhere to find a more beautiful place. The incredible lightness of the body strikes it. With every moment, it is better feeling the effect of potion. The CUO rises higher into the night sky, enchanted by watching the stars of starlights flashing around. Before the infinity of cosmos, admiration covers his soul, forcing him to think about the incredibility of flight and the freedom he gives. Ku enthusiastically tests a variety of ways of flight, exploring the limits of the action of magic potion. Without any effort, he soars the night sky, enjoying a unique sense of weightlessness and absolute freedom. When the action recedes, the quiet lunar pavilion meets it late at night. In silence, he turns fresh impressions in the imagination before affording a vacation. The collected materials of Panchkuo Kuo skillfully transforms into a new object. Using its unique shaking, it interweaves a special underwear called rabbit punk panties. This work is striking with exceptional quality, pleasant texture, and state-of-the-art thermoregulation. Checking the material, the hero gladly notes his convenience and practicality. After a busy and fruitful day, he gently settled in bed, preparing to spend a good night in comfort. Satisfied, with a light smile on his mouth, he plunges into memories of everything he had time to enjoy fully. A quiet and starry night spreads over the world when it slowly plunges into a dream, completing the day with a gentle farewell to reality. Ku and Iris are again in a familiar place that invariably captures their heart with their landscapes, even if they have seen it more than once. They are gladly welcomed by a group of fun and energetic friends. The creatures around began to shout to them, addressing the master of San and Iris-san. The look they exchanged with Iris has clearly hinted meeting can take in an inconvenient shade. It reports the circles of Krugliachk that together with Eris leaves them and in the near future will not return to the underground city. The surprise and sadness are reflected in the faces of creatures because the thought of being alone worries them more and more. The creature confesses that it is impossible to leave the underground city for her, but does not hide that she wants to join their journey. Recognizing the restrictions, Ku calms comrades and persistently advises to be careful. After that, he decides to rewrite the main system of the underground city so that one of the helpers of the little one can reach the surface with it. As the process begins, the mucus begins to shine with bright light, instantly responding to changes around. It really likes me. He watches with interest, and Mucus is surprised to feel a pleasant heat that spills on his creature. Completing the rewriting of the task, the Snoyak assistant, suddenly with enthusiasm realizes that, meanwhile, on the surface, there is a real corporate revolution that triumphantly declares itself with the concomitant mucus membrane. With a slight smile, he watches how they ask to come up with a mucus membrane. While he is hesitantly, a funny creature shakes his breath in anticipation and looks forward to his new name. Doubts about the name for the assistant mate are overwhelmed in his thoughts. While Iris puts several options, none of them seems to him really successful. Thinking for a moment, he suggests to give her the name Sarara. The mucus is enthusiastically accepted a new name, shining with genuine joy. As soon as Sarara was named, he thanks Ku's assistant fucking with delight, addressing him as Sen's teacher. Gradually, drowsiness is pumped on the Sarar, and it begins to slowly dive into the slim. It assumes that the reason lies in a kind of restart through the flashing of the system. Iris advises you to sleep so that the process is completed properly. Sarara, a helper young, gladly runs down to KU and is passionate about sharing the news. He accidentally heard his words about the gift. Further, in the underground city, there are valuables, prompts them to look at them in a repository before a future journey. Such unexpected words caused a real surprise. Iris, together with the Sarah, is encountered by a number of crews, each of which impresses with unusual construction and decoration. All this amazing gathering seems to have remained since ancient civilization. Iris is carefully exploring the find, whereas Sora looks at it with interest, and Cup does not look at the look, watching everything with great interest. Two, together with Iris and Sorara, carefully inspect the crews. One equips a full kitchen, the other is striking with soft seats, and another surprised even with the second floor. Iris imagines how a combination of unique features of these crews can give birth to a truly exceptional design. With the fierce curiosity of Srara picks up this idea, offering Ku to take advantage of his creator's abilities and turn ordinary wagons into something really unusual. Who is about to test their abilities to explore this opportunity? Who is ready to apply the power of their work? Under the vigilant views of Iris and Sorara, he admires his special skill of creation, combining the unique features of crews into an improved and unique masterpiece. A radiant magical circle flashes under the heroes, pouring everything around bright light and marking the beginning of the action. Skillfully combining the elements of ancient crews, it creates a large kayak, luxurious two-story transport with impressive design. There is a spacious living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and a cozy bedroom inside. However, a real highlight is a powerful protection, increased resistance to physical and magical attacks, protection against wind gusts, as well as a unique combined salon function. Iris and Sorara are not able to look away from the magnificent grandeur that the skill of Ku gave birth. Ku, with them, inspects with a giant large tent created by his hands. With every successful work, his skill increases. The skill of creating reaches the 16th rank, opening up new opportunities. The awareness comes suddenly. The hero understands that now he can directly use the materials from the environment to create objects, without even hiding them first to his inventory. It is enough to only touch the right resource. Iris, along with Sorara, enthusiastically examines the scale and skill of creation. Kul invites them to go to the newly built large cabin. The impression of the luxury of the living room is simply stunning. Iris has never had to see such a gorgeous crew. Everything around is impressive in its wealth and sophistication. Sorara, with joyful delight, checks the softness of the furniture without hiding her pleasure. Meanwhile, the whole company continues to admire this luxurious and surprisingly convenient room. The conductors lead to Iris and Theron inside the large cabin. The first travelers are the dining room, a spacious room where the table and comfortable chairs perfectly combine comfort with practicality. After passing, they came across an equipped kitchen, modern with all amenities for cooking. Rising the stairs, CFU shows 2 bedrooms on the second floor, where the guests are waiting for spacious space and carefully selected furniture for maximum comfort. Continuing the excursion, Ku with enthusiasm notes that this gorgeous, spacious cabin resembles a cozy home on wheels. There is everything you can dream of, even a large bathroom with a comfortable bath. Paris, holding the sore on her hands, carefully appreciated the incredible structure and did not restrain her praise. However, the practical side of the case quickly took the mountain. Such a large, massive crew is unlikely to move out of place without a whole harness from a dozen horses. The smile does not disappear from his face, confidently states that he has a special, extraordinary way out of the situation. Amazed by a luxurious carriage, everyone fades, and suddenly Ku with confidence causes a giant mechanical golem. A deft blow marks the landing of the car that forces Iris and Service to shudder at a surprise. The golem, radiating a powerful aura of conquest, appears in front of them. British appeals to him as a lord and awaits further instructions. The striking appearance of the golem immediately dispels all doubts about how a clumsy giant crew goes on the way. Ku appeals to the mighty Deste to help pull a huge van called Grand Cabin during the trip. He agrees confidently, but Ku decides not to stop there. Thanks to its skills, the process of merging a large destructive golem with a large cabin begins. The transformation starts, and both creatures begin to gradually unite. The fusion of the majestic destructive golem with a luxurious main cabin is completed, forming a single, powerful design optimized for travel and maximum functionality. In a combined form, called the Giant Destroyer Goal, this creature has achieved an incredible increase in its capabilities due to the effect of the combination of Golem X. Now the design has been characterized by advanced characteristics, improved computing functions, the ability to detect monsters, an eternal engine for continuous power. This turned it into a dangerous and extremely effective means of movement for a future trip. Meanwhile, the detachment discussed the details of the route and approved the schedule with the Bagrian Company. The choice fell on a large crew. Transport is much more than a regular carriage, which made it possible to develop a thorough route with stops to view interesting places. The travel route was carefully planned. Day 1, they went out of Onan. They soon arrived in Taeyu. Day 2 was fully devoted to the view of the places of Taeyu. On the third day, the road led to the town of Suri, where they arrived that evening. The fourth and fifth days have passed with the colorful landscapes and the atmosphere of Suri. On the sixth day, the group said goodbye to this city and moved to the fort port. The seventh day gave a leisurely walk in the fortress city. Already on the eighth day, everyone went from there to a ship that had to send travelers to the royal capital. They decided not to rush to fully enjoy the landscapes, picturesque towns, and crossings through rivers and endless plains. 5 days before the planned departure, the protagonist devoted his time to thanks to those who supported him on the way. He personally met with everyone, noting their help and contribution to his life. At this time, it was possible to replenish the stocks with everything necessary, from important things to valuable ingredients. Meanwhile, diligent preparations continued. The house and the hotel where they stopped, they were putting in order to leave behind the perfect order. Agree in 3 days with the accomplishment of the assigned tasks, the guy received a notification of the letter sent to him and instantly switched to the solution of the next case. The protagonist received a letter from the relic. Expanding him, he learned, Count Millard, the owner of these lands, is temporarily treated in the northeastern city of Surior. The relic openly confessed to his concern for the Count and reported his intention to visit him in the near future. Thinking about this business, the protagonist mentioned that the Lord did not intervene during Stamp Shop or when a black dragon appeared. It was this detachment that finally ignited his curiosity and pushed the idea of learning more about what really was happening. Thinking about the letter from the relic, the main character was preparing for departure. In the society, Iris and Sorars, he decided to change the route to visit Surier. The mysterious absence of Count Millard during recent upheavals did not leave his thoughts, and he certainly wanted to find out the true causes of Lord's inaction. The journey began in a spacious carriage filled with anticipation and unwavering determination. Iris carefully studied the route map, noting noticeable benchmarks and possible stops in front. Srara, meanwhile, arranged a provision, seeking to be useful in every little thing. The main character confidently led the crew forward, focused on the puzzles who were waiting for them in Seri. The journey of the 3 heroes ran through the changing landscapes, from endless plains to dense forests. Each kilometer passed closer to unraveling. Without losing vigilance, they were ready for any unexpected trials that could have been on the way. The common goal only hardened their determination, uniting in a trip to the northeastern city, where they were waiting for answers to the secrets related to Count Millard. The next day, the protagonist dived into the Vairu Bazaar, looking for guides and interesting books to entertain himself on the road. A crowd of traders and townspeople raged around. Everyone was in a hurry, adding even more life to the city streets. Having glared at the careful look of the shelf of the nearest book kiosk, he carefully chose the copies that were able to interest him. Returning to the exit, he noticed Mill, who went to meet with the reversal books in his hands. Her joyous smile gave a fascination with training. For a moment, their views met in the among the humor market. a short but expressive recognition of each other. Easy surprise was on the face of the hero, and the motifs of the appearance of Millie remained a mystery to him. Suddenly, when Amelia carried the books of books, his legs slightly slid and the stack slipped out of his hands. She tried to grab them randomly, but it was clear the fall would no longer succeed. The books were scattered, some twisted in the air, while Amelia, with a frightened face, only had time to breathe. Like lightning, the main character rushed forward. His incredible reaction made it possible to pick up books before they touched the floor. Amelia lifted her gaze. She was struck by both speed and accuracy of his actions. The gaze stuck firmly into him as he confidently held the rescued volumes. The hero carefully kept a stack of books that he had just had time to taking care of none. Amelia, confused with the suddenness of the event and its agility, raised a surprised look. Her face glowed as a surprise, and she tried to understand what had happened. Meanwhile, the young man, while keeping calm and attentiveness, quickly became convinced that with Milia is all right, without releasing volumes from his hands. Mchia sincerely thanks for help with books, smiling, moving, and firmly putting his hands in front of him. Ku negligible smiles in response, they say, thanks to nothing, but she remembers that Mchia is watching him. With a touch of surprise, he notices her commitment to books. He did not expect to see book love. At the same time, he insists he cannot stay in debt and wants to thank, because otherwise he will have anxiety in the soul. An unexpected hint came. Maybe now it should be guilty of him? He is immediately wondering if she will be at the award ceremony. What will happen? The girl stops near her home, transferring a somewhat uncertain look to the interlocutor. In this part, Ku jokingly invites Emchi to thank him in the capital. Let her choose whether to show him the picturesque places or recommend cozy restaurants. With a casual smile, he leaves her decision. MHIA is vigorously responsible, determined to thank for help with double perseverance. She even laughs boldly, assuring that she is carefully prepared for the next meeting. In confirmation of her words, the girl jokingly squeezes his fist, demonstrating unbreakable will. Watching her inexhaustible energy, he notes with a mysterious smile, when they meet in the capital, they will be waiting for something really interesting. The scene gradually fades. On the day of departure, Coop and Iris are surrounded by a crowd of grateful locals. The passionate exclamations are heard from everywhere. People sincerely thank them for their courage and wish you a happy road. At a farewell moment filled with warmth, the guy boldly steps forward and extends a bouquet of roses. With a smile filled with warmth, it extends flowers and Iris, sincerely wishing them a happy road. Ku accepts the bouquet and thanks quietly, and next Iris nods in response to this responsive care. In the air, an atmosphere of gratitude and unity prevails when both are preparing to go on the road. In the space of the car, Ku and Iris, they get along, preparing to go on the road. Iris respectfully turns to Ku, asking if everything is ready for departure, politely calling him a master. Enthusiastic, confidently declares his full readiness to move forward. The next panel shines moving away from Annen's futuristic crew, similar to the carriage of the future. Behind the face is a story that solemnly confirms the journey has begun. When traveling Ku and Iris, they get acquainted with the Sorara, a fun and cheerful slim. It differs brightly from others thanks to a decorated hat, a gift from Iris, so it is impossible to confuse it with a wild slim. Sorara looks delighted with such anxiety and shines sincerely with joy. Subsequently, the Sorara lives lively with a golem, who seems to act as a member of their transport team. She turns to him in a friendly, as if to a long-known friend. The smile on the mouth of the Sararara meets everyone and greets new comrades. The Ghoul, having shown courtesy, confirms her name, and a warm atmosphere of friendship and a casual joke that accompanies their journey. Continuing the journey, Kook suddenly thinks the Ghoul, who accompanies them, still has no name. Iris is immediately finding some interesting options, for example, Diz or Tompt, but the mug. Suddenly someone has a new idea. Thinking, he joyfully proposes to call the creature Dent. The group readily supports the proposal, and the narrator confirms that Kulum is now officially called the Kulum Disroot. The scene changes smoothly. The heroes are already waiting for a journey in a new syllable. Ahead, full of rest to the capital. Iris is resting, Sarara is relaxed, and Cuo is happy to enjoy silence. Their next stop is a city that is famous for its beef dishes and a legendary meat street, where a number of well-known meat restaurants are located. The anticipation of dinner in the city causes a real delight. The road gives him a rare opportunity to rest and distract from the daily bustle, which began from the moment he became an integral part of the great world of adults. The comfort of this trip allows you to enjoy the book, appreciating a calm moment between endless worries. The look of Eris attracts a book in the hands of Ku, and in her voice there is a lively interest. She asks whether this story is worth attention, tossing the idea of reading it on its own. At this point, the story is filled with a sense of unreality, as if everything is happening in a dream. While traveling to the city, their fussy weekdays are inferior to the place of pleasant peace. As soon as the city emerges on the horizon, Ku, who has time to dodge, suddenly hears him call him by his name. The guy does not even suspect that he is actually far from the image of a good man. Admiration is growing. Ku, with delight, notices that they are almost in place, and indicates how incredible it promises to be a meeting with the city. A new stage of the journey is ahead, and the destination is already visible to the horizon. The detachment arrives at the gate of Tao. There they are greeted by a crowd and worry crowd, creating a tense atmosphere. Iris is in doubt that it can be a group that welcomes them, and because of a noise and fussy, immediately begins to hesitate. Zarara notices a huge crowd outside the window that grows every moment. Meanwhile, a soldier quickly approaches Ku. Turning to him directly and asking him whether he is the same killer Kukusak, Ku confirms his personality and immediately notices how the excitement flashes with him in the eyes of the soldier. Another soldier suddenly runs to the detachment and calls the commander persistently, anxiously reporting a suspicious disaster near the city. It looks like a monster has come somewhere nearby. At the city gate, among the fuss and noise, Ku and Iris are witnessing an unexpected drama. A man rushes to them, and lost from despair, falls on his knees. The man is strongly grabbing Ku, begging for help. He confesses that he has been waiting for him for a long time, and now asks to save their city. In his look and voice, despair and anxiety that emphasize the seriousness of events. Eris is exchanged with alarmed Eris, both realizing the whole danger of the moment. The seriousness of the situation is in the air. Someone marks the growing troubles, without losing peace, while Eris carefully monitors the events. Her look combines anxiety with combat readiness. All this tension only emphasizes the trials that chat on them in the city. Ku and Eris are negotiating with a stranger who seems he is Popolo, the head of the local department of the Teo Adventurers Guild. With all courtesy, he apologizes to the fact that he was forced to delay their journey, recognizing the inconvenience of his appearance. Ku, concentrated and harsh, asks to immediately clarify the cause. Popolo, noticeably tense, begins the story. About an hour ago, something was extremely important. The atmosphere is even more aggravated. What it is about to report will clearly change everything. The atmosphere is tensed when it is time to act. Peloso takes the word and shares the alarming news. A monster of the rank of S+ in the name of the Devil Tree appeared in the northwestern Other Plains. This creature is extremely dangerous because it has a developed ability to recover, so it is almost impossible to curb it in less than half a day if it begins to fiercely. They warn, a monster is able to destroy Tao in just a moment. To win at least a little time, Papalas appeals to the wandering priest to temporarily stop the devil's pressure, but the unexpected attack causes the city by surprise. Residents do not have time to evacuate, and units for combating the monster do not have time for the organization. The voltage in the air is felt acute. The fate of the city hangs on the hair. Popolo appeals to Kuk to help defeat the devil. He is reminiscent of the brilliant past of Kuka, including a glorious victory over the Black Dragon, and assures that only his skills and courage under the power of this challenge. At first, listening carefully and calmly, the person delicately corrects him in one of the details, although the essence of the correction remains hidden for the reader. Having solved the misunderstanding, Kuk expresses his willingness to help, demonstrating the determination to meet a new threat. On the face, the might and hope were paved, and the conversation ends with the foregoing of the next test for Kook. He respectfully clarifies that he failed to defeat the Black Dragon on his own. He sincerely recognizes Iris's invaluable help, explaining that it was she who saved him from the dragon's fire, using the dragon god's shield. The Sararaha with delight picks up the story, revealing even more details about the desperate courage of Eris in the full battle. Lo listens carefully, realizing that the victory over the Black Dragon has become possible only through the joint efforts of the whole team. After that, he expresses his understanding and turns to Ku and Iris, putting his hopes on them, because the fate of the earth depends on their actions. Full of anxiety and devotion, he begs them for help, calling the last hope of the city to save Tao from the inevitable threat. While the detachment is approaching the place of disaster, their transport is confidently moved by the expanses of the plain. Iris and Sura come out of the carriage, gathering with forces before an important test. Supervisory Suraura cannot keep the question, why leave a cozy shelter because staying inside seems safer? Iris is confident, it is important to see everything in your own eyes. Assessing the surrounding area, the group carefully analyzes the landscape, trying to better navigate the new conditions and predict the further path. During the rest of the rest, Iris goes to Kook, sincerely thanks him for his help. Kook, somewhat surprised by such words, carefully captures each of its gratitude, accepts its sincerity, and focuses on preparing for future trials. The atmosphere in the detachment is filled with stronger trust and tangible cohesion, just on the eve of the decisive battle. Iris is grateful to Ku, thanking him for telling him about their joint fight against the Black Dragon. Ku, warm words of support are heard from the one she considers an expensive friend. This sincere care moves Eris to the heart. However, hiding her emotions behind a barely noticeable smile, she hastily assures that everything is fine, when the interlocutor, noticing her reaction, wonders if something happened. Not wanting to reveal his feelings, Iris confidently translates the conversation to work. With confidence lifting a shield of the divine dragon, she loudly proclaims that he will take defense on himself. This gesture makes it clear to his comrades he is able to protect each of them. At that moment, their faith in each other and a strong alliance, with which together find an inevitable threat. As soon as the detachment approached the battlefield, Sarad with anxiety exclaims to Ku and Iris, gesturing to the horizon. Friends turn out to the specified side, and they are striking a spectacle. In the middle of the plain stands a giant satanic ancient, which hangs ominously above the ground. His enormous figure is covered with a gloomy shadow surrounding the surrounding landscape. The atmosphere is filled with a spooky aura. The CUO fades, stunned and at the same time staring at the mysterious creature that appeared before them. The group is preparing to accept the challenge because now they are faced with the source of danger to the city. Above all the threatening is the devilish delicacy. Similar to a curved, giant tree, the monster strikes its scale. The roots, like predatory paws, compresses the earth, and the ominous aura heralds destruction. The narrator represents the demon as a giant tree monster, full of germ and thirst for destruction. It feeds on chaos and bloody banquets, turning into a deadly enemy. An even greater threat to the creature gives its exceptional ability to regenerate, which is why it is extremely difficult to win, and clashes with it are usually delayed. Everything is ready for a fierce confrontation. The team is preparing to accept the call and meet this formidable opponent. Going to the devilish tree, Asku and Iris are noticed around the monster's shining chains. They firmly hammer his movements. Iris quickly recognizes the celestial chain in these shooters, a refined spell of holy magic designed to keep opponents stationary. Ku, struck by the skill necessary for such a powerful spell, recalls the words of the wandering priest who is likely to be involved in this magic. Although the trampling looked impressive, under the pressure of the frantic force of the deviltry, the chains begin to crack and tear one after the other. Noticing that the monster is about to break free, Rara is impatiently calling, warning of the threat of hanging. The atmosphere is exacerbated when the team is gathering before the decisive battle. The devil delicacy roars with incredible force, and the heavenly chains that restrained him begin to crack and tear. Light shackles crack and scatter into pieces. they are not able to hold back the frantic power of the monster. The situation is rapidly under control. The magic is scattered literally in the eyes, and the alarm covers Ku and Iris. Without a moment, Iris with despair turns to Ku. Before the eyes of the heroes, the devil Trinad is rapidly released from his put. The team is intensely prepared because it understands that the real test is just beginning. The enormous monster almost escaped. A huge demon hangs above the battlefield. Its ominous figure shades everything around. Huge roots stretched firmly into the soil, leaving no chance to break free. The remnants of the celestial chains, stretched to the edge, barely hold back the unrestrained force. The tension cracks the seams, so it will not withstand. In the shadow of the train lonely froze one or only figure. It is probably the priest who has just called on a powerful sacred spell, is a look with a monster that radiates a stunning presence. The tension increases. The strength of the giant tree forces the earth to tremble, and restrained gusts hint, even a moment, and it will break free. From afar, the group monitors the events, finally aware of the scale of the test awaiting them in front. The priest, who has now held the demon by charming heavenly shackles, falls on the ground. Her face and fatigue are red on her face. The forces are no longer left, and it is no longer able to maintain the spell. Having evaluated the situation in a moment, she exclaims to immediately add speed at the wheel and fly to the priest to have time to pick it up earlier than the monster will finally get free. The car erupts forward, adding speeds while the group rushes insanely, trying to save the priest and at the same time preparing for a decisive battle that is already on the horizon. The atmosphere is filled with anxiety. The threat of a released devilish deacation is approaching more rapidly. Ku flies the head to the fallen priest, picks him up and hastily pulls to a safe place where the car is waiting for an evacuation. The ugly figure of the delicacy is frozen behind, pouring everything around a spooky shadow. Reaching the priest, Ku hears a calm assurance. Now everything is under control. His confidence and inviolability distinguish clearly against the backdrop of hanging threats. The grouping of forces before the decisive battle with a powerful demonic enemy, the preparation is becoming more intense. Stunned, he holds the priest in his arms, suddenly realizing how young she is. Full of anxiety and disbelief, he exclaims that she is still a child. At this point, the priest, tired to the edge, only rests on Ku, as if looking for support. The girl's face is exhausted. It can be seen that she has exhausted her strength to the edge. It is at this moment that emotions overwhelm everyone, because it becomes obvious the unbearable weight of the responsibility laid on such young shoulders. The atmosphere is becoming more and more, because a decisive clash with a sinister devil is waiting for the group. In the arena there is an atmosphere of tension. The decisive fight is already on the horizon. The demonic delicacy roars with inhumane power, and it is his deaf Rick that shifts the earth under his feet, opening the attack. Iris, with unwavering confidence, goes forward. The eyes are determined. She activates protective magic and calls the call, calling the barrier of the dragon god X that. A bright energy shield flashes between the heroes and their powerful enemy, like an unbreakable wall. The barrier confidently restrains the devastating blow of a giant tree, giving the team and their transport a short lust. This desperate clash foretells the fierce battle that is about to ignite, because the next part of the head is devoted to combating the all-consuming tree. The demon stroke of the dragon god Barrier X is beating with a swing, but powerful protection can withstand pressure, securely protecting the command. Ku, amazed at IS skill, confidently exclaims, "Excellent, Iris," without stopping the movement and continuing to carry the wounded young priest to a safe place. The volunteer team expands immediately to put the girl's shoulder and relieve her condition. Kuo without delay passes Sari girl, sincerely thanking her for her help. The coordinated actions of the team become the key to success. They first take care of the safety of the priest, taking him away from the danger, and then prepared together for a fierce fight with a devilish creature. Full of confidence, the hero grabs a sword that burns with a bright light, getting ready to enter into a duel with the tree of the devil. His posture emits determination, and in the blade he directs throbbing energy. Preparing for a decisive blow, Ku with a sly smile says, "I will leave a little surprise for you," teasing the hardened demon. The blade flashes with energy when it applies a devastating blow. The monster breaks out a deafening roar that cuts the silence around. At that moment, all attention is drawn to Ku, which with unwavering determination rushes to meet a terrible enemy. Without fear, he demonstrates his power using devastating technique. The god of war lifts the sword, emitting incredible force. Every movement of the sword is saturated with destructive energy. A powerful blow breaks the air, aiming at a giant demonic creature. The lightning blade flies forward, and the powerful charge reaches a monster. A powerful, explosive stroke. This is how the CFU is attacked, lifting a wave of destructive power around it. The moment has frozen in tension. His determination and power are especially clearly manifested in this decisive battle. The echo of his skill has been felt for a long time on the battlefield, because confrontation with a formidable opponent is only gaining momentum. The mighty god of war with incredible force cuts and pierces the devil's tree, leaving deep cuts on his huge body. A shockwave stretches everything around. A huge opponent struck for a moment, losing his balance under the pressure of such an attack. The terrible roar of pain and rage cuts the air. The monster releases his agony, twisting his face in a crazy hatred, trying to recover after a blow. Despite the harm caused, the terrifying aura of the train does not weaken. An unbreakable endurance promises even more grueling. The voltage is increasing. Ku and his comrades are straining, preparing for the next wave of battle. Trained to the highest level, this fighter instantly restores the detached left leg, demonstrating the impressive ability to heal. The previously lost limb, the monster restores without any trace of damage, regaining his balance and bringing the frightening ability to recover. Chokoning covers everyone. Regeneration occurs at incredible speed and accuracy. Iris, frozen with the raised shield, tensely monitors this sight, not hiding its surprise and anxiety. She understands that with such powerful ability to restore the Trin becomes a truly dangerous rival. The tension increases. Everyone understands. It is impossible to overcome this monster alone. The devil tree suddenly shudders, and its giant branches rustle in the air anxiously. Instantly reacting, Iris notices a dangerous movement and warns loudly. Calling for caution, the troll is preparing to strike a devastating blow with his giant branches. The monster releases a flurry of powerful swings. His branch breaks at frantic speed, cutting the air. The earth shudders from the frantic force of the attack, and the roar of the monster is heard a muffled bunch. Ku and Iris are straining, getting ready to meet this devastating pressure. The battle tension increases, because the enemy is much more powerful. The CUO lightly evaluates the situation, noticing the devil branches whistle in the air at a frantic speed. With confidence on his face, he strongly extends his hand forward and activates his skill. His magical energy flashes brightly. CUO is ready to repel a powerful blow. He turns to his comrades in a loud voice. Do not let anywhere close. Objectives are all departments that emphasize his leadership. Ku confidently takes the initiative, directing all his power to stop the devastating attack. In the midst of the battle, Ku demonstrates incredible ingenuity and determination, seeking to protect everyone around. Meanwhile, the magician, which stands away with the lifting of the staff, calls for a turn, and in the sky the hail of fire arrows flashes. Fire arrows fly into the sky, exploding on a few smaller shells, which hail falls on the target with amazing accuracy. Ku and Iris fade with alert, watching the flame bombing illuminates the battlefield. The coordinated offensive only increases the tension in confrontation with the devil. Skillfully combining the strategy and power, the characters boldly oppose the fold of monsters. The bright flame of the battle only emphasizes their determination and coordination in the fight against a formidable enemy. Flame-fiery arrows break the darkness of the battle, giving the field a bright glow that captivated the eyes of Iris. Amazed by the beauty of this spectacle, it does not bring her eyes off the sky. Nearby stands, looking quietly upwards, as if she were watching the elements, despite the chaos around. The interested and surprised heiress returns to Ku and asks with a smile when he has managed to master magic. Ku smiles carelessly, noting that he has mastered this art recently. Short. The moment of admiration and lively exchange of thoughts emphasizes their true friendship and gives a short rest before they are again immersed in a fierce confrontation with the devil. Iris shares the tactics of victory over the devil, Trinpos Teku, noting that the possession of fiery magic would significantly simplify the future battle. She explains that there are two main approaches to the destruction of this monster. The first is a long clash, where it is necessary to attack constantly until the enemy's extraordinary ability to recover is completely exhausted. When asked by the CU in the alternative method, the Iris confirms that it will take much longer. Honey winking, Ku joking that he could simply be tired of circling around the enemy, causing the blow of the war from afar. Self-confidence breaks in his voice, but he does not hide. A difficult test awaits them. This approach emphasizes their strategic skill in preparing for future combat. Iris reveals the second way of winning the devil, a short but rapid battle with the use of magic of fire to finally burn his head. By striking, she stops his ability to recover. According to her, this approach is much safer, because the longer the duel lasts, the greater the chances that there will be unforeseen difficulties. Ku agrees with the justification and clarifies which area of this creature should be considered as the head. Iris draws attention to an unusual structure in the upper part of a creature that resembles a human face and proposes to focus all its forces of fire magic in this area to burn it. There is a clear coordination in the conversation. The characters jointly build a strategy to put the end of the battle as soon as possible. Cook is shown by Iris a bottle with a flying potion, saying that he prepared it from mushrooms they recently collected. This potion will allow you to rise into the air, which is critical because the Devil Titan is too giant, and for an effective attack will have to fly closer to his head. Iris, amazed by his ingenuity, does not restrain the admiration. This guy always throws surprises. She solves the real essence of the idea instantly. After drinking the elixir, he will rise into the air and breaks the blow on a demon in the battles of a demon from a height. Ku! She confidently confirms her assumptions and is preparing to act on her own plan, skillfully demonstrating ingenuity in this difficult battle, while she is already going to rise into the air, taking advantage of the flight potion. Iris is strongly stopping him, stepping forward with an indomitable fire in his eyes. Her words sound confident and firm. I want to go too. This unexpected confession causes the Ku to turn. He sees that she is set to fight him side by side, even if the path lies in heaven. This moment clearly emphasizes the courage and dedication of Iris. She without hesitation demonstrates the determination to stay with Ku, no matter how dangerous it is. Ku accepts her proposal and orders to hold firmly. Realizing that working together will greatly simplify the task, Iris decides to take on protection, while CUO focuses on the attack. Such a strategy promises the perfect balance for air attacks. After draining the flight potion, the hero feels his action instantly overwhelmed the body. The wind, which is twisted around them from Iris, is barely preparing for the zone. Without delaying, he thinks the opportunity to strengthen their common attempt, offering Iris to add to the area of action the charming blessing of Fafnir Plus. The coordinated actions of the team eloquently testify to the unwavering determination to resist the demon as the only front. Meanwhile, Ku and Iris are rising into the air, taking advantage of the bats of flying elixir. Iris is surprised to exclaim as soon as she is faced with an unfamiliar feeling. She is overwhelmed by a strange impression that he was rising into the air for the first time. Ku looks carefully at the girl and is gently interested in whether she scares her. Ryoshir smiles warmly and assures that everything is fine with her. He is nearby. Their mutual trust and confidence units even stronger as they are going to challenge the devil, which have been trained in heaven. Going with forces for the future rigid battle, Ku and Iris rise into the air under the action of magic potion. Meanwhile, Ku orders his mechanical friend of Dest to retreat to a safe place. In a cheerful lift of the thumb and wished Ku success, Iris goes to the crew to a safer place. Remembering her trust, Ku firmly decides to respond to this faith with all his own strength. A little more, and it will be quite next to the huge pacey of the devil. He understands that he must take such a position to release a blatant fiery arrow directly into the target. In the preparation for the decisive phase of the battle, the giant devilish tree rises in the distance. Suddenly, this monster comes to life. Having heard his opponents, the giant explodes a stunning roar that breaks the silence around. The look, the sharp like the blade, is absorbed in Ku and Iris. The wealthy anger of a creature becomes almost noticeable. Ku from Iris stunned, when the threat, without restraining the rage, directs their aggression on them. Having realized the threat, Ku immediately evaluates the situation and understands that the creature felt his intention to kill. A giant beast with a roar rushes to attack, forcing them to act even more decisively and to look for a new tactic for battle. Growing decisively forward, raising the shield and meets the attack of hellish train with unbreakable confidence. On the face, only unwavering, and the shield flashes with a protective glow. She says loudly, "I will not allow it." A powerful blow generates outbreaks and energy flows that fly out at the point of contact of the giant branch with its shield. The divine dragon's shield brilliantly withstands the blow, forming an impermeable barrier. No harm can harm either her or her team. The battle is even stronger. Ku is again preparing for a contradictory throw, trusting Iris to restrain a huge threat and not allow her to break through. Focusing all the inner force, Ku, with stone determination, responds to the urgent order Iris. Determined by confirming his intentions, he directs all his magical power into one devastating attack. The air around is filled with ominous sparks, in the light of which a brilliant magical circle begins to form, glowing with unearthly energy. The whole look of the hero is chained to the head of the devil's train. That is where the fatal blow should fly there. "All my magic stock is the only decisive shot," he solemnly voices his intention. And in every word there is an unbreakable confidence. At this crucial moment, each of them understands. There is a chance to complete the battle lightly. Behind the back of the protagonist, Iris firmly holds the raised shield, securely covering the team and not giving the enemy any chance to pierce the defense. The atmosphere is intense to the limit. This is about a decisive blow that will be the result of all their joint efforts and coherence. The battle reaches the apogee when he exclaims, "Forward, fiery arrow!" At this point, under his feet, the magical circle flashes dazzling light. Iris does not retreat. Her stubborn cry accompanies the appearance of a strong barrier, which she holds on the pressure. The spell of Shura and CFU breaks through everything without meeting the resistance, and causes a direct blow to demonic creation. Under the pressure of spells, the monster emerges from the darkness, but its outlines blur the smoke clubs and outbreaks of sorcerer. The coordinated actions of the team achieve the climax at this moment. It has become a clear proof of their unbreakable trust in each other and skillful interaction. The decisive result of all work hangs on the hair, while the destructive spell of the head rushes to the goal. The culmination of a fierce battle is skillfully transmitted in this tense scene. The last, deafening roar breaks out of the chest of the ancient devil when the combined forces of Ku and Iris are striking. The fiery attack Ku pierces the monster through, and the destructive explosion becomes a turning point of the battle. When the smoke settles, the company with relief and unconcealed pride is watching the victory. The former formidable enemy crumbles into powder, and the words "conquering are complete" solemnly braided the triumph of the team, celebrating the finale of their dangerous test. It is their triumph, but at the same time in the scene there is both powerful unity and unwavering determination of all participants. Suddenly there is a relief mixed with curiosity. The comrades of the council that the priestess remained intact, sincerely showing their care. At the same time, the mysterious coat of arms is the focus of attention. He hints at the hidden secrets of the past or the unexpected part of her personality. Instant silence between battles brings peace, allowing the characters instead of swords to turn to reflections and important conversations. This scene becomes a bridge between the tension of the battle and the rapid development of history, while throwing light on the significance of the priest's emblem sign. The new discovery is connected with the belief in the god of war and the symbol of the sword, amazingly similar to the weapon. In this detail reveals the depth of the world, weaving an important cultural or religious element, closely related to the heroes. The similarity of the coat of arms with the sword of the Kus hints at something more. There is clearly a connection between him and the priestess. They may be united by a common purpose, a genealogy, or even the intervention of gods, and all this will undoubtedly affect the development of events. Arriving at the North Gate makes a sense of movement forward, preparing a group for the next stage of the trip. On this page, as a real winner of the Dragon's Kukusak, they are met with sincere gratitude. The tired hero is asked to rest after his incredible accomplishments. The appearance of the crowd changes the atmosphere, filling the space with an alarming anticipation of an important event that will happen. The noisy crowd and the surprised question, "What is happening here?" They hint at a significant event in the city. It is likely that these are the consequences of recent actions of the body or echo of their fierce battle. The combination of gratitude and intense expectation gives the story of special dynamics, leaving space for future surprises. The page transfers the reader into a moving moment after victory over the devil. Residents of the city sincerely thank their companions for the salvation of their homes. According to the crowd, it becomes known that they gathered here not just everyone was ready to become a bait or even sacrifice themselves if it helps to defeat the enemy. Initially, having completely different intentions, now all overwhelmed for heroism, thank him from the bottom of the heart. The culmination is a fun turn. They declare a great benefactor and prepare it solemnly to carry it back to the Adventurers Guild. A light comedy note refreshes the atmosphere after a busy combat, creating a contrast with recent events. At this moment, it is especially felt as Glory grows constantly, and his actions leave a noticeable mark in the hearts of others. This page clearly emphasizes the consequences of the battle and modesty of the coup. The head of the Pablo branch expresses its sincere gratitude, emphasizing that if it had not been for his intervention, the city of Tao could have been banished into oblivion. However, KU modestly translates praise to its associates, emphasizing that victories would be impossible without a coordinated team. The low cop emphasizes the extraordinary power of the coup, while noting its modesty and the ability to notice the merits of others. These words prove once again, the true power of the hero is not only in power, but also in the ability to remain human and attentive to the environment. Recognizing true modesty with bites only enhances his cuteness and makes it easier for the reader to empathize with the main character. This scene also marks the gradual growth of the authority of the Kus among the members of the Guild of Adventurers. His achievements are becoming the property of the public, hinting at important turns in further adventures. After a grueling confrontation with the spoiled devil region, a moment of carefree rest comes. Friends gathered at a round cat restaurant on Mitsa Street, enjoying a well-deserved festive treat. The juicy Tao meat steak, covered with aromatic herbal crust, in combination with homemade wine, emphasizes the atmosphere of luxury and holidays. The heroes sigh significantly lightly and enjoy the long-awaited meal. The evening is accompanied by passionate reviews about the incredible juiciness of the dishes and the sophistication of wine. This moment gives the heroes and readers a break, emphasizing the warm atmosphere of unity and gratitude after the recent danger that managed to overcome together. The atmosphere becomes depth due to the details. Through the prism of local culture and kitchen, the scene is revealed brighter. It all begins for dinner, where a lively conversation is raging at the table, and the attendees are readily shared by thoughts. Gratitude and relief fill the hearts of the inhabitants. They honor the hero, the famous killer of the dragons, because due to his courage, the city has found peace and protection. Although overwhelming attention is squeezed out of it, a pleasant sense of achievement inside. After dinner, the company goes to the pavilion for the night to contemplate the moon. When you delve into a warm bath with a cheerful mucus, the protagonist enjoys minutes of rest, giving the story a touch of lightness. The plan is already forming a plan to negotiate the outskirts of Teiyu the next day, which envelops the atmosphere with peace and quiet hope for future adventures. A picture of a night sky full of rest further emphasizes the atmosphere of peace. After the grueling battle with the demon, the protagonist begins a new day. Waking up by dawn, he decides to use a rare free minute before meeting Iris. This behavior speaks of the hero's perseverance and efficiency. He does not waste a minute choosing useful things. Using the prey from the defeated devilish tree, the character thinks, is not something completely new from these materials? Considering the dismantled artifacts, the look stops on materials suitable for alchemy of substances, including the ominous left hand of the demon. Branches, stems, and roots, it was the hero that the hero thought about these things. Such reflection indicates the search for new opportunities or creations that can strengthen the detachment or open additional forces for it. The scene combines strategic training with deeper character disclosure. Even in the blink, the hero retains calm, but in every opportunity shows determination, without losing the chance to use the situation for himself. Using 50 branches of a demonic tree, it creates a special artifact, a branch of Yggdrasil, which comes from a sacred tree and is known to be able to support the world and give sacred power. This description reveals the magical value and exceptional importance of the subject for the universe of history. The hero is thinking about how impossible it is to immediately create something from this mysterious material, but does not lose hope. His head is already beginning to mature the idea of a recipe, which may appear in the future. Focusing all the severity of strategic thinking and long-term vision, the hero also inadvertently hints at the treasures of cultural heritage. Yggdrasil, the root of Scandinavian mythology well known to fans of anime and video game, emerges among names and symbols. Such a reference creates a fascinating bridge between the fictional universe and known myths. A familiar reader is tied with empathy. The finale appears a funny episode with the participation of the mucus second of the main character. This witty scene adds the moment of lightness and reflects the usual casual life of characters. At the beginning of the scene, the protagonist contemplates his assistant Slima. A cheerful creature cheerfully welcomes him and immediately takes in the morning cooking. The mucus is confidently approaching the bathroom and fading in front of the mirror, carefully examines its rounded form in the display, checking the smallest details. The protagonist is silently watched, passionate about such care. Assistant Young is joyfully convinced of its perfect round shape and is happy with pride. Then the creature is a little extracted, finally bringing itself into the form and completing the preparation. The team goes exploring the city of Tao, paying attention to the striking differences between its northern and southern parts. The northern part impresses with the characteristic city quarters, while calm meadows are spread in the south, where sheep and cows graze. Turning in a few words, they go to the southern pastures. The slime's assistant reacts enthusiastically, noticing the sheep jumping fun on the road. Meanwhile, the protagonist with a partner is studying a lively city movement and calm pets, reflecting on the two-faced nature of this city. The joke discussion of Tao name, which translates as a duel, perfectly emphasizes the sharpness of contrasts between different corners of the area. The company then goes on a tour of the local ranch, enthusiastically watching the sheep's haircut. The task was more complicated than expected, and the protagonist, along with the partner, had to make considerable efforts, seeking help with ranch workers. During the walk by the possessions, the locals gradually began to approach them. The townspeople recognized the famous killer of the dragons, falling asleep with their sincere words of gratitude for the city's defense. The owners treat the guests with farm cheese and wine, so they taste these foods. They are easy to talk to the local ones. The atmosphere in the fields is quickly revived, and soon in their honor arrange a real holiday, with the abundance of dishes, drinks, and sincere communication with the Ranklow residents. From the upper height that opens the landscape on the ranch, the whole company stops to remember and think of the events of the day. The protagonist with delight notes how the residents of this place received them warmly and does not hide his surprise and gratitude. Comrade notes that for the local residents, he became a real hero who is sincerely honored and appreciated. Below is scattered Ranklow, live proof of prosperity and prosperity achieved over the years. The sun slowly sinks behind the horizon, enveloping the surrounding landscapes with a gentle, peaceful glow. Against the backdrop of this peace, memories of sincere dating and important relationships, when traveling, come to life. The hero thinks about everything he did. He sought not only to protect the city, but also to preserve the continuous progress and the inheritance that will remain after him. Subsequently, the company visits the guild to find out the news of the priestess. They are presented with a letter, a message from the priestess, which has already gone in business. In the message, she explains that she is forced to urgently resolve important issues. Studying the message addressed to him, the hero remembers sincere words of gratitude for the saved life. Each line is imbued with care and dedication. In a leaf, the priestess tells that she was in the city only by passing when she learned about the Demi. Turning, even almost completely depleted the magical forces, she showed true determination and courage. The name of Lily Luna Lunarius was solemnly solemn, as a promise to return and express her gratitude soon. Meanwhile, travelers were hotly discussing the next steps of their journey. A break for a slight meal gives reason to think about the amazing of this random meeting, and even how their paths can cross in the future suddenly. The company visited the glorious Sandvico, where they are surprisingly unusual meat sandwich. Instead of bread, 2 tubifu steaks are used here, between which also hides a chopped steak from the same meat. Interested in creating the process of creating, they decide to try their own strength. Subsequently, they enjoy the meal together, admiring the juicy taste of the dishes, and not in vain. Feeling the real pleasure of an unexpectedly delicious and creative dish, everyone is shaking their impressions. The conversation soon goes to future plans. The company plans to visit Suryev, a famous town where healing hot springs are beaten. In anticipation of rest, the company decides to leave the next morning as soon as possible. Having agreed all plans, they agree to go to bed in advance to gather with the forces before the road, and at dawn, leave the city. A whole crowd has grown at the gate to spend them on the road. Everyone thank and want good luck. The hero feels the warmth of this farewell, thoughtfully keeping their kindness in the heart while the path leads further. As long as the car is still docking in the cabin, the protagonist remains alone with his thoughts, thinking what would fill in a quiet time on the road. Enjoying the nice weather, it comes out of the vehicle. It is a good time to learn more about the traveling that is going on. A few minutes of controversy with a robotic companion, which gently assures that you can afford a little rest. The look, turned into a cloudless sky, finally gives a short moment of peace of mind and reflection under the calm ray of the sun. Team. During the trip, the group encounters a girl who sits quietly under a tree. Having visited an unfamiliar figure, the main character with a gesture orders the work companion of the desto to stop. Inside the vehicle, the Kuo view attracts an unusual girl's behavior. It is intrigued, he is preparing to approach, and when he approaches, the stranger seems like Lily Luna Lunaria. She sincerely thanks for salvation from malignant spelling, revealing the reason for his long waiting. The interested Ku listens to its explanation carefully. The atmosphere on the records remains calm, and the remains of the old stump are hinted at the ancient event. It is here that Lily tells about his gift to predict the future. Thanks to the dream, which exactly suggested when the carriage of Ku would pass, it matured a brave plan. He sincerely emphasizes how important it is to obey the advice obtained in dreams. Sincerely listening to her explanation, the bullet monitors her behavior without missing any detail. The cart is still in the distance, unobtrusively emphasizing the accident of this meeting. Turns to see you with a sharp question, trying to find out the details of the skill of the displaced. Quickly, in the view of Crescendo combines curiosity and desperate seriousness, but reacts with a noticeable shock. His widely open eyes reflect both surprise and hidden anxiety. At this crucial moment, there is a clear awareness between them. The Ku shakes the breath, thinking about how to answer the immediate question of Lily about the skill of the moving. His face expresses indecision and internal struggle. Meanwhile, Lily details, in her sleep, she was clearly ordered to ask this question. She mentions her own skills, the title of the god of war, as well as the status of a temple priestess. The girl makes it clear that she has valuable information and still has a little significant for him, which only enhances the mystery of their meeting. In the reflections on the title of Mikuni, the goddess of war, in his imagination is Eris and her unique ability, Mikans of the draconic god. The task of Cyrus was to send the red jade of the track gods between the worlds, and CFU gradually begins to suspect that the mission of Lily could be something like that. Meanwhile, in the living room, cozy on the sofa, Ku and Iris listen carefully to Lily, which is tirelessly shared with his thoughts, and the conversation between the Trin is gaining depth. Lily says that the god of war skill appears in priestesses only every few centuries, and gives the chosen ability to reveal the true power of artifacts associated with the god of war. Meanwhile, Slime intervenes to help, remembering the words of an ancient scientist about the incredible potential of combining the skills of the priestess of the dragon god and the priestess of the god of war. Iris is interested with his own ability, while the bullet responds in surprise to the conversation. Slime is fascinated by his words, but recognizes that he lacks further information about this phenomenon. Billy reveals a secret. 3 tasks are laid in the ability of the sacrificial goddess of the war of the soldier. He voices the first missions. There is a bow, dark, with a tangled ornament that radiates ominous energy. By passing the weapon, she confidently announces, now her mission is to send this bow to the displaced. CU with a helper slush is fated, puzzled, and struck by a wonderful scene. When Lily sullenly fulfills her mission, the item she holds is of particular importance. The girl reveals the meaning of the priestly line, calling her a magical artifact, closely related to her task. It proudly emphasizes its involvement in the transmission of the bow to the reincarnation. Ku carefully examines the weapon. Bizarre decoration attracts his attention. Studying the patterns, he suddenly notices the bow is tightly related to the symbolism of the god of war. The picture changes, opening 3 legendary relics: Grecum's magic sword, Yggdrasil Bale, and a nameless holy spear. Each of these shrines carries an incredible force, covered under the protection of the god of war itself. Lily solemnly conveys the bow of Yggdrasil, emphasizing that it is one of the 3 sacred relics. Carefully accepts weapons, fascinated by studying its sophisticated, but at the same time formidable outlines. Looking closely at the find, he gradually learns all the secrets of her strength. It is not just an artifact, but a bow of the winner of the disaster, a legendary sealed weapon, capable of challenging any evil. However, the true power of the bow is still unattainable, because it lies a powerful spell that can only be removed from the other world. This discovery awakens the interest and anticipation of possible use at the same time. Lily tells that the meadow of Yggdrasil is usually stored in the Holy Land, and the eyes of the public show it once every half a century. It is called by divine providence. She received a great mission, to protect and pass sacred weapons to the one to whom it is appointed. Confirming her own responsibility, Iris looks carefully at the interlocutor, catching the feeling that another unfinished case is hidden somewhere in the depth of her words. Lily acknowledges that the delivery for the CC has been completing one mission, but at the same time hints at a new task that is already beating on the horizon. Ku, watching her silently, squeezes his bow in his hands. In his gaze, anxiety and respect are combined. Lily reveals the essence of her second task. She needs to find a magic sword. She looks at Graham in a question, wondering if he has no information about his location. Without a moment, Ku with ease, he gets the sword and demonstrates it to all present. Both are amazed. The faces of Iris and Lily are surprised. Lily is not hidden as a surprise, because it was this thing that she was instructed to find, and she was already in Ku. Having carefully studied the sword Graham, Lily immediately recognizes the legendary weapon that can destroy dragons. The powerful divine power that flows from the sword fascinates it, and the embarrassment of how such an artifact is in Ku only increases. He says that Graham was found in the underground city near Onana. Lily adds that the burn over Gramov was entrusted with Ku. This was the opportunity to keep the artifact among the sacred relics. Iris is closely following the conversation without missing a word. Lily confirms the gift of prediction really belongs to her. Telling how this voice has instructed her since childhood, Erisa listens carefully, noting in Lily a wonderful resemblance to another person. Memories of her twin sister Fellas suddenly arise in consciousness. In the silence of the reflection of Cook, notes that Fellas possessed both the gift of the priest of the dragon god and the skills of Forsyth, gradually constructing the parallels between the two mysterious personalities. He admits that the next task after fulfilling the mission is to protect the one who arrived in this world. She also openly shares her desire to join their journey if he receives permission. The rest responds immediately with admiration, sincerely greeting it among yourself and emphasizing your willingness to go together. With a warm smile, Lily thanks all the company for accepting it. She attaches her palm to her heart, expressing her gratitude with respect. The detachment leader meets her with a warm smile, solemnly greeting as a full participant in their journey. The clock is relentlessly approaching noon, and Kusitz is in the living room contacting the entire company. One of the satellites is thoughtful, and in a moment the attention of the whole company is directed to the other direction. The idea of a snack pushes everyone together to make lunch cooking. The team collects the trophies of their journeys, vegetables, meat, and fruits that have become not just souvenirs for them, but valuable ingredients for the future feast. Preparation of dinner united everyone. Everyone is happy to help in the kitchen with joy and perseverance. All already dressed in aprons, the atmosphere of waiting welcomes in the air. Meanwhile, the future menu is clearly announced, and everyone was holding their breath, anticipating the culinary discoveries. The kitchen is the aroma of tomato sauce, cheese omelette, and banana yogurt. Iris is a confidence of a skilled cook over a new dish. Having proven his awareness in cooking, Sarara assistant Slip confidently demonstrates her own agility, fully justifying her hopes. Meanwhile, Lily hesitates, markedly nervous. It looks like it holds kitchen accessories for the first time. 2 steps forward, and he is already nearby, puts his shoulder, shares tips and words of support. Together, they decide to act together. Full of determination to succeed, with easy excitement, is preparing to break the egg for the first time. Unsure, cautious movements give inexperience. It is concentrated with the business without bringing her eyes off the details. The face reflects both tension and anxiety at the same time. Along with her is the one who radiates calm and support, gently encouraging not to rush and gain confidence. The lilies are seated carefully to break the egg, but with an inept hand only pouring it, forming a small clutter. Shame and excitement appear on the girl's face. She has been asking for her clumsiness. It is approaching with a felt smile, gently directing her hand, teaching to press with the power you need. Combining efforts, they skillfully break the egg and cheerfully encourages the girl, dispelling tension and inspiring not to stop there. For the first time, Lily breaks the egg on his own, and inside it blooms pride for her own achievement until the heat encourages it. A friendly company prepares the dishes together, filling the kitchen with laughter and a sense of community. Through joint efforts, the team is confidently moving in the preparation of the dish, enjoying the process and taking over the experience of each other. Finally, they all complete the preparation of dinner. A real gastronomic symphony is adorned on the table. An appetizing omelet, aromatic stew, and a number of carefully selected snacks are seduced by the eye and igniting appetite. Friends gather around the table, genuinely admired the cooked dishes, and look forward to a common meal. Their faces shine from anticipation. Warm, lively atmosphere prevails in the air. Dinner just starts. The room is filled with laughter and fun conversations. Lily, having tasted such a sophisticated dish for the first time, does not hide the delight. Food impresses it with its taste. Ku remembers how he had previously worked in a restaurant where his culinary skills were made by a real furor. All the surrounding atmosphere is permeated by approving reviews and sincere laughter. Guests share admiration. Lily, a sea of smiling and feeling pleasure, politely refuses to add, emphasizing the complete pleasure of the dish. After the meal has come to an end, Ku encourages Lily to take the supplement, reminding that now it is at the age of when the body needs a lot of strength, so you should not limit itself. With a light apology smile, he agrees and returns to the meal. When everyone finally quenches hunger, the company gets together for cleaning. A light and casual atmosphere makes the joint work enjoyable for everyone. Reflecting on her life, Lily remembers warmth with warmth and expresses his sincere gratitude to all who supported her at one time. After a terrible epidemic that claimed the life of her parents, the girl was sheltered by the cult of the god of war, becoming a new family for her. Ku notes her sincerity and assures that it is not necessary to apologize for the ignorance of the affairs of this world. In a calm atmosphere, the band gathered together so that new pages of everyone's characters are comfortable, appreciating the opportunity to get to know each other better. In this episode, Lily remembers the moments when she was finally able to thank for the kindness she once received. The secret room is filled with support. Hu and Iris are encouraging Lily, urging her to taste life more often and not be afraid of a new one. The atmosphere is quickly discharged by the poor Sarara, an assistant, a fun calling Lily to join the game, which gives the conversation ease and liveliness. Suddenly, the earth is shaken by an earthquake, which immediately causes panic and surprise among all present in the room. The vehicle they travel emerged. Systems are instantly responding to guarantee safety. Meanwhile, Sarara is stunned by the unexpected development, and the rest is preparing to meet a new chaos. When the earthquake subsides, Ku instantly rushes to the Sira. Despite the apparent surprise and fright, it is whole and intact. Carefully hugging her, for a moment he becomes a real shield, convincing her safety. Having assessed his own situation, the detachment notes with relief. They were on the open plain, so the blow was less devastating. Iris and Lily assured that everything was fine with them, although the unexpected adventure scared them a little. At the same time, they noted the rapid reaction of the Ku, which was instantly navigated in the situation. At the center of the discussion is a recent earthquake and anxiety for the state of the neighboring bridge of the emergency. Cook emphasizes that although the building and the old one, it remains a vital crossing knot on their path. If the bridge was still injured, it would be wise to think about the construction of a new crossing. However, such a change in the route would make them a long-lasting deviation to the south, which would delay the arrival of Syria for a few days. Meanwhile, their transport is constantly approaching the bridge as the team is closely evaluating the situation. Friends already mentally draw their long-awaited vacation in Syria. They dream of the most about a few days of relaxation and restoration of forces in hot springs. Silently worried about the condition of the bridge of the extra turway while the car is moving forward. Meanwhile, both the driver and the passengers are well aware. In this world, there is no room for predictability. Armed with patience and caution, the cartoon-wrapped carriage is constantly watching the road, preparing for the surprises that can destroy their path. When the group gets to the bridge, a shocking picture awaits them. The bridge is completely destroyed, and its boards and supports are scattered at the bottom of the abyss. One of the members of the group inspects the destruction and reports what happened. The rest were frozen in place. The collision with reality is revealed because of the terrible scale of chaos. Further journey promises even more trials. Before the eyes of the group, the destroyed bridge of the infant, which finally cut off the route. The band members carefully explore the destination, trying to find a way out of the difficult situation. With the equipment in his hands, the hero with understanding confesses that it will not be easy to overcome the destroyed structure. Lily, meanwhile, holds a sirat. Her face is full of anxiety. Iris silently monitors everything. A focused look gives its tension. Against the background, silent witness of their troubles, the destroyed bridge stands, visually emphasizing the abyss facing them. Near the destroyed bridge, the company shakes his breath, thinking about how to overcome the stormy river below. Iris voices the idea of using a flight potion. However, Ku explains that even if it works for him, the problem will not disappear for others. Behind, anxiously holding his breath, the development of the city monitors the development of events. They are concerned about their difficult position. Everyone looks nervously at each other. Suddenly, the Sarara, enthusiastic, loudly attracts attention. It seems that a plan that can save everyone has already matured in her head. Listening to the advice of Sarara, the guy thinks, is it worth using the creation skill to restore a broken bridge? Realizing that this is quite real, he gently descends on his knees near the ruins and tunes to activate his special ability. Having evaluated the recent increase in the level of his ability to create, Ku gladly points out that he can now activate the skill with only touching the subject. The process has become much more natural and convenient. The determination fire flashes in his eyes when he puts his hands in place, preparing for repair. Ku concentrates his creator's skill. The powerful flow of energy erupts outwards, with incredible accuracy and power by restoring the destroyed bridge. Witnesses of this unusual event, both the hero's comrades and the locals, in the eyes of all the structure is revived in its original beauty, It shines as if it were just built. Once the recovery is completed, the hobby covers the whole company when they admire the restored bridge. In the hearts, there is a relief and sincere gratitude for the ingenuity and skill. Who is delighted to look at their completed creation? The renewed bridge of D appears before him. Now it is not just a crossing, but a true work of engineering. It is based on the fragments of the old bridge, connected to the powerful materials obtained from the neutralized demon. This design is not only stronger than the previous one, but also endowed with unique protective properties. Observing the bridge, satellites carefully study its unusual properties and ability to support. The peasants who are finally reassured after the conversion do not bring their eyes from the miracle, wondering the talent of the pile and thinking about the incredible opportunities of the migrant from another world. Finishing the scene, Ku confidently leads us forward through a fortified bridge. Thanks to the newly built bridge, the group continues its journey without unnecessary bypasses, avoiding significant delays. The detachment with admiration recognizes the skill of Ku. Some even enthusiastically compares his ability to the divine. The peasants are delighted with a miracle when they manage to cross the bridge safely. In the evening rays, travelers approach the powerful walls of Surya. The gates of the city sparkle in the premises. Without slowing down, the group preparing to step for the protection of fortifications, continuing its journey. On the guard of Suryev, one of the soldiers expresses his sincere gratitude for the reconstruction of the bridge, emphasizing how important this building is for the entire transport network of the region. He promises to bring this news to Earl Maillard. He was promised a generous reward for his efforts. The detachment is thinking about the scale of the task, aware of its importance, and at the same time discusses the likelihood of meeting with a graph that lives in a Surya. From the conversation, it becomes obvious that the effects of coups are increasingly affecting the whole region. When asked about the awareness of Earl Maillard's stay in the city, Ku confidently explained that one of the noble acquaintances informed him in a letter. The soldier confirms this, adding that the graph is still recovering after illness. He also asks to keep this news secret. In the end of the conversation, Ku apologizes at the time of the interlocutors, and the soldier thanks them for their cooperation and leaves the room. The band gets the hammer town of Syria, where they are met by a friendly soldier with sincere words of greetings. They offer to stay for 3 nights and 4 days, assuring that it is enough to enjoy the hot sources filled. The soldier adds that the town is preparing for the grand festival in honor of its 300th anniversary. The next day, the participants are urged to join and enjoy the festive atmosphere. Together, they go to explore the lively streets of Syria, where every corner rages life. A light white smoke haze rises above the city, and a lively fuss reigns around. Everything around shows that the city is carefully preparing for the festival. During the walk, they plunge into a conversation about the city's past. It turns out that Surya is now celebrating his 300 years, although these lands retain a much older inheritance. 4,000 years ago, there was an ancient city of Sasan, famous for its hot springs, and, quite possibly, some structures from that era remained active 300 years ago. The ruins of Sasana have become the foundation for the creation of the city of Surya, where travelers in delight look at how ancient times it is harmoniously combined with the present. Conducting a conversation about Suryev's culinary business card, they note that local food is closely linked to the city's status as a hot springs resort. Advises to enjoy delicious dishes to make the impression unforgettable. The company visited a restaurant famous for its branded delicacy, a hob, which is served in a white jug. Once in the water, when the truth opens, everyone is fascinating from its appearance. Sarara does not hold back joy with Iris and Lily. A hearty and warming dish that has become a business card of local cuisine of Surya enchants everyone. The detachment gladly tastes a thick chepep, enjoying its rich aroma and fragrant shades. The hostess compares the dish with French classics, in particular with pot au feu, while Iris and Lily are genuinely pleased with the soup and his cozy, warming taste. Sarara enthusiastically eats without restraining admiration. It is obvious that the dish liked everyone without exception. Tasting 6 servings of the hodiupas, they were completely satisfied, already in thought, making a plan of gastronomic adventures for tomorrow. The anticipation of the diversity of recipes in each new institution gave them excitement and curiosity. Then they returned to the hotel to spend the night. In the cozy expanses of Sirius, where there are first-class hot springs, the mug relaxes, immersed in the healing heat of water, which restores strength. Alongside the Srara quietly drifts in the pool, enjoying the healing atmosphere. In the neighboring but separate source, Iris and Lily also feel calm and comfort. The ringing voices are heard in the air when they enjoy the recovery of strength together. The calm atmosphere emphasizes the healing and relaxing properties of hot springs, giving the company minutes of harmony after a busy day. The silence of a hot spring under the sickle creates a special mood. The day filled with pleasant memories revolves around in his memory, and thoughts are already pouring to the tomorrow festival, which promises even more joy. The anticipation of the holiday ignites enthusiasm in the heart. Relaxed nearby, the character with a muted sigh reacts to the words of the coup, but suddenly it envelops the heat, and only a quiet voice can be answered. Noticing the fatigue on the face of a comrade, he turns to him anxiously, and the peace of the evening for a moment breaks the unexpected malaise of Sirius. The lively streets of the festival are full of colorful yads, where everyone competes with the variety of traditional hoot dishes. Cuo, holding the menu in her hands, asks Lily what she would like to try, and Iris is delighted to note how many around the different pines. When he asks his question again, Lily seems to be confused for a moment, but quickly comes to her senses and answers, barely hiding surprise. The enchanting noise of the holiday does not subside around. Lily, thinking, is delayed in her own thoughts, while the careful Ku notices her anxiety and asks if she is worried. The girl is aware of her inattention. She confesses that the day before she survived passages of anticipation, who suddenly covered her consciousness. From the herd in Kook and Iris, their eyes broke out with curiosity and anxiety. The words themselves broke out of their mouths. They asked about the essence of vision, seeking to solve his secret. She talks about her disparate visions of the future, remembering how she noticed a pipe among the crowd. Vision focused on it when he pulled a shining green branch out of the box near the fountain. The bullet thought out how strange this vision was. Thinking about why he did not have recipes with the branch of Yggdrasil, he began to guess her true purpose. Listening to Lily's words, Iris catches every detail of a strange prediction. Meanwhile, Lily is leading. Her insight already draws as their company leaves Surrey and heads to the northwest. Two notice that this direction deviates from their planned route to Fort Port, located in the northeast. Considering the map, the hero notices that the northwestern edge is mainly covered with mountains and thick forests. He has a question why they to cross the way into such distant and harsh places. Lily acknowledges that her prediction gift has never seemed so vague, and it is only stirring up the anxiety of comrades about what may be in this uncertainty. Lily, Ku, and Iris are talking about the nature of the vision of the future. Lily confesses that he usually sees everything much clearer, but when it comes to a person similar to Ku, the transparency of his predictions seems to dissolve in the darkness. Harris recalls the words of an ancient scientist who argued that the future is most prone to change if he intervenes large personalities. Meanwhile, Kulazins, being in the body of Iris, says that Lily's prediction has never been failed, so her vision can be a reflection of a defined destiny. At the same time, the group increases in the group. The abilities of the fur go beyond the usual, and the unpredictability of its influence on events proves its development has no limits. He admits that he lacks the experience of playing the pipe, but does not lose confidence, relying on his smart hands and skills in subtle arts. Lily with Iris picks up his mood with kind words of support, so the company decides not to stop and continue to enjoy the holiday together. Having united in a joint enthusiasm, they decide to visit all the fair kiosks to fully enjoy the festive atmosphere. The road behind and heart, full of enthusiasm, attract the company to immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the holiday. The band has fun travel with Festival Rose, tasting the local wonder. They are served with a bulltail soup and a hot dessert of stewed fruits, which leaves sweet heat. Someone barely noticeably catches the impact of wine added to one of the soups. Lily admires sweet dessert, and Iris gets a real pleasure in hearty beef soup. Srara is involved in the general grip. It is genuinely striking the brightness of the taste. Each of the group discovers special gifts of festival cuisine. In the midst of fun, when the festive atmosphere fills the space with joy, the company's attention switches to Sarah, a girl who became ill after she has tasted something suspicious. After the successful use of serates and antidorus potions, the mucus immediately returned to its cheerfulness and health. Feeling relief and sincerely thanking its rescuers, the whole company, full of joy, goes further to plunge into holiday adventures. On the way, they happen to the lottery, and the familiar leader, whom they met yesterday, invites Ku to participate in the game. Fascinated by a new adventure, the characters are preparing to join the interesting test together. Under the interested views of the group, the conductor represents the exciting game Numbers, the origins of which lead in the depths of ancient civilizations. The center appears in the center, similar to a bingo card, where each cell has its own number. The conductor is taken to explain in detail the rules of this mysterious ancient entertainment. To win, you need to collect 5 identical numbers in a row, a column, or diagonal. Ku and his companions listen carefully to the explanations and do not hide the admiration of a new, still unknown, but surprisingly exciting game. Her surprise, when she recognizes the subject, hints at a personal connection with premonitions or events from the past. The band is actively preparing to take part, which only enhances the festive mood. The showcase, which is filled with prizes for the winners, instantly captures their attention. The main prize is a luxurious ticket to the cruise to the capital of the kingdom. The second place is a shiny pipe reminiscent of Lily's predictability. The last prizes are exquisite delicacies that immediately attracted the passionate views of the audience. Considering the awards received, participants exchange views, trying to make sure that Lily's vision will come true about the result of this game. The tension increases due to the confidence and the restless curiosity of Lily itself. Just like a real clown, the host with a passion entertains the crowd on the holiday, announcing the main entertainment of the morning, a lottery in an ancient style. The enthusiastic exclamations and lively buzzing are rolled among the public. In the center of the crowd is a company of travelers. Their unusual and colorful clothing immediately flows into the eye. With curiosity watching the events, he distinguishes a familiar face among the participants. One of the adventurers points to a person who was previously met as a guard. Another participant in the group confirms, yes, this is really the same acquaintance. The festive shawl grows significantly when the leader with a fire in his voice twists the lottotron. In a moment, he gets the first winning room and announces the crowd loudly, 29 inches. Looking at their tickets, adventurers quickly notice they do not have such a number. Meanwhile, one of them, squeezing their own ticket, smiles. The number 29 coincides with his age, and this seems an extremely successful start of the game. The dwelling ticket of the desperation suddenly appears, a bizarre sign that suddenly appears on its own and confuses it. Smiling with their reaction, the presenter reveals the secret. Cards are endowed with magic, which allows the numbers to change or mark on their own right during the game. He encourages the participants boldly to accept the challenge and reminds that by the last moment, this unpredictable tournament is able to surprise everyone. Meanwhile, the moving traveler closely monitors the development of events, with interest in celebrating an unexpected turn in this game. With the beginning of the second half of the game, the commentator emphasizes a familiar limit for all. Some players are charged with adrenaline due to increasing voltage, while others, on the contrary, lose interest and move away from events. The hall is stressed. Each of the players is closely monitoring the development of events until one of the adventurers expresses the admiration of a new turn of the game. The following number is heard, 61. Among the participants, there is a wave of recovery when one of the adventurers with excitement celebrates a new number on their card. The presenter encourages everyone not to be ashamed and shouting, "Reach!" if there is very little left before the victory. New numbers sound one by one, more and more cells are filled, and the voltage in the hall is steadily increasing. The game is gaining momentum, and suddenly one of the adventure seekers exclaims, "Rich!" hinting that the victory is already close. Comrades jokingly push him, wondering whether at least to win the second prize, the pipe. In response, the adventurer confidently lifts his hand without hiding the delight of the probable victory. Another participant draws attention to the band, a lively and smiling woman who proudly demonstrates her card and loudly declares a familiar name, Cal. The atmosphere retains its drive, and everyone is looking forward to the following events. During the game, a cheerful adventurer cheerfully tells that she once performed the task with this traveler in Annan. She shares that he comes from Seri, and it becomes known she has recently returned home. The presenter with interest points out that there is a special proximity between the opponents, and immediately announces this duel. When the game is approaching the finals, numbers 6, 18, and 26 are heard. Each of them adds a little hope and tension. But despite the excitement and the thirst for victory, none of the two avid participants receive bingo. The mustard of disappointment is mixed with a cheerful dispute, because for them, the game ends without a dreamy victory. The next announced number is 87. The presenter solemnly pronounces him from the stage. This destroys the hopes of one of the adventurers who understands that if the number 88 fell, he would have already had bingo. Having already reconciled with the situation, he feels the second place is its determined finale. Suddenly, a strange sound is heard, anxious and unusual, which makes everyone die from surprise. There is a tension in the air because something unknown is about to change the course of the game. After confirming the number 87, everything became clear. Both are both an experienced adventurer and a decisive adventure finder. They notice that they have completed their tasks at the same time. In confusion, a man is going to the question, wouldn't he be the winner? Meanwhile, the companion, covered by emotions, joyfully lifts the card, announcing his victory loudly. Both look genuinely impressed with the unexpected finale, and the intrigue hangs. Who will win? The presenter solemnly announces both adventure seekers by winners, enthusiastically celebrating their simultaneous victory. After announcing the winners, he reports that only one main award and one friend, and who will get which one will decide them. Both winners are side by side, looking at each other thoughtfully. The adventurer woman hesitates. Her gaze is uncertainly looking for the answer, while the man retains calm and considers the situation. The attendees froze in surprise when the adventurer Kai unexpectedly chooses not the main award, but the second prize, the pipe. Instead, the first gives in the hands of a brave colleague. He says that his team has already planned a trip to the royal capital and even managed to book a ship, so the main prize of the tournament is no longer such a reward for him. The generosity of the young man is a real surprise in the adventurer, but in the end she agrees, without hiding the delight and distrust of her good luck, because she got the main award. The presenter solemnly announces her winner and winner of the main prize. Meanwhile, the hall is already preparing to award the second place. The adventurer with a sincere smile thanks Kua for his kindness and support, expressing his sincere gratitude. According to the command of the leading Kai, albeit confused, but obediently extends his hands forward, not quite understanding what they expect from him. Suddenly, the space explodes smoke and confetti fireworks. The unexpected event strikes Kukai, leaving him confused in trying to understand what has just happened. When the smoke is dispelled, the views of all open the Kai, which holds a shiny pipe in his hands. It was for him that he got an honorary second award. A loud delight is raised around. The crowd meets the final of the event with ovation and joyful exclamations. Sincere greetings of the presenter are heard from the stage, and the exaltation wave seems to cover the entire hall. Meanwhile, one of the other adventurers carelessly turns his bingo card and with a joking note notes that the victory has passed it this time. When the company is discussing the game, one of them notes how a little lacking in the triumph. With a joking assumption that the victory would be quite real to have enough prizes to everyone, the company laughs from heart. Meanwhile, with a basket of flavors in their hands, someone brings even more joy into the atmosphere. Feeling guilty because she won the main prize, the brave traveler looks restlessly at Kukai. She seems to have problems because of her. However, It only responds with a warm smile and reassures it, assuring that their plans to travel to the royal capital were not injured. As a result, everything happened to him as best as possible, and with a light smile he stated that without hesitation he would master the play on the pipe. The atmosphere discharges due to its wit. Kai confidently lifts a pipe to his mouth, and a surprisingly melody music is pouring, which instantly captures the attention of all present. The melody notes slowly spread around, filling the space with calm and charm. The passionate other adventure seekers will swing their breath, fascinated by watching the unexpectedly open musical gift. The pipe, in the hands of Kai, comes to life with a charming tune that fascinates everyone in the crowd. The melody, called Sasan's Slump, is striking in its complexity, confirming his unexpected musical abilities. The satellites do not hide the admiration and showered the hero with compliments, wondering to whom the talent will open to them. One of the adventure participants emphasizes the versatility of the kaka, calling it universal support, capable of coping with any challenge. When the holiday came to an end, the company gathered near the fountain. The women's adventurer suddenly stated that it was time to say goodbye. The girl reports that she promised to have lunch with her grandmother. Honey says goodbye to Kukai and the rest, gently calling everyone in their name. Friends are smiling with her after, keeping a casual, warm atmosphere. In a moment, suddenly a stranger approaches Kukai, bowing politely and addressing, "Are you a gentleman Kukusaka, isn't it?" Kukaya is approached by an elderly man who seems like a Randolph D. Miller, the landlord of the land of Maida. Exhausted and painful in the appearance of the Earl respects Kukaya, the killer of the dragons, recognizing his legendary courage. Kukai's vigilant look is delayed on the graph. The idea that he probably suffers from some ancient ailment does not give him rest. Count Maillard presents Kukaya for his legendary exploits: victory over the Black Dragon in Onan, destruction of the Devil Tree, and the reconstruction of the Great Bridge of Nar. Despite the visible weakness, sincere respect and deep gratitude for the achievements of the Count sound in the voice. Summer Earl Maillard explains his condition. Because of injuries received during a terrible flood 4 months ago, he undergoes a wellness course in hot springs. However, despite all the efforts, health has never returned to it. The Earl expresses his deep gratitude to Kukai, calling him the great benefactor of his lands. He emphasizes the family rule to always thank for good deeds, and solemnly assures he is ready to support him in any case. She solemnly promised to come to the aid of Kukai if he ever seeks support. The atmosphere is instantly aggravated when Earl Maillard suddenly begins to breathe a strong cough and falls to the ground. Anxiety is raised in Kai. Kai instantly rushes to the rescue, carefully examines the condition of the graphs, and with anxiety asks about their state of health. Suddenly, black smoke begins to rise from the Earth's body, filling the atmosphere with anxiety and mystery. The shocked Kai cannot take his eyes off this creepy picture. Trying to solve what is happening, everyone is watching the alarming black smoke around Earl Mealer. Feeling an extremely powerful curse, Kukai instantly activates the skills acquired after transplantation of consciousness. Defending from the influence of magic and completely neutralizing its effect, it begins to carefully analyze what is happening. Thinking if it was a curse sent by the monster and realizing that it can spill over at those who near, Kay casts an alarming look around. His comrades, watching everything from afar, do not hide anxiety and ask if everything is fine with him. Awareness of the contagious nature of the curse increases tension and adds urgency at this moment. Kukai carefully evaluates the situation as black smoke wraps Earl Maillard. The curse was recognized as a curse of Black Death, deadly and extremely contagious. Kukai, feeling all the power of this threat, immediately announces others so that they do not approach. Preliminary analysis shows that it will require a wicked branch of Yggdrasil. After all, without the intervention of the curse can cause destructive damage to the surrounding area. Kukai is seriously thinking about using a branch. To get ahead of the threat before it becomes dangerous, Kukai quickly evaluates the alarming environment. The esoteric vision from a recent sleep, a branch that is amazingly similar to the one discussed in the analysis of Yggdrasil, is involuntarily mentioned. His comrades are anxious as he walks to the dam graph, preparing for a decisive step. Full of determination, Kukai pulls out a magic branch. It radiates mystical light, promising the power capable of overcoming the curse. When Kukai activates the branch of the Yggdrasil, a black fog that enveloped Earl Malar gradually dispels, opening the fixed body of the Count, already devoid of the curse. One of the satellites is wondered if the curse is removed, to which Kukai calmly replies, "He was only temporarily muted, and although it is not transmitted now, the true danger has not yet passed." Feeling anxiety for the Graf's health, and given the inconvenience of the public place, the group decides to move to a safer and secluded shelter. The surrounding observers have fallen with curiosity, watching how adventurers are preparing to transport the Graf. Under the wire of the guard, the company moves to the nearest traveling yard, called a shadow cow gazebo. Thanks to the fast assistance of the hotel owner, Earl Maillard is invested to rest so that he can recover after experienced. Meanwhile, the desperates finally find a minute to come to their senses and discuss further steps. The alarming look of the guard betrays his concern, because he asks the Count's condition and tries to understand what is happening to him. Kaikai reports that the second analysis of the curse has just ended, hinting it is time to develop a plan and decide how to proceed to recover the Graf. Kukai describes in detail all the hopelessness of the situation. Earl Mellard became a hostage to the horrific curse of Black Death. It is a sinister power generated by a monster named after the senior number. The curse is asleep, but it is worth the victim to get into the crowd, and it wakes up, taking his life in 3 hours. Death will not be delayed to those who are nearby, igniting a devastating epidemic. Hearing these words, everyone around understands. The danger can cover whole cities. Finally, the past is revealed, which is closely intertwined with a large-scale flood in the north, which has been raging for 4 months. Against the backdrop of the ruins that the element brought, an ancient link, a powerful and sinister character, came on the stage. Earl Maillard, having found himself in the Hall of Chaos, collided with a mysterious link. Probably this clash was the cause of the curse that the Graf. The fate of the current attack is closely intertwined with the ancient catastrophic flood and the vicious appearance of the link. The story returns us to the past when Earl Maillard collided with a spooky skeleton monster. Probably it was a senior figure during a disorder after the Great Flood. Although he managed to drive this creature, he could not really overcome it. Before retreating, the skeleton monster pointed to the Graf and pronounced a few words in an unearthly, inhuman language, sounds that are completely unlike something familiar to the human ear. It is this moment that is considered the beginning of the curse of the Black Death, which fell on the Graf. Recalling recent events, one of the participants of the group with pain realizes that the signs of disasters were on the surface, and if he had previously realized the danger, the condition of the Graf could be improved much earlier. Among the comrades there is a magician which perfectly mastered the light magic of the highest level. Having received consent from CAE, he proposes to try to remove the curse. The purification ritual begins. By connecting their hands in the sign of respectful honor, they urge the power of light magic, which are determined to clear the curse and restore the purity of everything around. At the center of events is the unbreakable determination of the magician, who hopes that his mighty magic is able to overcome the harmful effects of the curse of Black Death. It unfolds the clear light, a legendary spell known as the most powerful among such charms, which is rumored to destroy any curse. The bright magic circle blossoms in the air, wrapping Earl Mylara with a blind glow at a moment when the magic is starting to act. Despite the tremendous power of the spell, the curse remains unbred, stunning all present. The magician, shocked and depressed, cannot understand why even a pure glow was powerless before Black Death. Meanwhile, the Graf begins to move every now and then, which indicates the progressive deterioration of his condition. Kukai, having completed the study, gets complete information about the nature of the curse of Black Death. In his opinion, an alarming suspicion matures. It may be impossible to break this curse with ordinary methods. By reading the evidence collected, having reached the truth, Kukai convincingly states that the release from the curse is possible only in the case of destruction of its source, the ancient lich which imposed it. Opening this discovery to others, He emphasizes that the problem needs a radical solution, and the defeat will only be able to win by giving a fight by the perpetrator himself. Kukaya's words inspire the detachment to carefully prepare for the dangerous test awaiting ahead. The team begins to develop a strategy to track the ancient lich, because since the time of the Great Flood, there have been any rumors. One of the participants is concerned about the lack of data, but the other proposes to apply special skills to calculate its location. Kukai decides to take advantage of his ability to automatically create the map, hoping that it will help to find the location of faces. Another adventure seeker is involved in the search, suggesting the use of mapping skill as an additional tool. Their interaction and exchange of ideas clearly emphasize the common readiness to overcome the test. With a firm intention to track and challenge the old medication, the hero activates the ability to automatically mapping from Kukai. Far on the map, among the ominous mountain ranges, the group finds the place of Elderlick, a mountain tris, full of secrets and alarming anticipation. They are sure that the monster skeleton is nearby. Adventurers finally get a clear goal of their journey. Meanwhile, Earl Millard, exhausted and chained to bed, turns to Kwai. It looks like he wants to convey something important to him. The atmosphere is filled with the determination of the company, which is changed by the anxiety for the state of the graph. It is time to prepare for a decisive clash with Elderlick. Earl Millard, having listened to the discussions, acknowledges that Elderlick became the source of his horrible curse. Recalling the consequences of a large flood that happened 4 months ago, the Earl says that his family knight army has suffered destructive losses, and now security in the whole region is completely entrusted to the Guild of Adventurers. I am convinced that years will take years. He emphasizes that the path to rest will be long and difficult. His premature death would plunge Lard's land into chaos, because the heir is still too young to cope with leadership. The words of the graph sounded as anxious acquisition. It is necessary to destroy the Elderlick not only for his own salvation, but also for the sake of preserving the whole possession. Earl Millard pleaded with Ka to overcome the damned creature and save him, recognizing how difficult this request could be. He emphasized that the branch only temporarily restrains the curse, and as soon as its strength is exhausted, the evil will cover everything around. Another satellite also appealed to Ku with a passionate request for help, knowing how big the threat is. Aware of the seriousness of the situation, Kukai cannot leave the trouble of the Count and his lands unattended. Focused and decisive, he accepts. His confidence strengthens the faith of the group, and a difficult mission is formed in front, to meet face to face with an ancient face and put an end to its threat. Having left northwest of the city, the group goes on a journey, cozy in a carriage. Thinking about what is happening, one of the satellites states, "It is wonderful how all the events, from the mysterious sound of the pipe to the sudden appearance of the branch and the trip, exactly repeat the predictions that Lily Chan possesses." One of the team members recognizes the girl's skill, thanks sincerely, but Lily is modestly waving, attributing success not so much with her own efforts as her natural abilities. Going further, one of the satellites is thinking about how the overcome path changed his outlook and attitude to efforts. The other smiles, recognizing in these words the echo of thoughts, which he often shared. However, he has not heard anything like this for a long time. With a light smile, the bullet explains, "Skills are not only a set of skills, but also part of the personality that is revealed because these skills are used." He emphasizes that even if several people have the same skills, the real force depends on who the person is and how he uses them. In the depths of the mage, the magician responds to this opinion, again affirming his own confidence and uniqueness among others. Finally, the journey led them to the foot of Mount Treese. After long hours in a carriage and a grueling transition through the forest, they stopped quite near the purpose. The group approaches the rocky coast, where among harsh stone performances recognize their goal. It is hidden in the heart of Kruchi. Having examined the terrain, Kukai confirms, yes, this is the place they were looking for. Some of the satellites, unwittingly stopping, notes a strange feeling, as if all this had ever happened to them. In the atmosphere of intense expectation, Kai goes forward, confidently leading the group to the ominous and shrouding secrets of the target, giving a sign that their collision with the unknown will begin. Suddenly before the group, the door passage on the slopes of Mount Tris is opened in the rock. One of the satellites does not hide the admiration of the skillfully disguised entrance and addresses Kukai with a question. Where did he find out about this place? Kukai with a smile replies that similar puzzles have already happened while traveling in Onana. The emblem on the door immediately attracts their attention. It is strikingly different from that happened earlier. Noticing the familiar symbol, one of the participants is immediately in surprise. This coat of arms clearly has a special meaning and seems to be directly related to the task. This discovery opens the path to a deeper immersion in a mysterious place. Having seen the coat of arms on the secret door, the group recognizes the symbols of the catastrophe. From ancient times, there was a pagan organization that adored disasters and catastrophe, seeing in them manifestations of divine power. One of the followers, known as the one who remembers the experience, reveals the true scale of the cult and its impact on the development of ancient civilizations. Hidden among the symbolism of the coat of arms hints at the connection between this sect and the ancient faith. Another satellite confirms its awareness with this mysterious organization. This discovery once again emphasizes the importance of the place for their mission. The mystery around this location only deepens, and it is closely related to the powerful curse that the characters seek to destroy. The group learns that the emblem and the hidden doors are related to the events that occurred 4,000 years ago, when ancient civilization was preparing to withstand the great disaster. However, their attempts were in vain, blocked the supporters of the cult of catastrophe, who acted purposefully against. There is an assumption that these doors lead to one of the outposts of the cult. This attaches great historical importance and perhaps explains the connection with the ancient number. This discovery emphasizes the impact of the cult remains to this day, and its roots reach the very essence of the current mission of heroes. The detachment thinks about the origin of the Elder Lich, assuming that he could once be an influential member of the cult of a disaster, who gained immortality through forbidden magic. Kukai remembers the classical ideas of Lech, the almighty witch, who crossed the border of life and death to become eternal. Against the backdrop of spooky thoughts, the hero does not refrain from a joke, as if for such a mighty creature, the choice of so gloomy and a deaf place looks very strange. Such irony at the same time emphasizes the ominous, mysterious essence of the enemy, and gives a slight shade of humor in the strict atmosphere of their task. With the help of a sarara that cleverly breaks the lock on the hidden doors, the team easily penetrates inside. The gloomy tunnel meets them cracks on the walls and a spooky flame of lamps, which is reflected in the old light fireplace. Not even knowing who you have to face, Kukai does not allow you to distract from the main goal, to find and neutralize the threat. Having been determined, everyone is stepping deep into the fortress, ready to accept any challenge, which the unknown prepares ahead. Their path is blocked by another massive door covered with mysterious runes of antiquity. One of the satellites decrypts the inscription. It is a well-known third underground temple, where supporters of the disaster cult hold their mystical rites. One of the satellites reports that this place is one of the largest churches of the cult, which emphasizes its significance for the supporters of the sect. This find reveals the scale and weight of the structure, increasing the tension on the eve of what can wait behind the door. Exploring the temple, the group learns that on this sacred land for cultures there were rituals that glorified natural disasters. Such rites were the basis of the beliefs of the sect, because it was in chaos and destruction that their supporters saw the meaning and their true worship. A cross. According to Surara, the sectarians have erected similar structures around the world, testifying the scale and coordination of their activities to spread ominous rituals. This truth opens the eyes on the true scope of the impact of the cult and emphasizes the danger they pose to humanity. The road to the sanctuary rotates a real maze, designed so that no uninvited guest reached. Everywhere there are deadly traps that ruthlessly destroy anyone who tries to prevent the ritual of the cult. Such a threatening labyrinth becomes not only a symbol of fanatics' devotion, but also a test for desperate despair seeking to get a dreamy goal. They are faced with a maze leading to the underground center of worship. Number 3. The traps are placed so insidious here to destroy uninvited guests and block paths for those who run from rituals. Kukai soothes the team. He activates his ability to automatically mapping and confidently assures that no one gets lost in the intricacies of corridors. However, the scale of the maze and numerous traps turn this trip into a dangerous and grueling test. Moving forward, one of the team members recalls the ominous rituals that were once held in these walls, enhancing the eerie atmosphere of their mission. The detailed map opens the confusing structure of the dungeon, again emphasizing the level of difficulties waiting for them further. Feeling how important their mission was, the detachment hurried. The Yggdrasil branch, which holds back the curse of Black Death on the Malardi graph, is only temporary. Without the right to delay, Kukai confidently takes the initiative and firmly decides to lead the comrades in the shortest possible way through the maze. One of the satellites proposes to take advantage of the way to find the way in Kukai's autocryptography to move even faster. Kukai accepts this idea and immediately activates the navigator, determined to reduce every extra moment on the way to the older face before the curse resumes. The atmosphere of tension and focus becomes more tangible, inspired by the urgent need. The group moves forward in a new rhythm, following the route that is covered in front of them. Thanks to the map and traps, the bizarre def angles of the maze lose their threat. They confidently bypass all the dangers, heading the shortest and most reliable road. In search of adventures, 3 travelers, Ku and his comrades, went towards the unknown. With a roar, breaking the wall, the figure appeared in the clubs of dust and with unbreakable determination looked at the surrounding chaos. Views turned to the map. It clearly shows stairs to the second floor are hidden in the heart of the maze. An unexpected illumination comes in the look of Ku, and his confident smile hints at the cheeky design. Friends are a concern for him, knowing well. The determination of Ku always entails risk. The team is preparing to act. The complexity of this place requires not only skill, but also true trust in each other. With frantic energy, the Ku rushes forward and breaks another wall, and the rest of the team following it cannot withstand surprise and contradictory emotions from such determination. Some watch his unusual tactics with a smile, while others discuss his difficult character for predicting. Despite skepticism, everyone recognizes that his methods really give the result. Thanks to the unconventional inventions of the Kuzul and the witty savings of time, the team gets the stairs leading to the next level of the maze. On the second floor, a real test is unfolding in front of them, a room full of approach. It is necessary to step on the tile, as the traps are immediately put into action and the ceiling begins to fall. Evaluating the danger, the team quickly creates a detailed plan that will help to bypass all the dangerous places and slip forward without affecting any mechanism. With the use of flight elixirs, the team skillfully avoids a dangerous floor and breaks rapidly to the next hall. Such an resourceful move emphasizes their ability to adapt and work together, overcoming all the challenges of the confusing maze. The group without hesitation is in front of a long, narrow hall where 20 orchal turrels, which produce magical lasers, are chatted. Aware of the danger of delay, the characters rely on a lightning reaction. Only the speed and coordination of the team can save them from the avalanche of shots. Due to accurate blows and common tactics, all turreli is destroyed one by one, and the path is opened. Determination and instant actions allow them to safely move to the next hall of the laboratory. When the detachment crosses the threshold of the last hall of the second floor, the air suddenly becomes heavy and depressing. A powerful curse is raging in the air, and a crystal ball flickens in the center of the room. It becomes evident quickly. In order to destroy the curse for a moment, someone needs to pass the balls continuously, and thus neutralize the danger. Recognizing all the risks, the characters are preparing for self-sacrifice to promote deeper into the maze, realizing that this time the price of the mistake is too high. The group is wrapped in tense silence, the faces red, the awareness of the seriousness of the moment. The understanding gradually penetrates. This curse is more confusing and more dangerous than it seemed at first glance. After evaluating the situation, CUO understands that the trap was incredibly insidious and extremely difficult to overcome. The associates, strenuously looking at the leader, are hoped to be solved, aware of the full weight of the future choice. The group is strictly truth. The damn room is necessary to continue the path, only so the magic of the crystal ball will not go out. The tension increases when, by overwhelming fear, one by one, comrades want to take on this dangerous mission. The determination of the associates of the coup radiates adamant devotion. They are ready to stand in his place without hesitation to sacrifice for the sake of a friend. But despite the shadow that hangs over the whole situation, it does not retreat. He confidently takes a step forward, taking the call. He calmly urges comrades not to interfere and trust him. Everyone remembers his past twists. In particular, as in Seri, he drove away a deadly curse, and this only strengthens their belief in his skill. Kook reveals his secret. As a migrant between the worlds, he is resistant to any curse, which makes him perfect for this test. Calmly accepting this role, the Kutch significantly discharges the atmosphere and restores confidence to its team. Kook strongly goes to the crystal ball. In his steps, there is confidence and purposefulness. Lightning energy raged around when he directed his unique power without being damaged by this room. Due to its immunity to any negative effects, which gives the status of a perpetrated, the hero proved to be ideal for this task. Keeping untouched confidence and complete self-control, he began to pour out the magic into the crystal. Decorating the curse and taking care of the safety of comrades, Ku directs all its strength into a crystal ball. The energy increases until it explodes, breaking the sphere into pursuits. The exclamation breaks out of his mouth because the body is already on the verge of possibilities, exhausted by an unbridled power. At a safe distance, CUO comrades are anxious about the unexpected development of events without hiding anxiety. Among the chaos, it does not retreat. It is confident and firmly tuned to finish the matter. Immediately after the destruction of the crystal ball, the mug with calm confidence encourages his comrades, revealing to them his incredible magical power. Of the over 50,000 units of magical energy, everyone is surprised to watch what force it has invested in this case. It has significantly exceeded all the expectations. The curse is dispelled, the second floor is cleaned. A friendly company moves to the stairs leading to the third floor. Exploring the third floor map, the group gradually appears, a silent harbinger of future trials. Noticing the confusing structure of the corridors and the mysterious tiny room on the left, Ku is alert. Although the traps are not visible nearby, the alarm, the disaster of the aura, the air. He consults with Sarah about possible dangers, however. Despite the warning, he decides to go ahead. Leaving the comrades behind, Cap is carefully coming in advance to meet any surprises that can hide the dungeons. Carefully moving forward, Kuo catches the tense views of comrades. They warn of the movement to the left. Not seconds, CUO instantly gets to battle. Suddenly, a detachment of skeletons emerges from the darkness. They are armed and prepared for the attack. The unexpected ambush only confirms their guesses about the dangers of this floor. The situation causes the whole group to prepare for a fight with these nasty undead. Ku instantly goes on the offensive, organizing a counterattack. Several enemies find themselves in the same trap as the previous ones. Calling a powerful burning arrow in his hands, the hero targets the spell directly into the bench of the advanced warrior skeletons. The fire shell flies unmistakably, breaking the runny nose into pieces and scattering their bones on the floor. The bright flame flash for a moment illuminates the gloomy corridor, demonstrating the power of decisive magic that instantly neutralizes the threat. The fiery arrow instantly turns the skeletal warriors into ashes, leaving only their burnt fists and swords on the stone cold. The easy breathing of relief comes out of his breast, but with him doubt. Is the danger indeed? But suddenly, the alarming tension hangs in the air. The flame becomes unrestrained wild and begins to move contrary to nature, predominantly that the battle is still far from complete. The broken skeletal soldiers suddenly rise again, quickly recovering their bodies, as if the flames did not even affect their bones. Ku barely has time to evade their unexpected offensive, struck by the realization that it is not a common runny nose. These skeleton warriors were born as a result of the ritual of the immortal soldier, the ominous witchcraft of the cult of disaster. Their terrible ability to endlessly restore the body shells until dark energy is exhausted becomes a serious threat to anyone who dare to oppose them. Having met with continuously revived skeletal warriors, Ku is forced to think about the strategy, acutely aware of the danger that has hanged over it. While he thinks he weighs the next step, his friend suddenly takes a step forward. Turning a rod filled with sacred power in his hands, he directs the magical flow and causes the spell of the sacred lightning, the magic of light that cleanses from all evil. The powerful outbreak of heavenly energy is directed simply to the army of skeletons. The purpose is to destroy their dark magic and the cessation of endless revival. The spell of the holy lightning strikes the skeletal warriors, wrapping them with a dazzling glow. Under the painful shouts, their bodies scatter, leaving only weapons and shields. The group watches everything, holding your breath. Attaching in the hard expectation of even the slightest movement, they remained in full readiness to meet the return of danger. Only when the remnants of the enemies were finally frozen did they realize with their comrades, this time the spell was a vent. The dark magic that kept the skeletons in this world finally dispelled. In the hearts of the team finally settled relief. At least now they are not threatened. In the captured views of the group reflects the triumph. The festive lightning, a powerful spell of purification, was extremely successful, capable of erasing from the face of the earth even the most durable undeads, depriving them of their last chance for the Renaissance. Someone with enthusiasm notes how powerful the magic of light is in the battle against the undead in this world, comparing its action with familiar strategies with fantasy game and anime. Full of new confidence, they begin to reflect on the following steps. Ku and Iris will lead the attack, holding back enemies and giving Lily precious time to prepare her mighty light-bearing spell. Coordinated, they are tuned for future trials, each firmly dedicated. Meanwhile, Ku thoroughly studies the new way of purification with the help of Yggdrasil branches, a natural force that destroys the runny nose with a simple touch, even in an unprepared form. Stunned by their efficiency, sees a powerful weapon against revived opponents, similar to skeletal warriors in these branches. Distributing roles, CUO instructs Sarad to stay behind, closely monitor the battlefield through special glasses, and instantly notice the smallest changes. The team constantly hone its tactics, skillfully weaving fresh skills and tools so that the following difficulties are even more confident. And so, when a new avalanche of skeletal warriors appears on the horizon, CUO decides to check what the Yggdrasil branch is capable of during real purification. With confidence, he distinguishes the battlefield, giving the right flank Iris, and he undertakes to control the left side. Distributing roles, the duo with determination rushes forward. Are the heroes ready to test their coordinated strategy and the recently obtained instruments on the eternally resurrected dead? CUO is rapidly rushing against the skeletal warriors. Instantly evading their blows, he demonstrates true skill. As soon as one of the dead rushes forward, the hero replies lightly. His hand with the Yggdrasil branch confidently closes the grip and rapidly directs it simply into the chest of the inanimate enemy. The purification force flashes instantly, emitting bright energy at the time of touch, which immediately gives its efficiency against the dark magic that enlivened the skeleton. Ku closely monitors the development of events, analyzing the effect of new weapons in action. A strong blow to the skeletal warrior with the help of the brain Yggdrasil demonstrates the possibilities of this artifact. Branch. The force cleaning procedure is launched, and the shiny energy absorbs the runny nose, enveloping it with a glow. The skeleton is scattered into powder, without leaving the hint of its ability to recover. Ku confidently confirms that the branch has worked. The enemy no longer comes to life. Meanwhile, Eris steadily holds positions to the right. Remaining adamant before the pressure of the undead, the team detains the enemy attacks, skillfully combining harmonious actions, confidence in their own tactics, and the selected weapons. The KFO voice is loudly heard, calling Iris to strike a decisive blow. Iris reacts instantly. A jerk goes into battle, confidently reflects the skeletal attack, and is already preparing for a devastating answer. Waving the perfect moment, the girl unmistakably embarrasses her weapon from the weakened dead, instantly neutralizing him. Meanwhile, remaining behind, it strengthens its actions by the Yggdrasil branch, finally leaving no chance of revival. Coordinated actions of the team immediately neutralize the danger. Bone warriors are overthrown, and the skillful coordination of participants brilliantly shows their talent. Taking a short pause, the detachment exchanges compliments, emphasizing the contribution of everyone. Sarara does not hide the delight of the coordinated work of Ku and Iris, and Lily promises to speed up reading in the following battles. Ku, in turn, recognizes the unchanging value of the branch of the Yggdrasil, which played a key role in victory. Continuing the path of the corridor, they note the amazing absence of new traps, which inspires them to move further carefully but confidently. Without any obstacles, the path of the team ran in the shortest trail marked on the map. Overcoming the last skeletal soldiers, they cleared the path of danger, and with each step the tension increased. Uncertainty and excitement were intertwined in the hearts, because the last hall was waiting, the final test of the team trip. Lily suddenly feels a powerful burst of sinister energy ahead and warns that there are probably numerous dead. Ku carefully analyzes the situation and concludes, the senior face, which is most likely at the next level, would not leave this passage unprotected. Their guesses are confirmed, so everyone is especially careful. The band carefully studies the map, preparing in tents for the tests that are waiting in front, and suddenly, something is strange. The tension increases, and attention is exacerbated to the limit. Everyone prepares to meet the unknown face to the face. As soon as they cross the threshold of the last hall, a stunning picture was revealed before their eyes. The unobstructed crowd of warrior skeletons to the edge fills a huge space. The number of undead was truly shocking. CU only smiles mysteriously, making it clear that they expected this development. His unwavering peace returns confidence to the whole team. Demonstrating the determination to accept the battle despite the extraordinary advantage of the enemy, Ku collects his comrades and shares the plan. A lightning breakthrough in the front, where his crazy speed will be the main surprise for the enemy. Due to the blessing of the divine speed of X, his comrades were first concerned with distrust. However, they soon understood that a rapid attack made at such a speed is really capable of causing enemies by surprise. Ku gives a clear instruction to move after the account up to 4. The confidence in the accuracy of the moment for attack is increasing thanks to the support and trust of comrades who inspire not to retreat. Kudash instantly breaks forward like lightning, is determined to realize his daring design. The frantic speed rushes into the thickened skeleton warriors, skillfully maneuvering between them with incredible accuracy and disorderly force. The divine blessing of the scraped pace X allows him to strike at once several enemies, leaving the bloody trace of destruction. All the hall is filled with voltage from its frantic energy. The room unfolds in the room of light and energy. The plan is implemented flawlessly. Every movement and every ray glows from determination. From the very beginning, the battlefield begins to lean to its side, opening the space for the actions of comrades. Against this background, the first attack of Ku is unfolding. Several inanimate soldiers survived and already rushed to the counterattack, instantly assessing the situation. Strongly speaking forward, Lily calls the holy lightning, a mighty flash of magical light, along with a terrible roar, sweeps the remains of skeletons. The coordinated extension of the attack complements the rapid offensive of the KU, instantly clearing the battlefield. Ku does not hide the admiration of the skillful and accurate support of Lily, which further strengthens the command unity and adds determination to move forward. When the last runny nose fell and the room is cleared of the threat, the team covers a wave of triumph. The third floor is conquered. With new forces after this victory, Iris inspires comrades not to stop there, and Srara, without hiding joy, supports all incendiary exclamations. Common goals, they gather near the stairs, ready to go even higher. CU together with their comrades are on the threshold of new trials. Their determination is now stronger than ever before. The group is confidently approaching the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Just there, in the deepest subsoil of the maze, where they expect an ancient face. On the way, travelers discuss future trials, understanding that the enemy is waiting for them from the most powerful undead. Probably the senior figure has extraordinary abilities for regeneration, so even the most powerful light magic, such as holy lightning, is unlikely to cause significant harm to him. Ku thinks about whether the Yggdrasili branches, who have already shown their force in forced purification, also influence such a formidable enemy. The determination to find the way out, the detachment members take the development of a strategy to confront the elder. When discussing the details of the use of forced purification against the elderly, the team focuses on the complexity of the procedure. Ku notes that the construction of the necessary design will take at least 60 seconds directly on the battlefield, and this time can turn them into a light target for the enemy. Subsequently, the awareness comes. You can reduce the time by using the earlier league to detect weaknesses or hit the sacred lightning to shake its strength. The Kuz insists it is dangerous to tighten the battle, so it is worth developing a strategy immediately based on these discoveries. Approving his idea, everyone is carefully prepared to fight the old face, relying on a clearly thoughtful plan. In the heart of the room, the older figure is ominously expected, waiting for the guests who appeared before him. Ku compares what is happening with a video game frame. Everything seems unrealistic. Without a second, Lily takes the initiative in his own hands. A ray of holy lightning instantly cuts the air, tearing his face before he has time to do something. Her sudden attack is surprised not only by the enemy, but also by the allies, vividly demonstrating her determination to take the situation under control and the first to strike in a decisive battle. Lily's holy lightning beats the ancient lich, wrapping it with radiant energy and tearing out the icy scream of pain from his chest. And when the dazzling light fades, the number is still standing, despite a powerful blow. One attack was not enough to overcome it. Ku closely monitors the development of events and encourages Lily. Unexpected attacks are a well-worthy strategy, so her determination was not in vain. An angry senior medicine manifests a true anger and is preparing for a stroke, making it clear that the battle is just beginning. It calls for a dark lightning. A powerful spike in distorted energy is directed simply to the group. By saying the spell, the liquid announces the intention of darkness to spoil everything that shines and finishes the speech at the moment when magic rushes to enemies. With unbreakable determination, Eris takes a step forward, lifts a shield to protect her comrades. "I take it on myself," she exclaims loudly. Gathering all her will, Iris became an unwavering wall in front of a threatening blow. The dark magic came with lightning, but her shield confidently reflected the devastating wave of the older Lissa, preventing any sparks to touch his comrades. Meanwhile, Ku is skillfully using the moment and holds the presend for Elderlich, while gathering extremely important information about its weaknesses. Due to the detailed analysis and pre-use of the holy lightning, the time of the forced cleansing procedure has decreased to only 24 seconds. Confidently declaring readiness for a decisive step, Ku with passion reports that the team is already at the finish line. A little more, and the plan will be implemented, and the last jerk will help them complete the battle with a convincing victory. Finally, with the completion of the analysis, the time required for forced cleaning is reduced to less than 10 seconds. Ku learns the truth about the origin of the Senior Lika, a high-ranking undead, created from the flesh and blood of a large catastrophe, a dragon award known as a Dragon Anger. Caller, the clergyman of the darkness, was connected with the ominous ritual of insatiability and was caused during the rite of the immortal king. The curiosity of the rituals is embarrassed, and Ku quickly realizes the danger of this opponent. Armed with new knowledge, the hero is preparing for the final attempt to clear a powerful enemy. Feeling as a catastrophe hangs over his head, the ancient only grasps anxiety with all its essence. A desperate spell begins. Lifting his staff to the sky, it turns to the power of the dragon Nagor. In search of reinforcement from the ominous creature to which he worships, it lifts the trembling of the earth, and around the ski begins to rage dark energy, which creates a depressing grandeur and all-consuming presence. Wat Kedley monitoring the action of the Please medicine, the detachment understands that the situation is approaching the point of non-return. CU together with their comrades are intensely preparing to act. It remains less time, because the strength of the medicine is steadily increasing. When the energy of the older elbow erupts to a new level, a spooky, devastating aura is significantly thickened in the room. Lily has time to warn everyone about the dangerous flow of energy, and Iris is already raising the shield, preparing to protect the command. Feeling as every second is becoming stronger, he realizes that 3 moments remain to complete the analysis. Only then will he be able to launch forced cleaning. Having collected all the determination, Ku clearly gives orders. By passing the protection of the border of Iris, it relied on its stability, and it is prepared for a decisive step. The tension increases. Every second brings the solution closer to confrontation with powerful older cubs. The ancient face rapidly rushes forward, waving a rod with incredible force. The fierce pressure causes the Ku cleansively to evade and maneuver among the flip of attacks. The battle opens with new force, and only a step separates the Ku from a devastating blow. Removing precious seconds to complete the forced cleansing, the face was determined. Ku firmly squeezes the Yggdrasil branch, feeling the ritual of purification begins. Powerful energy fills the room, preparing at the decisive moment to finally destroy the dark power of the tongues. Careful preparation and thoughtful team strategy eventually led them to this decisive moment. Kyuo focuses all the power of forced cleaning, lifting the branch of the Yggdrasil to the sky. A dazzling glow erupts from its palm. The skeletal elder is lifting a spooky cry, writing from unbearable pain, while divine energy begins to absorb its remains. Lily and Iris, with anxiety and enthusiasm, are monitoring the deployment of events, and the conscious tension of this moment has frozen on their faces. The group strategy finally produces the fruit, and it is the CFU that causes a decisive blow to a stubborn enemy. The explosive wave of holy energy with the head covers the elder, immersing it in a whirlpool of purification. The baby gives out the last hoarse cry when his bony likeness is scattered under the ruthless light. CFU, although it is forced to withstand a wave of loss of power because of the power of purification, in spite of everything does not deviate. Determination does not allow him to sway. Finally, the last jerk of the Yggdrasil branch completes the ritual, ruthlessly putting a point in the existence of an ancient life. Gradually, the room is filled with peace, marking the end of a fierce battle. When the cleansing light disappears, only a sowing ash remains from the once powerful enemy. It should be erased from this battle forever. The room wraps silence, as if the heavy burden has just disappeared without a trace, dispersing the invisible wind. Gathering together, Ku and his companions carefully inspect the field after the battle. The peace that prevails here now eloquently testifies to their difficult victory. Ku confidently declares the end of the liberation operation, marking the victorious completion of the grueling battle. A cohesive team, full of determination, is preparing to move on stronger and more confident than ever. After the fall of the older Lich, the black curse of the plague death scattered, and the level of the CU is rapidly increasing to 99. Overflowing with relief and gratitude, he realizes that new horizons are opened in front, and his path has come to a new, decisive stage. Words of gratitude sound from Ku. He expresses the theme of respect for cohesion and hard work that led them to this victory. The joyful mood envelops the group. Everyone notes the contribution of their comrades. The special praise of Ku is addressed by Iris and Lily, emphasizing how decisive their actions in the decisive battle became. In a moment of rest, filled with a sense of joint triumph, the team proudly mentions all the difficulties they managed to overcome together. Reflecting on the victory, the characters are talking about the puzzles that envelop the ancient count. CU is shared by observations about the unusual choice of this underground complex in the role of a hiding place. It seems that it used the magic of space and time to skillfully pass numerous traps of the maze. Imaging how the old liquid with a comic stress overcomes the same trials, everyone smiles involuntarily. Lily notes with relief, finally the curse that hung over Count Maillard and the town of Surrey dispelled, and the city did not become a focus of ghosts. But the kitchen does not leave anxiety. After magical analysis, it does not leave the feeling that the actions of the medicine have a deeper meaning and hide the secrets that are only necessary to reveal. The views of the whole group focus on a bizarre magical circle that is left after the older one. Ku thinks about starting its analysis. There was a suspicion that it could be part of a ritual feast associated with the worship of the dragon of insatiability. When he is approaching, the magical circle begins to shine and gives away a strange warmth that is amazing Iris and Lily. The unexpected beauty of the circle is striking Iris. Its true appointment is still enveloped, so Lily does not hide the suspicion of the intentions of the Ku, who has immersed himself in the study of this symbol in the hope of revealing the hidden secrets or getting hooks to the ominous ideas of the elderly. The Ku is deepened in the analysis of the magical circle, gradually revealing that the senior number performed a ritual directly related to the systems of this object. Meanwhile, Sarar notices the altar, which controls the structure itself, and immediately proposes to rewrite the right of possession to help Ku. Wanting to prove his importance, Sarar is entrusted with enthusiasm. When the analysis is completed, the results begin to come, hinting at the complex connection of the magical circle with the plans of Elderslicks. The group thinks about whether Sarara, a magical creature from ancient civilization, to capture control over an object. The atmosphere is even more thickened by the mystery of their find. Recovering, Ku tells about the mysterious rites he managed to explore in this institution. He explains that the followers of the punishment first turned to the ritual of the immortal warrior, and their call came to their call. They were destined to defend the chapel in which the rituals continued. When the time came, the sect adherents sacrificed themselves, completing the ritual of the immortal king. This is how the senior chain broke into this world. The main task of the senior Lizuns was to perform the third and last rite, the ritual of insatiability, closely related to the dragon of lust. The awareness of the only open, creepy truth forces the team to reappreciate the weight of their victory. By stopping the ominous rituals, they have saved the world from another tragedy. At this point, the Q's terrifying truth about the true intentions and the history of the old Liko. For millennia, this creature has appeared periodically to collect victims cursed with Black Death, patiently preparing for insatiable ritual. This ritual intended to evoke a creature called Great Evil, the destructive force associated with the dragon of insatiable desire. Along with the victory over Lily's older eye, Iris is aware that they not just paid for the innumerable victims, but also disrupted a millennial plan that could be released by an unprecedented evil. But even after this victory, the shadow of a greedy ritual hangs over them, leaving a sense of anxiety about the coming. The detachment discusses the spooky consequences of this rite, and Lily, concerned, asks for the true essence of the great catastrophe. Ku explains that this event exceeds the scale and destruction of any usual disaster. The ritual is intended to cause a hollow dragon Neni an indication, which by force even exceeds the legendary black dragon. Suddenly, discovery breaks the soil from under the feet of Iris and Lily. Both cannot recover from the thought that there is power more powerful than a black dragon. After all the events of the team, there is an awareness. They stood a step from a catastrophe, which miraculously stopped. Everyone becomes clear. The next attempt to carry out a dangerous ritual is quite possible, and now you should not lose vigilance for a moment. Overwhelmed, the heroes think, did they really put an end to the voracious rite? Did the enemy leave behind new, hidden threats? The CFU is hesitant because the help system has not yet provided a clear answer. At this time, Lily with Iris is aware of what horrific misery can be done by a successful ritual on the surface. Mass death and destruction will become inevitable. The CUO adds that the residents of Surya had previously been victims of dragon Nanzars, and thanks to their intervention, this misery managed to distract. But even so, the ominous tension does not leave his thoughts, hinting that the real solution has not yet come. The group continues to stay together. Despite the caution and acute awareness of the inevitable danger that hangs over them, the floor is shaking unexpectedly. The ground under the feet is crazy, and the room is penetrated by a continuous shaking. The tension in the air is increasing. Iris recalls how a similar earthquake happened yesterday, and this thought only increases the alarm of all present. Lily, shuddering, compresses the staff harder. Its condition is clearly unsatisfactory. It seems to feel something not natural in the environment. CUO acts instantly, causes a magical circle to analyze the situation. An unexpected earthquake ignites his fears. He suspects that these are the consequences of rituals or instability of the building itself. The group is wary of events. In the air there is tension and unknown. The earthquake is gaining strength, and along with this, the shield of the dragon god, donated Iris, begins to shake unusually, and his protective aura blinks as if under the pressure of invisible power. Meanwhile, a powerful weapon, a legendary sword gram, appears in the heart of a charming circle that activated Ku. His unexpected appearance stuns all present. Iris is surprised to ask what is happening. Meanwhile, Lily and Ku are quickly aware of the importance of these weapons. It is probably related to either rituals or a dragon. I am convinced of his assumptions. Ku grashes Graham, adjusting to act decisively. The team is preparing for any development, knowing that this find can be the key to winning the upcoming trials. The dark expression appears on the face when, through the magical circle, it feels anxious presence. Without delaying for a moment, he reports the terrible news with the tension. The signs of the revival of the dragon, insatiable lust, have been revealed. His voice is full of anxiety that looked over all those present. When it proclaims, "The dragon of the hungry mouth is approaching." Everyone is aware that the battle, which was considered complete, was only a prologue of a true threat. They are preparing to meet an enemy who could not compare anything yet by the level of destructive force.